Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker the other.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, we should film
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually.
One second, my music's being weird. Let's try this again. Come on. Try you again. There we go. All shall take the MAGA vaccine? Oh God, I hate you so much right now. How have you guys been? I'm sure you got, tell me in the comments when you catch the video later, because you're like, oh shit, he did go live. Because I know some of you probably didn't expect me to go live. If you're not in the Discord. Because I've been gone for a couple weeks just doing stuff. Oh man, I don't know how people like work a job, stream, and have kids. Because like, it's a lot. Seems like so much. I don't know how people get that shit done. Like I get people that just stream full time. That makes sense. Especially if they have like, you know, a wife that takes care of the kids. But yeah, it's wild to me. But yeah, let me know in the comments how you're doing. obviously, and in chat. I'm sure. Normally, I also go live at like 7:15, so people might check a little later. But yeah, I'm happy to come back because, dude, there's just so much going on in politics right now. Like if you were in the chat, if you were in the Discord right before I went live, I said what the topics were, and one of them is, oh God, Steven, what's his name? Steven Van de Vel. I can't remember the exact name. I gotta look it up because I don't want to look like a retard. Yeah, it is Van de Velde. Okay. Yeah, dude, I'm all for people going to events and stuff. I mean, I just don't have... I have a lot of commitments, right? And so the only way that I can go to events is if I fly a plane, and I just ain't got it like that right now. I just don't, like, have either the clout to get somebody to fly me out to something or the money to pay for it myself, but I just don't have, like, the time to, like, drive and, like, get a hotel and stuff. I have too many other commitments. Most of which I keep private from you guys, which is, I hope that's fine. I hope you understand I do other things. I mean, if I wasn't a parent, it'd be a lot different. But yeah, what I was saying is, there's so much happening in politics right now. Like, I was in Discord and like John was like, yo, this topic's boring. And like we got into it a little bit, which is fine. Like I love it. I appreciate spirited debate within the community. I don't ever want a fucking echo chamber of everybody having the same opinions. Like I could never do that. If you're a lefty or whatever, join the Discord. I love having a lefty come in. Know that it's gonna be brutal for you because there's a lot of people in my Discord that are, actually knowledgeable in philosophy and economics. Like there are plenty of people in there that are like more knowledgeable in economic matters than I am. So you're not gonna be able to come in there and like find magatards to make fun of. I mean, you might find one or two, but you're gonna get owned. But I was just saying, I was like, it's crazy that you think this is boring because, and I'm not trying to talk shit on him. I'm just saying like this isn't his fault, right? It's like it's crazy that like the idea that there's someone at the Olympics who is a convicted child rapist that served their time and like talking about that in the Olympics, which has always been controversial, right? The Olympics are controversial literally every year, right? Like you had the problems in Brazil with the drinking and, that controversy, the Beijing Olympics was a propaganda piece. And like, then there was like, North Korea, and like their whether or not they were going to participate and shit like that. And, obviously the 72 Olympics, obviously, the Olympics leading up to World War II, obviously, Miracle on Ice, there's a whole movie about it. Like the Olympics is always like crazy and controversial. But it's just like, it's such a 2024 thing to be like, that's not even the biggest thing to happen this week. Like, it's like, like it's crazy just how much, like the amount of shit that's not getting talked about because there's just too much crazy shit going on. I mean, you have the Pentagon Pizza Index showing that there might be war soon, right? You have Lockheed Martin making money. You have a stock market crash. You have Kamala Harris breaking every single solitary campaign donation record in existence, which, by the way, nobody's talking about this, but, 3 days ago, the Attorney General for Virginia is demanding CVV data from Act Blue. Because we all know why, because it's a fucking money laundering organization. I mean, like these people, the Democrats with Act Blue, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me the Republicans did it also, but Act Blue is just the one we have like, evidence on. I mean, I think James O'Keefe did like a couple months ago, he did a video showing just like two different families in, was it Maryland or I don't remember what state it was in. Two different families where they had two regular middle class people, one of whom had never donated to Act Blue, and the other one was like, I think my wife's done it one or two times. Had donated well over $500,000 to Democrats sometimes upwards of 10 times a day in like $5, $10, $15. Now there's some contention about whether or not the data that you're able to get doubles up the data. So it might be like 200, 250 or something. But even still, like $250,000, even if that's true, is an insane amount of fraudulent money from 2 fucking houses. So yeah, I mean, like Act Blue is a money laundering scheme to get around campaign finance laws, and they're acting like that's a crazy conspiracy theory. But I mean, we'll see. I'm really interested to see what happens when the Attorney General, if he gets that information from Act Blue, because as of Kamala Harris's donations, it seems like credit card CVVs were required to donate to Harris. At least on their website, but that doesn't mean that everybody's doing it through their website that way. Could be a back-end thing. But if it's a back-end thing, that's a lot more, right? Like that's a much deeper conspiracy as opposed to just intentionally kind of leaving it so that you can abuse it. Right? Because you could do that in a way and you wouldn't need as much of a conspiracy. So who knows? But like that's not even being talked about, because there's just so much other shit happening. There's, the Kamala thing I find super interesting too, or her insane popularity on TikTok. And it's like, I get that TikTok is the Gen Z thing, but like, I don't know what to think about it. Like, what percentage is it algorithm manipulation by China to help a candidate that would obviously favor them way more than Donald Trump? I mean, Donald Trump's ready to start a trade war and destroy both of our economies because he doesn't like China so much, at least in rhetoric. And in practice, it's not like he didn't do steel tariffs, right? So, and also they're obviously, ever since, oh God, who's it? Ever since Rockefeller and Nixon and, got together to prop up China, to be an economic competitor of the United States, they have been kind of deeply kind of involved with our economy and with our nation from a, in terms of like pushing and forcing degeneracy. But so like, I don't know what percentage of it is China. And then what percentage of it is just that Gen Z is retarded and like doesn't care about policy in any way, shape, or form. They only care about popularity and clout, and like not at a superficial level. Because like it's one thing to say Gen Z is clout obsessed, online media engagement obsessed, but you can do that in kind of like a disconnected pseudo way, to where you just want likes, but that doesn't mean that those are your real opinions. But it appears, if we take out China out of the equation and presume that there are no other major confounding variables, it appears that you can gaslight Gen Z into having basically any opinion, so long as you artificially make it popular on social media. And like that doesn't bode well for our society, because as far as I'm concerned, right, like I had a conception, an incorrect conception that like familiarity with social media would create a better, at least some degree of understanding of how social media is manipulative in a way that older generations aren't, right? Like it's, so let me, I feel like I'm bouncing around and being confusing, but what I'm trying to say is it is very clearly a manufactured popularity of Kamala Harris online. And I had an assumption that like Gen Z's familiarity with social media would kind of give them like a protective factor to certain levels of like overt propaganda via social media. Because you all remember like your grandparents, your boomer grandparents and stuff being like, I got an email and it says that, this is that Hillary Clinton killed 4,600 people. And you're like, Grandma, that's a random ass email like that. It says it's official, and you're like, Grandma, that's not official, right? So like the presumption being, like, in my head, at least to a certain degree, maybe it was like I was a little too bright, a little too hopeful, being that like Gen Z would still fall for it, obviously, but wouldn't fall for it that hard. But no, it's like Kamala Harris hasn't stepped out into the public space at all, right? Like, she has not given an interview since being nominated. Well, selected to inherit the candidacy for the presidency, right? Like, she hasn't done a single interview, and she hasn't given a single like speech. She's just like been cornered by the media on a tarmac and was like talking in circles, saying nothing. And then so we've taken like all of her best clips, some of which are terrible clips, but like they're presented as if they're good clips. And then they're presented to the world, and like Gen Z and like young millennials are just lapping, like they're just lapping it up. Like, the one that's the most confusing to me is, well, not confusing per se, but I don't know, just surprising, is like that moment in the debate where she tried to dodge a question. And when I say debate, the debate with Mike Pence, she tried to dodge a question that Mike Pence presented to her, and he interrupted her, and she goes, excuse me, I'm talking. Excuse me. No, I'm talking. And then he interrupts her again and just goes, I just want her to answer the question. And then she proceeds to like dance and not answer the question. And it was like, when it occurred during that presidency, it was a moment where everyone went, ooh, Kamala Harris really came off as like a cringy mommy that, like trying to mommy dom the dude, and he wasn't having it. And she looked really bad in that moment, specifically that moment, because it proved that she can't answer questions, and that she can't give an honest answer, and that she can't think on the fly. She just kind of tries to be like, meh, meh, meh. And it's like, and also maybe a little bit of coded racism there, right? Like that, like, there was like online comments about her, acting uppity and stuff, whatever. That's always going to be there. The same thing happens if you're white. But like, it was a moment that looked really bad for her. And now there's like TikToks everywhere and like t-shirts that say I'm talking. Like, they have spun her worst moment and called her a brat. And then like there's just this underlying sexual energy with like young Gen Z that like she's their mommy. And it's so fucking strange to watch like that occur and none of them be self-aware about it, even a little bit. It's like a real black pill moment for me lately. And when I say sexual energy, I'm not talking about like pictures that may or may not be of her when she was in college as an escort. I don't know that I think those pictures are real. Or like her very obviously sleeping with, Billy. Or her, being in an open poly relationship with Montel Williams. I'm not talking about that shit. I don't really care about that shit. I honestly like the least terrifying things about her. Like, I want to be honest with you. I kind of want Kamala. I kind of want all of the rumors to be about Kamala Harris to be true, just because I would find it so impressive if you could legitimately like just suck dick to the presidency of the United States. Like, I don't think it's true, right? Like, I think that she obviously, traded in, her femininity and sexuality and, dated people that she might not have dated because it gave her access and connections. And I think that's just probably true of women in politics. And I don't think that's necessarily an attack on women. It's an attack on politics. It's an attack on gross men as well as it is women. And also dudes would do it too, right? Like, there's no world in which if dudes could eat pussy to the presidency, like they absolutely would. You know what I mean? Like it's just that no one cares. No one's like giving political connections to the hot, 22-year-old male intern and like giving him a career based off of his pussy eating capacity. You know what I mean? Like, it's like dudes would do that. You know, so like I don't care, but I do kind of find it funny, and I almost want it to be true because I want that book, like How I Sucked Dick to the Presidency. But obviously never happened. It would never get admitted. But it would be funny if it was true. But again, I don't care. I mean, like it would almost be more honest than the way most politicians rise to power. That's how low my assessment of politicians are. Is like, if I found out that your meteoric rise to power was through sucking dick, I would say that is a more honest way than like Epstein Island fucking backroom money changing shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like fuck politicians, man. It's like your view is so skewed. Like it shows how skewed conservatives still are in their view of politicians, is that they still use like moral purity tests as a means to gatekeep politicians. And it's like, dude, they're all the most morally impure people in existence. Like, you have a fantasy of like a morally pure candidate, you know, with like some tarnishes, and then you find out that like one of them is fucking a dude in the ass and posting online when nobody's in the room, and you're like, oh, how dare they have sex on those vaunted seats where every week they pretend to care about this country and bring people before Congress and then do literally nothing at all productive. And then they pat themselves on the back, and then they go and do hookers and blow with the same people that they pretended were their enemies 30 minutes later. Like, what? Like, these are all pieces of shit, dude. Like, I don't care if somebody sucked dick. But that, you know, it's a bit of a rant or whatever. But I find the gaslighting of Gen Z by the media and TikTok to be particularly dangerous. Because it's like, it's obvious that these people will fall for anything, and that their familiarity with social media has not made them less susceptible to propaganda. In fact, it's done the opposite. It has made them more susceptible to propaganda. They believe TikTok is representative of the real world. And because of that, and because of their obsession with clout and to fit in, they conform their own brains and their own thoughts to whatever corporations, the media, and, you know, state-controlled algorithmic manipulation wants them to believe. Like, your vote doesn't even need to be bought and paid for if I can just buy and pay for TikTok and YouTube to only boost the types of things that agree with the narratives that I want, and then create artificial wedge issues. I'm just saying, dead internet theory is real, but it's not about bots. It's just about you don't need bots. I mean, obviously bots help, but like, all you need is algorithm manipulation from companies that have a vested interest in a certain form of politics, which is neoliberal, fascistic, left-wing cultural control and heavily regulated markets in favor of stakeholder capitalism, DEI, etc., as a means of destroying and climate change bullshit, as a means of destroying Western hegemonic power, and instead rising up China, Russia, and the third world to have an evened, an unproductive and uncompetitive economic system that will slow down human progress to an extreme, but will maintain the status quo of those in power, and minimally reduce standard of living for all humans. You don't need a conspiracy theory when like interests align. They're all in on it. It's not a conspiracy. That's just what YouTube wants. Happens to be what the World Economic Forum wants. Happens to be what the United States government wants. But yeah, she's the perfect Democratic candidate, a complete empty-headed, childless vessel, starving for power, that says and does anything that satiates that void. It depends on what you mean by empty-headed. I do think she has some talent in like comebacks, and I do think that she has some intelligence, despite the fact that she failed the bar once You know what I mean? Like she's not the biggest idiot. So she's very good at regurgitating talking points. Do you not believe in global warming? I mean, it depends on what you mean by global warming. Like, do I believe in global? I mean, like, I don't even think we've called it global warming for like the last few years, right? Like, I would say climate change is a better descriptor. Like, I do believe in climate change is existing. I'm not sure what percentage is caused by humans. But obviously there is some percentage is either caused or exacerbated by humans. I think if all humans died, most of the data shows that temperatures will continue to rise over time, but that we might be speeding up that process and making our planet less habitable at a quicker rate than what would naturally occur. But the question is like, what is that percentage? Because the predictive capacity of climate change models has been really bad for like the past 50 years, right? Like we have kind of oversold it for the last 50 years. But the problem is there's a hotshot fallacy that conservatives get into, which is like, because we've oversold it, we're going to continue to oversell it. And that's not necessarily true either, right? Like sometimes these things happen slowly and then all at once, right? So just because they've panicked a little bit too much in their prediction models for the last 50 years doesn't mean that will continue to be true in the future, right? Like we very well could be in a situation where climate change is drastically worse in 10 years than it has been since the advent of the Industrial Revolution. I do think that there's a lot of bullshit that goes with it. I do think that there is a lot of money to be made in climate catastrophism. And I do think that money is actually harming the climate change movement that we ought be invested in to some degree, to an extreme degree. And what I mean by that is like, you know, there's a lot of money to be made in wind and solar, despite the fact that solar is not the greatest technology. It requires mining. It doesn't like it. Yes, it is carbon neutral after a period of time, but there's a lot of upfront carbon costs in mining minerals, shipping, right? You know, a lot of the minerals and things that we're getting from China, we're getting from Africa, but that is, you know, Belt and Roads Initiative, so it's controlled by China. It's helping our enemies, ideologically speaking. And the same is true for wind, with the exception that wind is less predictable, because as climate change occurs, so do solar powers, so do the westerlies, so do the easterlies, so do wind patterns. So you can build wind farms in areas that 10 years later might be terrible wind farms. And on top of that, they wreak havoc on the environment's bird population, which is super important for, you know, they fill a very important environmental niche. Unlike bees and other bugs where like one can die and others can kind of fill that void, it targets birds as a whole. And so it is potentially more dangerous in my opinion. And so because there's money to be made in those things and government rebates and, you know, nonprofit organizations and oil industry, right? Like the oil industry is heavily invested in green energy and they're heavily invested in wind and solar. It's like, what we really need is deregulation of nuclear. We need a push towards more uses of geothermal and hydroelectric. We need responsible farming. And what I mean by that is like, you know, the Hoover Dam isn't producing nowhere near the amount of electricity that it ought to be producing because we have diverted so much of that water away to kind of give California's almond and avocado trees massive imported irrigation. And because that's state controlled, it's not really a market thing. And you know, like they're controlling the water and they're controlling the energy in kind of a fascistic way through corporations. So, you know, like it's not being handled by market mechanisms, whereas market mechanisms would just make the water more and more expensive because it would come at the cost of energy. And then by doing so, you'd have a stabilization of avocados and almonds, and we would likely just import more from South America because it would just be cheaper. So like I believe in climate change. I don't believe in global warming per se, but that's being nitpicky. And I think that it is a real thing, and it is something we're going to have to prepare for. But I think our models are shit. I think our models are shit, and I think we have catastrophized it a little too much. And I think that the people that are protesting climate change are doing so at the behest of organizations that don't care about climate change. Like, they're not actually invested in solutions. I mean, like, the number one solution to climate change is burning more oil. And I know that sounds crazy, but the best thing that you can do is decrease the price of energy and industrialize the third world and start educating women and bringing third world countries into the first world. Like, if you want to solve this problem, what we need to do is we need to drastically increase the world's intellectual labor. And the way that you drastically increase the world's economic intellectual labor is that you have to make labor more productive, right? Because as labor becomes more productive, you need less of the world's labor for manual things like construction and farming and security, etc. And the way that you do that is by burning more energy at a higher, faster rate to educate and industrialize and the third world. So it's like, it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario in that regard. So I don't know that I have the right answers to it. But I do know that climate catastrophism may not be, it has been a means of corporate control and state power that has more often than not led to worse circumstances than when its policies are implemented, right? Like, so a great example of this is in 1996 when the UK presented carbon taxes. Well, all of the factories that were manufacturing shit in like southern industrial UK towns, they just offshored all their shit to China. And then the UK came out and said, look, we lowered our carbon footprint. And they didn't count imports. And the imports were produced at a higher carbon rate than pre-1996 levels in the UK, on top of the fact that they had to be shipped into the UK, which obviously costs more carbon, right? So it's like they made the situation worse, and then they patted themselves on the back for being green. And there's shit like that kind of like all the time. Have you heard of the ocean cleanup? I mean, it depends on what you mean by the ocean cleanup. What do you mean? I know they need to clean up the Rhine. You're talking about like that 16-year-old kid that's like now probably my age. Has been trying to clean up the oceans with his devices for years. Keeps like being like, I promise I'm coming to market with something, and it just like never pans out. Oh. Yeah. That, I mean, like, it's a cool idea, but it's an idea that has been promised to come to fruition for like a really long time. Sounds like that ocean program is making waves. Yeah, like I said, it's a cool idea, but like, it's just, I mean, he promised like something like 5 years ago that not only was he going to do that, but he was going to have like river versions. They were going to collect rubber, and then they were going to like make shoes of the rubber. I don't know if he's done that, but like he clearly hasn't, like he's clearly had a lot of setbacks. So I don't know. I'd have to investigate it more to see why those setbacks occurred. Dude, YouTube is trying to run ads like crazy. I put the ads on conservative. Like, it's supposed to be the lowest amount of ads possible beyond just cutting ads off. That's weird. Oh. But yeah, no, I've been out for a little while. Politics has gone wild. I don't know what to think about so much of this. There's a bunch of stuff I want to talk about, but I just haven't had the time to get to. Open up Discord. Stop being a bitch. let me see. One of these things that I wanted to talk about is because we're debating the UK riots today, and that's the first topic, and so like I found this video on Twitter, and it's so amazing. So this is Keir Starmer. Let me open this up real quick. I think that's how you say his name. I don't know how to say his fucking name. And it is beautiful. And it's a little hard to understand. So forgive me. You know, and I'll put it on the screen here. Forgive me if it comes off a little weird. Right? But here we go. We're just gonna God damn it, bitch. So I'll do that so that you can see the subtitles. So this is the Prime Minister of UK, right? This is his speech right here is regarding the UK riots, where there are, you know, obviously, if you've been living under a rock, that's the first debate topic for tonight. So I'm sure you'll learn a lot more about it. But, you know, long story short, a family of immigrants from Rwanda who presumably were Christian. We don't know his religious affiliation, but he may or may not be Muslim, but he's probably Christian or atheist or whatever. We'll see. He, you know, went into an area. We'll just say an area. Stabbed a bunch of people. Stabbed some kids. Critically wounded a few women. And this is kind of like been the needle in the straw that broke the camel's back. Of, you know, decades of abuse by the UK government in importing millions of Muslim migrants into their country. You know, the Rotherham report, you know, letting them gang rape women and young girls over and over and over again, increased terrorist attacks, you know, cutting down on free speech, you know, arresting people for having anything to say about it on Twitter. We're not arresting, you know, just going to their door and threatening, you know, arrest and trials and things like that. You know, obviously the abuse of Tommy Robinson, you know, if you followed that saga for a while, he's a wild guy. You know, yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, like, this has been a long time coming. We, like, anybody in politics on the right has been warning about, you know, a potential racial tensions getting past, going over the top in the UK, especially, for decades. So this is, but I just love the double standard. I had to show this video because I'm probably going to talk about it in the debate at some point. This is his reaction to the UK riots, which are mostly British indigenous people, you know, protesting, mostly peaceful protests, protesting. And of course, there are riots. There have been burning down of, I think it was of one hotel, another one they protested out of. You know, looting in a Greg's, hilariously enough. And then this is his response to Black Lives Matter protests during the Summer of Love. And it is hilarious.
Be in no doubt,
I was shocked.
Those that have participated in this
the
violence
killing of George Floyd
will face the full
and the
force
response
of the law.
President Trump.
The police
and the US
will be
authorities
making arrests.
To the peaceful
individuals
protests,
will be
to
held
people
on
rightly
remand.
demanding justice.
Charges will follow,
There's been an affront to
and
humanity.
convictions will
The last
follow.
week has shone a spotlight.
I guarantee
on the racism,
you will regret taking part in this disorder,
and injustice
whether directly
experienced
or
by
those
those
whipping
from
up
black
this
and
action
minority ethnic
online
communities
and then
in the
running
US,
away themselves.
in the UK,
This is
and
not
across
protest.
the world.
It is
Martin
organised,
Luther King
violent
said,
thuggery.
injustice anywhere
And it has no
is a
place
threat to justice.
on our... Be
Like
in
you,
no doubt,
I was shocked.
those
and
that have
angered
participated in
at
this
the
violence
killing of George Floyd.
will
I had to share that with someone because that's just so, that's so wild to me. Like, I mean, obviously, like we see the double standard. I mean, there was this video, I didn't have it saved, so I'd have to like go searching for it, but you can find it if you look for it. It's not hard to find. Where the UK Sky News had like their version of like fiery but mostly peaceful protests. So if you're American, and if you're not American, right, like during the George Floyd protests, they kept saying, you know, peaceful protest, peaceful protest, peaceful protest, right? And then what occurred was then let me put new chat up, or live chat over here. Same thing over here. What occurred was he was saying that they were mostly peaceful protests, and saying that like people have been protesting peacefully, and behind him is a burning building, right? Just a burning building burning down to the ground. And then he's just sitting there like to the world being like, hey man, you know, it's all peace and love in these protests. And it's like behind him they're like burning down America. And it was a wild moment of like just the insane hypocrisy and propaganda of the news media. Goated thumbnail, by the way. I appreciate it. If you appreciate it so much, give me a like. 24 live viewers currently, only 6 likes. You know, you can give me a share if you want, but definitely give me a like. It's just one button. So they had a similar moment on Sky News where a woman is just like lambasting like the far right evil people that are, harming Muslim community, etc. Which is like, it's not false, right? But like there are also Muslim gangs right now that are beating the shit out of white people for the crime of being white right now. Like it's not safe to be white in the United Kingdom currently. You need to have someone with you. And unfortunately you can't be armed, so you can't protect yourself. So there's no guarantee that you won't just be beat to death. It doesn't, I mean, like that hasn't happened yet, but it has happened that plenty of people have gotten the shit kicked out of them with batons and bats by gangs of people for being white. And, the police are following them and kind of like, corralling them a little bit, and, they're protecting mosques, and they're begging them to, turn their weapons into the mosques so that the mosques can become armories. I don't know. I don't get it. Presumably they're thinking they're going to then go collect those weapons. But they're not saying that, which is weird. But while she's doing that, while she's like talking about the far right, now evil there's just a group of like, I don't know that they're Muslim, but they're brown men, with bats walking in the background. It's like these white supremacists. It's all of these nationalist far right people, and then like walking behind her is just like, Allah Akbar. It's like, what the fuck? Like, what is happening right now? I mean, it would be more hilarious if it wasn't so terrifying, but it's like, I have a hard time like feeling really bad about this situation. Right. Like Lauren Southern did a whole post about it, and I don't obviously feel quite the same that she does, because I don't have the same experiences that she does. But I have a similar feeling where it's like, dude, like the world has been telling you this is going to be a problem for 40 years. And I could have forgiven you for the multiculturalism is our strength. Diversity is our strength. Multiculturalism is good. Before the Rotherham report. But the idea that the Rotherham report happened and no one significant faced any jail time, and you didn't even pause on immigration, and then you were forced to kind of do Brexit, and then you never did a real Brexit, and you never really stopped the stem of migrants. Like after the Rotherham report, it's like, I understand that there are people living there that can't escape, that love their country. And like, I do feel bad for them, but like, it's kind of like, it's difficult for me to muster a ton of sympathy in this situation. Because so many people within the UK, have just like lapped up this narrative, like just insanity. I mean, it's insanity. Like the Muslim invasion of the United Kingdom is insane. It is unprecedented that in all of world history to bring in and intentionally bring in a highly significant group of people that you bombed, that has a different culture than you. Like, that's never happened. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like the base assumption should be, we should be careful about that. And then there was research and data beyond sociology to suggest this is a terrible idea before this too. But yeah, like I said, like after the Rotherham report, it's and I just have a hard time mustering sympathy. It's like, it's insane. Didn't they end up approaching and surrounding her before they cut the feed? Kinda. I mean, like they came up to her. I wouldn't say surrounding her is quite the right idea, but they definitely cut the feed because it was going to be problematic if they happened to do something naughty. The people tried voting against it. Yeah, no, I definitely agree that they tried voting against it, but then they had assuming that there's no election fraud, right? They had a shift towards labor recently, right? Like even if there was voter fraud, a very large minority of the people of England desperately wanted this and just believed that it wouldn't happen because of their own lunacy. You know what I mean? Like it's interesting. I mean, if I really want to get dark, tinfoil hat time. An element that isn't discussed. I'm gonna go like Slavoj Zizek fucking level of crazy right now. Okay, I'm gonna go red pill Slavoj Zizek crazy. If you look at porn searches and you look at trends in erotica, you will find that the feminization of our society has birthed a political melded kink, especially within white Western women, for criminality and toxic masculinity, where there has been an almost sexual portion to the importing of immigrants into the United Kingdom. Much the same that we have like Black New World Order, big black cock kind of like fantasies within white women in the United States, where there's an obsession with criminality and like thuggery and like the fact that like white men that have an office job and pay their taxes all need to be cucked, etc. That same thing occurs with Muslims in the United Kingdom, and there's a sexual aspect to it. And like I do think it is interesting towards the concept of women as a political force. I don't know that it necessitates that like women ought not be involved in politics, but it is interesting that there is a sexual element there that like is we kind of all know is there and nobody is talking about, right? Like there is, if you're in the United Kingdom, like there is and you see it in America too, right? Like there is a racial division with sexual fantasy, where there is an obsession with criminality and violence that is then fetishized onto a race of people and then plays a role in politics and in the way women vote. And I don't think that's a conspiracy theory. I don't know that it's substantive enough to have a difference, but it is like an interesting thing to think about. You can't look at porn without verifying my ID in Texas. You have to look at porn, like, you know, Pornhub and stuff, like they release research on like what's searched. Google has like Google Trends and stuff. Like you can look this shit up without actually looking at the porn. You get to the part of the Muslim liaison officers and how they're part of the police departments and can tell officers what they can and can't do. And we're also asking, just drop your weapons, and the Muslim gang said no, and they did nothing. Yeah, I mean, the United Kingdom is, I mean, the Rotherham report made it obvious, and then the fact that there was no action after the Rotherham report made it even more obvious that the United Kingdom is incapable of policing immigrants, right? Like they are simply there to facilitate the slow takeover of Islamic grooming gangs. Like their job is to protect Islamic grooming gangs from white fathers who might want revenge for their raped daughters. Like that is a significant portion of their job in these small towns like Luton. And it's like, you know, like it's like, I hate to say it, but it's just like, dude, it's like, we told you so for like 50 years. So it's really interesting. I'm going to talk about it on the debate, but I guess I'll preface it a little bit here. As libertarians, as people that believe in individual liberty, we're going to have to start distancing from the right, because it doesn't appear like the word is overused, but fascism is on the rise, and it's coming. Because the right is going to need some way to combat the insanity of the left. And that's basically what always births fascism, is that the right starts playing the left's game, starts adopting the left's tactics, and starts taking over institutions and industry towards their own cultural values, and does it to protect from socialist revolutions, but is in itself a socialist revolution. It is just a conservative, mild, conservative one in which the economic policies are a distinction without a difference. So yeah, like it's like we're going to have to start recognizing that like we're just gonna have to distance from the right. Like I think it's too far gone at this point for us to infiltrate the right and turn the right towards capitalism and individual right liberty and private property rights, and getting the government control out of these places and convincing them that like the reason these places are so bad is because of the state control and like the uncompetitive markets within them. We'll see. We're in a new world with new technology. But I mean, like, the left doesn't show any signs of stopping or being deflated, and it's not like the left has the power to do a real revolution. Like, these people don't farm. Like, they're not the men of the early 1900s. Like they're not gonna. There's not gonna be a revolution. There'll be chaos, but it's far more likely to turn fascistic at this point. But ads are about to cut on. I'm gonna go hop in the Discord and hop in, and we'll get this debate started here in just a minute. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys, and I'm excited to talk about these issues. Give me just a moment. Oh, God damn it. I always do this. Always forget that I have to like turn this into this. So that I can use my other camera. An unreasonable man living the damn dream, as they say.
For someone who takes a lot of accountability for themselves.
Yeah, see, because what they do is they react and then they like overreact and cause worse problems.
So then
it's their own fault
that they don't know how to react properly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess that's fair.
Yeah, it's like whenever you're dealing with a woman and like you're right, and then all of a sudden you call her a bitch, and then all of a sudden nothing matters about what happened after that. Before that, it just matters that you called her a bitch.
You wouldn't say that was your fault for losing control? You lost control of the situation.
Nah, I was just trying to let her know what she was.
But then did you?
Wait, are you talking about? You talking about the
He's
riots?
just blaming everything on leftists, and I'm saying like there's got to be some accountability for the right. And he's like, well, no, everyone's fault.
Every genocide that's ever happened is the leftist fault.
Everyone.
Well, I mean, like fault is might be the problem here is that it's like fault carries a lot of. It's like doing a lot of carrying here, right? So it's like I don't know that he's saying it's justified or that the right is justified in their actions. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But if the precursor to it is that it is a reaction to what it is that the left is doing, and that it started with the left, he's pretty much right. Like I can't think of a genocide that wasn't predicated by violence on the left. There's a concept you could watch this video by James Lindsay. It's like he's got a quick little video called Mid-Level Violence in his new discourses. And this is a great explanation of something that I will likely be talking. I plan on talking about tonight. I put it in the Discord. But basically, you know, the way that the phrase that he uses that I actually really like is the reaction is the real action, right? And so like mid-level violence is a concept of like negging. So, you know, for the best example that you can use, and it's the one he uses in this video, but it's the one we all kind of know of, is like protesters sitting in the middle of the street to block traffic, right? Like their desire, their goal is they're doing an illegal activity, right? And they're committing violence against you and your family and your society and your community by stopping ambulances, stopping the economy, you know, utilizing the presumably public resources in such a way that is like stopping everyone from having the ability to get to their job, get home, etc. And what they're doing is they're acting passively, and their goal is to get you to overreact. Their goal when they do this is to get a video of you beating them up so that they can then utilize that to, that's how I got in my account banned off of Twitter, for example, right? Is that I said that like we should be able to remove these people from the road. And then they said, that's an endorsement of political violence. How dare you? And it's like, they're doing political violence. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Right. Your reaction is the real action. Right. And so, and it's mid-level violence. And it's something that the communists used have used in multiple revolutions. And it's a tried and true tactic.
After that one old dude shot the two people who were blocking the road.
I mean, that old dude shot those people. Like this has been going on for years, right? Climate protest, like this has happened during Black Lives Matter, right? Like blocking the road is an infamous tactic, right? And the goal is we're just peacefully protesting and you're violently attacking us, right? But they're provocating you, trying to get you to force you into a situation where your only choice is to either accept getting slapped in the face over and over again or do something about it. And then once you do something about it, you're the violent, reactionary, evil person, and you can be smeared as an evil person over and over again.
Well,
right?
I think the idea would be, you can either, so you pull up to a traffic jam, it's protesters blocking. You either agree with obviously you're more annoyed with the fact that you're in traffic. For the average person, doesn't really give a fuck what you're protesting about. But I think the idea would be, well, you have the two choices. You either agree and stand with the protest, and then like you're reasonable and you're like, I see why this is happening, or you can attack. And I think that's where the protesters are like, yeah, you're being violent. You could just, be annoyed, call your boss.
You attacking them is the goal.
Yeah,
the goal is the goal. Like they know that they're breaking the law when they do this, and they know that they are facing violence. And so what they're doing is they are attempting to get you to act violently towards them by being aggressive and provoking you. And the thing is that their provocation disappears once you escalate the situation, because then it's no longer about their provocation. It's about your violence. And then they can be like, look at this right winger that, ran over these peaceful protesters. And it's like, well, you push and push and push. It's like a little kid going, stop, stop hitting me, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. And you're not hitting them. And then you get annoyed and you hit them. And then they run to mommy and daddy and go, my brother hit me. And then you get in trouble for hitting them. But like they wanted you to hit them.
Yeah, but the protesters are feeling like the same thing too, because they feel like they're not being hurt, so they're like, "I fucking block traffic, right?
Just
don't hit them."
No, there's a
don't.
There's a micro version of this too. Like he used the.
Yeah, I'm not saying I endorse the hitting. Pause.
But I'll go back.
I'm not saying I endorse the hitting. I'm just saying I'm explaining the tactic. I'm being descriptive. I'm not saying they're justified.
Hold on. I'll go back to like the woman thing. Like you're in an argument. How many times have you seen it's like that Bill Burr skit, right? Where he's talking about, I'm not saying there's ever a reason to hit a woman. There's no reason. Like with Chris Brown and Rihanna with the car, Rihanna was probably like, "You have a little dick. Yeah, I've sold more albums than you." Yada yada yada. But like nobody does.
No, she was hitting him.
Yeah, and then sure, and then as soon as he responds, nobody gives a shit about what Rihanna does, right? Like it's all about, oh, you hit the woman. It's the same kind of thing. Like if you get these things, or like I'll give you an example from my own life. Like I've had girls, they're like, oh, you did this with so and so. I can't believe you do that. I was so fucked up that you fucked so and so. You knew that we were talking. I was like, well, we weren't dating. I knew you fucked so. I'm like, well, you know, maybe you shouldn't have fucked my best friend if you didn't want me fucking yours. Well, it doesn't matter because I felt so strongly about it. Like, you know, it's the whole same thing. That's a tactic that the people use all the time. You know,
that just sounds toxic. I'm saying,
well, yeah, the left is toxic.
Yes, leftism is toxic. Agreed.
The left is toxic. You're right.
The Rihanna Chris Brown thing. I think the idea is that like generally speaking, we just assume that women aren't going to cause the same amount of damage that like a man can cause, and I mean not for nothing. I mean, her face was pulverized and he wasn't, so that's more of
no. I agree, but that actually goes to my point, right? Which is that your reaction is the action. I don't think that it's necessarily the greatest example, but if we were to try and superimpose it, right? Like, because I don't think it's apples to oranges, but like, if we were in a position where we believed that Rihanna was doing it on purpose, which with the intent of being hit, which I don't think she was. I think she was probably just in a toxic relationship, right? But if she was, and she was hoping to get hit, right, it would be your overreaction is the goal, right? So it's not about equal and opposite reaction. It's about, I'm going to provoke you over and over again, so that you then do even more to stop
I'm not touching you, but like you're fucking annoying the person. You may not be touching them, but you're provoking them, and if they react, and you call them a bitch. I get what you're.
And so, like if you want to talk about the UK situation, right? It's like when you have a government that is causing instability, that is importing millions of people, that does nothing after the Rotherham report, that is, you know, constantly screaming diversity is our strength, where the people vote for Brexit and then they don't get a real Brexit, when the people have done everything they can to try and stop their own politicians from going against the interests of their own people, and NGOs and media gaslight and lie, and they all conglomerate and work together, and then riots pop off, and then they go, well, what the fuck? These riots are so evil and wrong. It's like, that was the goal. The goal was destabilization. The goal was the normalization of violence through protests by speaking positively about Black Lives Matter protests, and then the destabilization and chaos that they constantly cause, and then you yourself overreact and create the crisis. It's the exact thing Yuri Bezmenov talked about. It's how you turn a society into a socialist hellscape, and one of the ways that you do it is that you force crisis and violence to occur from the right, so that you can justify, just like the Nazis did with the left, with Reichstag, you can justify the political crackdown and the furthering of taking away of rights, and you can avoid the conversation for the causes of the actual violence itself.
Well,
but isn't the idea that these people are complaining that the immigrants are getting more rights, more benefits, controlling government, and then the English feel like they're being oppressed? So you think the UK government is oppressing the English in order to get a reaction out of them?
It's the same thing here.
I'm just trying to see if I'm getting it right. So the UK government is oppressing the English in order to get the right-wing English to react. They react. The leftists call it violent, and then the leftists take over. Is that like the playbook?
Absolutely.
Correctly.
Well, I would say that playbook.
You don't think these people are kind of just like a little bit, just a tad bit like racist, maybe just a little Islamophobic or something? It's like particularly.
Well, hold on. Pause.
In England,
pause.
There's a little
pause.
No. No.
To say that
Impossible.
I don't think
Ollie,
that
impossible.
You're bringing in a new thing and then ascribing that I don't think that there isn't racism. Like, pause. Come on. Obviously, I think that there nothing that occurs within sociological movements is ever univariate. There's never one reason that anything occurs at a macro scale. Like, human beings are complex, and our reasoning is complex, and we're all different in a lot of different ways. And so there are going to be influences in a lot of different ways. And secondly, to respond to your question, I don't think playbook is the right term. And the reason I don't like the term playbook is because it assumes a conscious conspiracy of a bunch of people working together. And that's not how this occurs. What we're talking about is the natural inclination of ideology. Well, I mean, I came in and they were already talking about it, so fucking whatever.
I mean, it's not bad. I was just curious. I was like,
I mean, we were mainly.
I mean,
just
it's
memeing,
dude,
to be totally honest.
you know, politics is wild right now, man. Like people are pumped and not in a good way.
All right.
We'll get into it. We'll get into it when the topic starts. You know, it's fine. But yeah, I just
hasn't started
think,
yet.
I think the thing to remember with anything, with social movements and ideologies,
Hold on. Well,
is
why
that
don't we save that and let's get started.
Yeah.
Hey, all. Thanks for being here. Much
That's fair.
appreciated. We got everyone assembled here. That's really nice. I'm happy to see you all. This is a very roundtable which we have on Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a fantastic group of individuals here. Like, I'm really excited. I think this is going to be a really, really good conversation. But yeah, let's get started. We'll start with our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, how are you, friend?
I'm good. How are you? Can you hear me okay? Everything coming through loud and clear? All right. Yeah, I know. I'm looking forward to this conversation as well. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I'm looking for. So we're all good. I'm thinking about getting a new motorcycle. I wanted to bring that up to Corey. I know that he's the biggest fan of this idea. So we can chat about that later. Yeah, I'm looking forward to talking today. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube.
New panel topic.
Lactoid, electric bike. I'm telling you, electric bike. I'm telling you.
No, it doesn't do.
Didn't you watch Aiden's stream with Trump today?
The biggest stream ever.
No good, except for the Cybertruck
I'm
that
not
he gave
16,
him.
so no.
Can we just admit that the Cybertruck is fucking weird and ugly looking, but like
I think it's
really
dope
cool
looking,
on
but
the
it's
inside.
just badly
It's
built.
really cool on the inside, but like the design on the outside is just strange.
I actually saw one last night or 2 nights ago? I went to the movies, and then I came back. I saw one.
Wow.
And that's the end of my story. I'm sorry. Never.
I saw one out in the wild.
It looked like the
I thought
Warthog
they
in
looked
Halo.
stupid on TV. I thought they looked stupid in like
Which movie?
images of them.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, it's Deadpool Wolverine.
For sure.
Yeah,
I didn't even know, but I know that's the only thing he would.
I was gonna say that too. That was my guess.
That's the only thing probably go to the movies for.
Yeah, sure.
It was fantastic.
Just
but
wait
yeah.
6 months. I don't know why people. I don't.
Some
get
people
going
like
to the
movies.
anymore.
It was worth the movie experience.
Like
Big
movies.
screen.
I love
People have girlfriends.
theaters. I mean,
I don't like theaters.
I love theaters.
But I do like movies. Yeah, and girlfriends. What? Theoretically, sure. But anyway, I only go out for big spectacle movies. I hate getting up.
Hey,
it was awful.
Before we get started, can you move us into the private channel so someone doesn't randomly hop in?
Did I not do that? I'm all over the place. Hold on, let me do that. Really.
I just know that like at some point someone will hop in and be like, "You racist motherfucker," or like come in and start screaming the N-word or something. It happens.
That would be funny though. I'm kind of upset that you caught that, Scott.
So
I've had it happen to me multiple times where people can't get my stream taken down on Twitch. So like people will just hop in the Discord and be like, "Open calls," and then they just come in with a mask on and just start screaming the N-word, and then they clip it and then they report the clip. It's like, really, dog? All right.
Yeah, been there, done that. That's why we have this VC. But again, thank you for calling out. I know I hate going to the movies. I was gonna go on Friday, but then there was inclement weather in my area, and I was a bit tired. I was like, okay, I'll just like wait for the next day, right? And so I buy my tickets, ready to go. Literally as soon as I step out, right, I get into the car, it's like torrential rain. It comes down, and I gotta go. And there's nothing anywhere near me. Everything is like because we used to have a movie theater near me, but that closed years ago. And then every other movie theater is at least a half-hour drive away. So I have to go through this torrential rain, and then like it's intermittent. But then when I get out of the theater, it comes back. The rain comes back, right? Harder than ever. I have to go drive back. And so yeah, I hate going to movies. Like it's super expensive. Oh, even the worst part. This is on me, right? I know you can make fun of me, but
You're black. We know that you tried to sneak candy in the movie theater. I get it.
I accidentally bought tickets to a 3D version, like the worst version to see. Like
that's
I
on
was
you,
so
yeah.
pissed. Yeah, like I usually cash out because like when I buy the tickets, like you pick like at least all the theaters around me. Now you have to pick your seats, right? Like all the seats were empty. Like there were like I went through a bunch of showings, right? Others like where the middle was all taken, right? And so I was looking for a better seats, and this one was like pretty much empty. I'm like, oh wow, this really one works. Usually I know to check is that 3D because we don't want to see the fucking movies in 3D. But I didn't
On
check this
Saturday
time,
night.
and so I had to watch the movie in 3D. So that's my fucking day. All could be avoided if you simply watched it at home. If you streamed it, there you go. Anyway, hi Scott. How are you?
Was good.
Nothing much.
Yeah, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. I'm an ANCAP. I'm the last boss of libertarianism. Hit me up on YouTube. Follow me on other shit, but like I'm not gonna be there.
That's a good one. Quick and concise.
Thank you so much for that, Corey. I used up all his time, the time he usually takes here. But Corey, thank you for being here as well.
Yeah, always a pleasure. It's interesting observing that dichotomy with Scott of like whatever 20-minute opening statements to 2-second opening statements. But there's a balance to be struck there, maybe. But what I would say in terms of movies, I wish we can combine 90s atmosphere, no cell phones, and like current version of movie theaters of like picking your seats. Of like cell phones and just poor etiquette has ruined movies. But I don't know how to solve that problem other than like if movie theaters exist of like enforcing actual rules. I don't know. But yeah, looking forward to getting into it. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv CoreCam94, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Cord Campbell. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, D10 Dream back with us. How you doing, friend?
I'm fantastic. Man, it's been a great time. My degree came in the mail. Just finished my master's program. Feel me? We're going crazy right now. Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
And as soon as I opened the mail, bro, I instantly started crying. I was like, why the fuck am I crying? I think it's just tears of joy. And now I'm thinking about going to law school. So Lactoid, about to join your ranks.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Are there more lawyers in law school currently than there are jobs for lawyers?
Yeah, but I have a guaranteed job outside of law. As soon as I graduate.
Fuck it, yeah.
Yeah, my sister's gonna get me a job. Nepotism. Anyways,
it's a real thing.
Amen.
No, I don't want to practice law. Anyways, I just want to be a lawyer.
You just want to call yourself Esquire? Be like, excuse me, it's Esquire D10 Dream.
Yeah,
that's most people with law degrees.
I mean, because I have a JD stands for judicial doctorate, right? Could I be
Juris Doctor?
So I can't be called Dr. Mansouri after JD?
Oh my God, please do not have that as a motivation.
You can be called a doctor, Juris Doctor. It's a doctorate. Yeah.
All right, let's do it. I'm just kidding. No, but yeah, I'm doing no dream. Hatim Mansouri, future mayor of San Francisco.
So and Scott and Lagtwood will blame you for all the problems. Look at the crime. I knew that guy, right? That's why San Francisco is a hell. And I was.
And then they're gonna blame me for it being amazing in about 10 years.
So I got it.
What does that even mean? It's a bad joke.
So
Dream. First of all, congratulations on getting your master's degree. We love to see people rise and accomplish their goals. I had, but like you bringing it up, it reminds me. I've said this a few times. Like I got my master's degree, but like I never actually got like the degree. Like I don't have the paper.
Wow.
Yeah, I graduated. That happened. And I paid for it. That happened. But I never actually got the degree. I can't show it to you because I don't have it.
I'm sure you could get it. I'm sure you could get it, right? You just call up the school.
They're going to make me pay for it, and I don't want to fucking pay for it.
Yeah, pay for it anyways. I mean, I pay for
no, but they're going to make me pay more for it. I don't want to pay more.
That's one of those things that you pay for. Come on.
Yeah. No. No, they should
like you spent the 40 grand. You think that like the $150 is like where it stops?
Yes, and you get the museum glass.
It's a principle, sure.
Yeah, and you get the museum glass like holder for it too. Like on top of that, that's like bulletproof. That you got to do that,
dude. My degrees are all still in the fucking mail package that they came in. Like they're still in that like hard to bend. Because I'm like, well, this is difficult to bend packaging, so fucking that's
why the fuck do they have $200 frames?
Well, look, I have like a $1,000 one up here. We got like a
you can
museum
get the
glass and
frames
shit.
for a lot cheaper. Come on,
I know I can't, but like the
fucking
official
Walmart.
frames of the school is $200.
Just go to Walmart, get like a fucking frame. They're
No,
like,
get the like rose mahogany one with the bulletproof glass that magnifies it.
The bulletproof glass, because everybody lives like Gibbs, where gunshots are going off
Oh,
like
no
rattlesnakes
worries,
are sneaking down the walls, and he's got to fucking shoot the rattlesnake.
They're shooting down the degrees.
You need things to hold to protect you with an attachment.
In Admiral Gibbs's in Admiral Gibbs's defense, okay, he does mess with a lot of Latina mommies that
You gotta be ready, bro.
may or may not take out their rage on anything that he values. So he's got to have that bulletproof glass. You know, he'd rather than
true.
key the car than destroy his degree.
Hey, do you know how much of my shit has been burned?
Just get another degree.
So much. They burned so much of my
You are
shit.
playing such a dangerous game.
Is that
Gibbs.
Admiral
It's a
actually-
really fun game, though.
I'm gonna blame the picker. You're picking him. It's your fault.
Oh, listen, I'm well aware. I take precautions. It's just like, with the economy. I'm just kidding.
I forget which one of you said it. I think it was the Manufacturer. Yeah. It's a principle of it all. I did pay tens of thousands of dollars. I know I don't want to pay $1 more for a
graduation fee.
Prime. Come on.
That's
You don't want to do the graduation fee?
If I have to, if anyone, so like, why do I have the degree? Why did I get the degree? Right? It's so that I can tell employers I have this fucking degree
And to show it off to peers and coworkers.
Yeah, exactly.
And flex it on.
You gotta let your balls hang low. Come on, man.
No,
Chop on their face.
I'll tell them, and they don't believe me that they're a business, right? But with employer, what they'll do, they'll call the school, right? That's what they do, like to check. If they're going to check, they're going to call the school. They're not going to ask me to produce the physical fucking degree, right? So
this is honestly the point, right? When you and it's a psychological thing. When you hang up the degree, when people see that, it telegraphs that you have that degree without necessarily you having to like sneak it in conversation, which might sound a little bit arrogant sometimes. But more important,
unless you went to Harvard, then it's always acceptable to tell everyone that you went to Harvard, no matter what the conversation is about.
But I think
well, as someone that went to Harvard.
It's a reassurance in the people that you
I think that's okay.
You work with, right?
If you paid a $250,000 to go to school, you should be able to say at any time.
So, like for example, if you've ever been to like a dentist office, I don't like if they hang up their degrees. That makes me feel a little bit more reassured than if they don't. That's just my opinion because they're proud of the fact that they actually.
You're not reading the degree. They could have printed that.
You're not actually checking the degree. That's what I was going to say. They're not actually checking that.
Oh, okay, but now that requires actual fraud, as opposed to like most people just hang up their degrees.
But then what are you actually being assured of, right? You're saying you're assured because they have the credentials, but you don't know.
It takes a step. No, it takes a step more to like actually commit fraud, right? Like
as I've said many a times, right? Like you got your law degree from a Toronto Clown University. It's written in crayon, right? No, look, but like I'm okay. I love you any which way, so I don't. Like it doesn't matter to me. But I'm saying that like if someone
you're Canadian.
I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask you a very direct. I'm gonna ask you a very direct question. Let's say that your degree was a law degree, okay? And we're both
works
lawyers,
in America,
and we're competing with one another, okay? Right. And a potential client comes into my office, looks over and sees like all these degrees. Oh, cool! Like I'm considering hiring you. And they go to your office and they say, "Where are your degrees?" Oh, I didn't want to pay the school the extra $150 because I already paid so much for my education. I don't want to pay them anything more. Who are they going to trust more? Seriously,
that's true.
If I'm a financial advisor, I'm like, hey, don't waste your money on this, right? Like it's pointless.
No,
if you're a good financial advisor, you're like,
financial advisor gonna say that shit.
No, they're gonna say, hopefully we make you enough money.
Investment.
Yeah, they're gonna say, hopefully we make you enough money.
Or even worse, they're gonna ask like Scott, like, where's your degree? Oh, it's still in the envelope they sent me. I didn't want to bend it, so I left it in the envelope. Yeah, they're gonna love that.
I have it. Hold on.
I believe you. I believe you. But the fact that you haven't taken it out of the envelope is
He
worse.
keeps it in his nightstand
I mean,
next to his bed just in case you
So
ask.
do I. I waited for my friend to.
You just
come in the
got
mail.
you just got it, Jim. Like I'll give you the pass for a little bit.
I'll show you
Alright.
my framed one, so I can brag some more.
You'll wait for them to show off, right? Their educational boners, right? See which one is bigger. Until then,
I think it's in another box. I think it's still it's in a box somewhere.
Does
Where's your degree?
Wait, does
Oh,
that
I
say
left it in the box.
does that say whorehouse college?
Somewhere.
Yeah,
It's
it does.
Morehouse. Oh, I read
Not
whorehouse.
house.
I was like, damn,
Sounds
bro.
like a lot
this
more
guy-
fun, right? Yeah.
I was like, I went to the wrong college.
To be honest, that was our nickname. We didn't get called that.
Let's go to our main man, Ali. Ali, thank you for stopping by here. It's nice to see you. I love it here. Your hair is like I don't know what you're doing, but it looks good on you.
He's
It has
doing
a mind of its own.
He's doing a 2019 Hat Team hairstyle.
Who?
Him. That's his name. Hatim.
Oh, okay. You got hair like this? Prove it. I need pics.
Sure, you can go on my Instagram.
I short it out. But I go by so you guys can find me on YouTube. Looking forward to getting into this tonight.
Okay. Admiral Gibbs, the one who's always prepared, who's like bulletproofs everything, really, right? Walks around with a vest. When he
You got
makes
the vest
love
right
to his
here.
woman, he's got one of those stab-proof coats on, right? But like I said,
you need a knife
You need an
vest in the
extra,
UK.
extra large for that one.
We got tier 3. We got a tier 3 vest. You know, you got to be ready for all these angry people. I got to find like some kind of fireproof one. That seems to be the thing lately. Is them setting my shit on fire, fucking bitches. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Yeah, I'm Admiral Gibbs. If you want to learn how to be extra toxic and make money, I can't tell you legally about the second one, but I can tell you how to be toxic. And that's me.
Thank you. Moving on to our good friend Bam, who's a bit busy at this point, so we're just gonna pass it. We'll get to him later. Next we have Ghosty. Nice to see you, Ghosty. How are you?
Hey, what's up? Ghosty, as said, spelled with a 6, and YouTube and X.
It seems like you are like A/B testing which room you do this from. Like every time.
Every time, yeah.
I know. Monday nights, my boyfriend plays like in a Counter-Strike League thing or something. I don't know. He has games, so I try to like go to a different room from my. And I have better service in this room now, so I just moved. So yeah, we'll see where I land.
A good girlfriend. That's a great girl. Give it like a round of applause for that one.
But hold on, but I was gonna say that, but you
She's
don't
not
know.
my girlngive her fucking give her applause for it.
Fair enough.
Give her applause for being a good girlfriend. We gotta celebrate the good ones.
Why don't you know what he's doing though? Right? Like, are you sure it's Counter-Strike or not?
Oh no, I know it's count. I don't know if it's like a league. I don't know how that works, but he just plays like games with his team or that. Like I don't. Yeah, he's playing a game, and it's not like a practice thing. So I like to give him like space, and he's probably going to be loud and yelling and all that shit. So
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. All right, thank you so much. Bam is
Yeah.
back. How are you, Bam?
I'm all right.
Did you get bad news? Like,
no, I didn't get bad news. Women just drain like life energy out of you.
Hallelujah. Man.
Amen.
Don't we know that?
Like it was like, hey, what are you doing? Oh, I'm doing it in the middle of my show right now. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's just the worst.
Like, I was like, okay.
Oh
like,
my God.
I'm sure they sound exactly like that. Great
It was
impression.
like 15 minutes went by, but it was nothing.
you sound like that African dude that's like, I am the fastest writer in the world, and I have with me the fastest speaker in the world. Have you seen the video? Have you seen the video? It's,
It's hilarious.
Okay. All right. So thanks so much. We have 2 topics today, again, from my friend Scott and no one else here.
Appreciate you.
Topic 1. Yeah. Last week in England, a 17-year-old boy walked into a dance party or a dance class, I'm not sure which one, but a dance event for young girls and began a horrific knife attack. As of now, 3 young girls are dead, with many others critically injured. In the wake of this incident, misinformation began to spread online that the assailant was an immigrant Muslim man. This was exacerbated by misleading AI-created images. Credible reporting has revealed that he was most likely Christian, that he was born in Wales, UK. However, he was indeed the son of Rwandan immigrants. But the false rumors helped spark violent and racist protests across the UK. What lessons should be taken from incidents such as these? Should the demographics of the assailant become a political talking point? Or should we blame this on mental illness, which can strike anyone? Do you find it troubling that far-right reactionaries have been using these incidents to gain political power across the West? And if you were in charge, how would you respond to such a crisis? So yeah, it's unfortunate. I had as a person who like consumes the news a lot, I had only become aware of this actually last night. What had been happening across the UK, and I didn't know about this knife attack previously. But yeah, it's serious, and it's a very strong reaction that's happening there. And we could talk about this particular incident, but the point of this question was to like have more broad view of these things, because these things happen. Like I was thinking for our particular election, right? Because you know, it's already been so freaking crazy, right? And like Democrats are on an upward trajectory, right, with Kamala Harris, but things are going to happen, and an easy thing that could happen between now and then, like an easy prediction, is that an immigrant is going to do a thing, right? An undocumented immigrant, or maybe just a documented immigrant, whatever, right? Is going to do a thing, an illegal thing, probably going to hurt someone. You know, out of this country of 330 million, someone's going to do a thing. It's going to get picked up by the news, and then the other side is going to run with it, right? We'll have an incident like this probably between now and the election, right? And then they'll hang this on Kamala Harris. And, oh, is that fair? You know, but we got to talk about undocumented immigration. It's an important thing. Or the place of immigrants within our society. There are too much of them or not enough of them, right? So I do want to have a more broad conversation, but we'll see where it goes. Lactoid.
Yeah, so I guess the first thing I just wanted to say,
you're very loud.
Oh, I'm very loud?
No,
it's okay though.
You were to me. Maybe I need to put you down. Hold on.
You're more quiet, Bam. But
the volume down. I'm not put Lactoid down.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure that might happen, but we'll see.
I'll put you down.
Okay. The first thing I want to say is I want to condemn the riots that are happening in the UK right now. It's pretty brutal. I've seen a lot of destruction of private property, a lot of destruction of public property. And I think it's wholly unproductive. And not only do I think it's wholly unproductive, but I think that the message is going to get lost in the violence. And I think that a lot of the people engaged in it are going to be punished pretty substantially, especially by the UK authorities. So don't do that. But more importantly than that, what is the rioting about, right? That's the real question. In this particular case, you know, we had a knife attack by a kid who killed 3 girls, very little, and injured like 10 more, I think, with serious injuries, and then injured 2 adults. Pretty substantial attack. And the kid comes from an immigrant background, right? Both the parents are from out of the country. Now, Europe's experience with immigration specifically is substantially different than the United States experience with immigration. The U.S. experience with immigration has actually been relatively benign. And it's very difficult, I think, for a lot of Americans to understand what Europe has been going through over the past 10 years, right? When you look at the stats, you know, there's a lot of stats that demonstrate that, you know, Mexican immigrants or South American immigrants are very benign, right? They have relatively low crime rates. They have relatively high productivity rates. I know that there's conflicting data on that, but most of the mainstream data seems to indicate that Mexican immigrants and South American immigrants have relatively low crime and high productivity. This is different than the mainstream numbers on refugees and immigrants coming into Europe, which shows the exact opposite. In almost every European country, all the ones that I've been able to take a look at, I would posit, I can't think of any exception. The immigrants going into Europe have a much higher crime rate than the general population by magnitudes. And a lot of the people there kind of have their lives sort of disrupted relatively quickly, where all of a sudden you have a bunch of refugees or immigrants moving into an area, the crime rate skyrockets, and a lot of the people there no longer feel safe going out in the street anymore. You know, anecdotal, but this has been the experience with my family in Sweden, right? As some of you know, half my entire family's in Sweden, and this has been their experience as well. So, and you really can't talk about it because if there's the insinuation that if you bring it up, if you bring up the fact that there's this violence that's perpetrated all the time and these incredibly high rates, and really very little being done about it, you're deemed a racist, you're deemed a bigot, and you're sort of silenced to a tremendous amount of social pressure. And I think that a lot of people react violently, which is what we're seeing now in the UK, when that sort of pressure builds, the sense of this is happening to us and we can't say anything because otherwise, you know, society will deem us evil. And then, you know, it hits a tipping point, not to justify the riots whatsoever. Again, I condemn them completely. But just when we're looking at an explanation of what's going on, that's what's happening. I do think that, yes, we should condemn the rioting, and no, not all immigrants are responsible for the deaths of those 3 children. But I do think a conversation does need to be had in Europe specifically as to a very candid conversation as to, holy shit, the crime rates are very high among this particular population, and we keep bringing them in. Maybe we should reevaluate that.
Okay, thank you so much. Scott.
Yeah, so first and foremost, just like Lactoid, I would like to condemn the hurting of innocents on both sides, right? Because obviously there have been Muslim gangs that have been beating up random people on the street for being white, but that is to a much, much, much smaller degree than what is occurring. You know, attempted burning down of hotels with people in them is monstrous. I will not condemn, nor will I support, for reasons on Twitch, burning down police stations and things like that. I think you can infer quite a lot from the fact that I'm an avid anarchist. And I do think that all politics is violence, and I'll leave it at that. So, you know, Lauren Southern had a really good post about this with her unique experiences. And I think I kind of feel the same way, which is I want to feel worse than I do. And it's kind of like a 50-year long I told you so. And it's kind of difficult to feel a lot of feeling for the violence that is occurring, because so many of us on the right have been saying, guys, your policies are creating racial tension and division, and you are doing this, and you are laughing at us while we do it, and you are banning us from social media, and you are having in the UK, the police go door to door to people for having Twitter posts for being Islamophobic, right? You are locking up people like Tommy Robinson, and you are creating a state-based media narrative to shut down the discussion of how this is a problem, and you have created this powder keg. And the people have done everything they could. They voted for Brexit, right? They obviously, you know, there was a labor shift, et cetera, but it has been a problem that is long time coming and is starting to blow up now. I don't know how far it goes. Another thing, you have to recognize that this is a special kind of retarded form of immigration. So number one, you're bringing in mostly military-aged young men from war-torn countries. That's a bad idea, right? It's a bad idea to bring in too many of those. Number two, it is predominantly Muslims. And while Islam is in and of itself not this grave threat to the West or anything, it is a political ideology as well as a religion. It is the only one of the major 3 that has for it, you know, governmental policies, law that it feels needs to be instituted, and an expressed desire for reestablishing an empire or the caliphate. This is not true in Christianity. There are Christian anarchists and Christian nationalists. This is true to a much, much lesser degree with Judaism, though it is true. Assimilation has been done in the worst way possible in the United Kingdom as well. Their policies have been horrendous. You know, we have had for years studies that show that multiculturalism, when it is two cultures, tends to cause racial division and violence, right? When you put blacks and Asians in a small population in New York, what happens? Racial division. When you put a predominantly white population with a predominantly, Middle Eastern brown population, what do you get? Racial division. And yet when you have 4 or more, such as in Singapore or such as it's common in America, you have much, much less racial division. You have a multicultural society as opposed to an us versus them, because there are two groups with different cultures that tend to fight. Research has shown this over and over and over again. And so what they did is they isolated immigrants into small towns, forcing out the native population, such as Luton and Rotherham. I think Rotherham is fairly famous for, the report that showed that the police were helping and aiding and abetting, raping gangs that were kidnapping and using young girls and were actively fighting against fathers and keeping them from saving their children. And no one went to jail for that. Nothing happened. And they have not established order of law. They have kept people together in racial communities, and they have not addressed the fact that they have isolated Pakistanis in small areas and small populations, which has led to increased inbreeding than what occurs even in native Pakistan, which is obviously going to cause drops in IQ and increased violent behavior within those people because of the rampant inbreeding that is occurring in the Muslim population in small towns in the UK.
All right.
Specifically.
We're all over the place. Are we almost there?
Yeah. So I'll finish it with the last one, which is what we ought do, how we ought look forward, and like how do we where do we go from here? And it's high time that people that believe in individual liberty, people that believe in private property rights, people that are not the extreme right social conservatives recognize that we're going to have to distance ourselves from the right, and we're going to have to start to call out the growing fascism that is going to occur on the right, because the left has pushed it there. And I was saying before, the reaction is the real action. Every bit of fascism has always been preceded by leftism, communism, socialist revolutions, and we're seeing it again. And we're going to have to start to distance ourselves from the right, because we're going to see more fascism and we're going to see more violence, because the left won't fucking stop, and the right knows nothing other than a club, and it's unfortunate.
Okay. Thank you for all that, Scott. Now we'll go to Corey, the communist, right? So I'm sure you can explain yourself why you're driving the right to do what they're doing, right? If you could apologize for the behavior of the far right, I'd be appreciated.
Yeah, my sincerest apology. And to what Scott was saying before the panel in the conversation with Gibbs, yeah, Prime, we should have hidden our playbook better. Okay, this is all part of the playbook, right? And so we'll do a better job at hiding it. But yeah, apologies for putting the playbook out there. But I'll try to keep it brief. And that's a hard opening statement to follow. But so whatever goes without saying, I guess, violent racist protests, bad. But there's, as I think to Lactoid's point, a conversation should be had. And as much as I'm on the left, okay, I'm not for open borders, as they say. And just as I think there should be a conversation about immigration in Canada that is like nuanced and evidence-based. I think probably the same thing has to happen probably in the UK, where in terms of the prompts of like what lessons can be drawn from or taken from these incidents, I think there's many of them, but at least one of them is like, many people are looking for an excuse to, air their frustrations and anger, and they will use something based off of false information to, get those feelings out. Those feelings are probably coming from somewhere, and they should not be ignored. But at the same time, that does not justify, violent and racist protests. But, that sentiment is there, and whether it's justified based off the actual evidence, I'd be curious as to what Lactoid's numbers in terms of the crime rates, where if it's actually different, I'm open to that. But I've seen something more mixed. But I'm open to more data. And ultimately, how would I respond to such a crisis? At the end of the day, I don't know what the answer is. The best I can do is hopefully hear what these people are saying and see what the evidence says and try to form policy based off of that. But I don't think there are any real easy answers here. But I could just be an idiot because I'm on the left. But I'll leave it there for now.
Thanks so much, friend. Next, T103.
I think the lesson should, like, excuse me, I don't know. I think a consistent lesson that is often being like emphasized throughout the panels that I be going on is that, you know, it seems like a lot of people lack fundamental understanding of like critical thinking, logic, and general philosophy. And so like it is like one of my life's missions to try to implement philosophy in as many places as possible, especially like in grammar school, primary school, up until college, where it's like a barrier of access in college to actually learn the critical thinking. Where I feel like it wasn't until I took those courses in college where I really felt like I was a true critical thinker in terms of getting rid of all the bullshit that I was believing all the way up until probably 18, 19. And then I had a fresh slate and then had to reevaluate what I actually do believe in, what I believe for good reasons. The reason I say this is because I think a lot of the hatred or the angst is essentialist towards a certain demographic, whether it be because of someone's religion, the nation they're from, the skin color they have, when really it's a culture thing, which is not essentialist, right? Like, meaning that some people of some group have some of this culture, and so to essentialize it, be like, oh, therefore all people of this group or whatever. I think that's the problem. And the media is also another problem. So like the AI images or the word of mouth or unverified or people being afraid of the truth and being first rather than being right, that's another problem. And so like I don't think it matters what the demographic of the assailant is. Like he's because there's nothing you could have prevented. There's no policy that could be implemented that could have prevented a random act of violence. This is just impossible. You're never going to prevent a random act of violence. You may, you're just never going to do that. So even if they came legally, and these are immigrants, I'm not sure if we have a status on their legal status, whether they came here legally or not. So I just don't know what policy you could have and why it would matter that this kid is a Rwandan or a son of immigrants or anything like that, or it doesn't matter. And the conversations do need to happen. I think there's a culture of over application of the word racist or over application of calling somebody racist. I think maybe that has something to do with a lot of people being afraid to be called racist. What I think it's okay to be afraid. I'm afraid to be called racist because I wouldn't want to be a racist. And I wouldn't want other people to have that opinion of me. Yeah, I think it's a reasonable fear, but I think people take this fear too much, or like hold it in. Oh, I don't want to be racist. When really, a lot of self-introspection should be also involved. And if I was in charge, how would I respond? Honestly, like I said, I would just like implement education and as soon as possible, get these niggas out of there, arrest them. Try to like do a media campaign to correct the matter of facts, because even as you've seen, even if you point out the facts to people, a lot of them are just like no you that's all. So I think like as fast as possible, media. I'm talking about social media. It's physical media. Put it on the walls. This nigga just mentally had nothing to do with who he is. Something like that. If I was in charge. Besides that, obviously the philosophy classes in primary and middle school and high school. Yeah, there we go. Done.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, friend. And just quickly, we have from YouTube Spag a €2. No, £2. Fuck, I do it all the time. It looks like an E. It looks like an E, right? The pound like sign looks like an E. A £2 super chat. Most of the knife crime is survival, not malicious. So I guess this is a response to.
They Brexited, so they didn't have to have that confused with the Euro and Prime.
Surviving what? What are you surviving? Are there rampant bears in the streets of London that they're fighting with knives?
Other
categorized as knife crime?
Scott, those 3 little girls, they just had money that he needed to survive, obviously.
They're right. It's a survival-based knife crime.
And Gibbs, they never switched to the euro.
Random back to bottom.
Well, you better extra get it right now because of the Brexit, all right?
Yeah,
you got to show them their respect for their tea and crumpet.
I'll give everybody the respect to do their opening statement. I just had to. That's just funny to me.
No, it's fine.
Survival-based life crime is crazy.
We should be able to respond to super chats, guys. If you have a super chat out there in YouTube land, we will respond to that. And I did so, Corey, in a timely manner.
You did.
Yeah.
Because the panels, we haven't been on air for more than an hour, or less than an hour, so it's on time.
I'll accept that. Let's go to our friend Ali.
All right, so I'll be repping for the Muslims and the Arabs. I have the Muslim merch on today, green and white, for everyone. But I feel like we've heard this story before. A group of refugees go to Europe. The Europeans don't like them. They're not assimilating quick enough. They hate them. They try, they're gonna round them up and kick them out, which is we saw how it happened the first time. We want to see how it happens the second time. I understand why people in England have a problem with all the immigrants. Okay, I get it. It makes sense. I think the issue isn't the conversation, but this is gonna be annoying. It's how the conversation's being had. It's always, well, the Muslims are doing this, the Pakistanis are doing this, the Afghani. These group of people come here and they're just fucking everything up. And it's like, well, kind of. But these are groups of people who didn't want to go there. Considering where they're coming from, they didn't want to go there. If they were fine where they were at, if things were fine where they were at, they wouldn't want to move to Europe in troves, especially England. England isn't like the prime European country to want to move to. So it's just the conversation needs to be had of well, okay, these people are here, they're causing problems, but what is the reason? Is it the demographic? Is it the culture? Or is it the fact that these are refugees who are coming, not necessarily assimilated, can't really assimilate quickly, don't necessarily want to assimilate, but you're just kind of forcing these groups of people that you brought over to do what? And then you're just having a bunch of you have the people of the country who are obviously going to be irritated when the jobs are going and they're hearing they're taking our jobs and so on and so forth. I get it. But the conversation needs to be had better, not just, well, no, the Pakistanis are just, clearly they're inbreeding and they're fucking. And this is just the people that, to Scott's point, you brought up the fact that they're putting them in smaller areas. I'm just saying, have a better conversation about it in general. And then, things maybe you don't have riots in the streets.
So much, man. Gibbs.
I gotta say, I'm really, really glad that Prime said he wanted to talk about this point generally. This is due to the fact this topic really opens up a smorgasbord of conservative talking points that I'm excited to cover. First, it was a knife attack that killed multiple people. This just proves guns aren't the issue. What a surprise! What a surprise! It wasn't the guns. If someone took their old knife, started shaking people, multiple people died. Lordy, I guess it wasn't the gun's fault. Secondly, if someone in this place had a gun to defend themselves, good guy with a gun would have taken them out just like they did whenever the Texas did the Draw Muhammad contest and they took out the terrorists that tried to kill the people there. Amazing how that works. Good guys with a gun solving problems. You're welcome, UK. Learn from Texas. We're better than you, and we know it. Third, I do want to talk about how demographics do matter, as Prime brought it up earlier. We have in the opening, whether or not it mattered, they do matter. We've had this issue here where the treasonous Biden-Harris admin has allowed the border to be opened up, and American citizens have been raped and killed by illegal aliens that were locked up and let free by this administration. In fact, we had a bill put forward called the Lake and Riley bill, and the treasonous Dems shut that down. I'm just saying it's clear that this is a collusion across the board, across multiple nations. I know it might sound a little Alex Jonesy, but it sounds like he was right. Again, they're sitting here trying to do the great replacement. It seems like it's going full swing, and people are surprised when they're mad about it. Wow, shocking, crazy. Let me just read you some statistics that Greg Abbott put out today. Y'all ready for this? Breaking! per DHS data provided by the Judiciary GOP between the fiscal years of 2021 and 2023. I don't know if y'all know who was in office. Side note, that'd be the treasonous Biden-Harris admin. At least 99 illegal aliens on the FBI terror watch list were released into the U.S. after being arrested by the Border Patrol at the southern border, and another 34 watch-listed aliens are still in DHS custody. Additionally, DHS data as provided to the committee reveals terror watch-list aliens from at least 36 different countries have been apprehended at the southern border under the bias-Harris admin. He didn't add treasonous, but we should just go ahead and add that in there. Treasonous, and whatever. Including Afghanistan, Iraq, Lebanon, Kyrgyzstan, I don't even know what this word is, Mauritania, where the fuck is that? Pakistan, so yeah, who gives a shit? It's some other country that's not here. Somalia, Syria, Tajikistan, Turkey, Uzbekistan, and Yemen. Let me tell you, those aren't in Latin America if I can't pronounce the name. I'll tell you what, it's amazing how well these people are coming from in droves, and they go, oh, when the 9/11 hijackers came on passports and visas. Wow, that doesn't explain that we have an open border where everybody can just run across it and problems are going to be caused. Yeah, absolutely. The people in the UK should be pissed about the immigrants coming in and no, they should be pissed because there's more sexual assaults. They should be pissed because there's more stabbings. I mean, clearly they took away the guns and now they're just getting stabbed in multiple things. Clearly guns weren't the problem. It's the immigrants' problem. That's all I have to say about that. Moving on.
That's all?
How
for now.
How is
it? Seems pretty expansive. I don't know what more you wanted.
I just want to say
more.
Quote: if I can't pronounce it, it's not in South America. Is fucking is a banger of a line.
How is Admiral Gibbs not the best? Whether you agree with him or not, how is he not the best? Like, audience, like in case you're not like subscribed, or you haven't like hit the follow button on Twitch, in case you haven't done that, don't do it for me, right? Do it because I bring on Admiral Gibbs all the time, and he's just the goddamn best, right?
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
And when you get going, you're actually like really good at public speaking. Actually, like, dude, that was really like. I mean, it's inspiring.
Very Alex Jones asked.
Yeah, I was about to say Alex Jones will hire you 100%.
Yeah.
Except I have higher tea than Alex Jones. Maybe I should start selling my tea supplements. Have you seen his weak ass beard?
We need proof of that. I want numbers.
The beard right here, the number of hair follicles here versus and on here versus. Yeah, that's a lie. Fake news.
Fake news. We're gonna move back.
I posted on Twitter that said the beard means you have more testosterone, Corey. So
I posted it, so therefore it must be true.
Done. Bam. Thank you. Please love to hear from you.
Okay. I don't know how I follow that up, but I'm gonna give it.
I
my
had to
best.
follow inbreeding.
That's true.
Yeah. So
tough pill to swallow.
When I looked at this issue, I knew absolutely nothing about it. Which made I'm still nowhere near, like, I still know very little about it, but I think it gave me a starting point from like zero to like looking to see what was going on. So it's complicated for a number of reasons. Like, the UK's population size isn't comparable to the United States, for obvious reason. So whenever they're taking on population sizes, like, I think they have more of a grievance than Americans have, just because we have so much land. I think people in the United States who generally make complaints about immigration, like, a lot of them have never even ran into an immigrant in their life. They just hear about it on Fox News, so that's what they care about. But it's not like a tangible thing. But the UK is kind of like, this one island. So I believe that they're actually having experiences with people with immigrants. Now, when I looked into the specifics of what these like, when I was like,
Who the
okay, are
fuck
these
has
immigrants
never run
actually
into an
having like crazy
illegal
high crime rates?
Immigrant.
The only immigrant group I found that seemed to be true for it seemed to be Caribbeans, actually, Caribbean blacks. But Caribbeans are such a low portion of UK's population that probably throws off the numbers to some degree per capita, and it makes it to where actually they don't really care about that. When I was looking at like Pakistanis and different like brown people, basically,
South Asians.
Yeah, their crime rate seemed to be at or below the average per capita and below like the white crime rate per capita. So I was like, huh. I was like, okay, that doesn't, at least from a data standpoint, that doesn't seem to be, the main reason. Now, again, more people there committing crime in general is going to be a problem, but it's not like they're committing some exorbitant amount of crime. It seems to be about, like I said, about average for the coast. Something that is true. The other argument people were making was like, oh, okay, are they actually taking jobs? And then I looked at the unemployment rate for a lot of the South Asian and Muslims, etc., and they actually were underemployed. They seem to have somewhere between a 9 to 11% unemployment rate, which unemployment is bad for populations for a number of reasons. We know it can have negative externalities to it, but there were a lot of UK citizens that were making the argument that they're coming in and taking the jobs when UK citizens unemployment rate is like 3% right now. It's unfathomably low. Like they actually do need workers to come in and need workers to come into specific industries. It seems even more so healthcare, especially a lot of the native population doesn't want to work in healthcare, and the native UK Englishers like population is getting older. They're not they don't have children at the same rate. So I think the average age of a native disappeared. The average age of a native from the UK is like 8 or 9 years older than the rest of the population. So that led me to believe like, oh, okay, outside of the economic benefits of bringing in immigrants, they actually need them just from a works to keep up their population. So all of that led me to reading this unfortunate story about this young guy, and they found out that, oh wow, this is a brown person, and they went on to attack mosques. Why did they do this? I'm sure there's a number of people who have like all their own justifications and negative externalities. But what I really had to come to at the end of the day is the UK kind of doesn't like brown people in their country. And that's even an argument you can make because these people aren't necessarily willing to shift on and attach themselves to the native culture, whatever that sounds like. But it's not necessarily that these people are bringing crime or doing all these horrible things. They just behave and exist in a very different way than what England's used to. And it's causing them to be, it's causing the natives to be kind of racist. Which again, you can or cannot justify depending on how you want to look at it. But we can go on from there. That was kind of long.
No, thank you. You're fine. Spag sent another £2. He says you need to get most of these people to understand the word most, right? So referring back to their previous super chat saying most of the knife crime is survival, not malicious. So that's their reply to the rest of you. So there you go.
He just means
yeah. I would like him just, he can DM me. He doesn't have to send another $2, but I'd prefer he give you another £2. And just give a link to a single knife crime, which would be one person stabbing another person that isn't malicious and isn't justified self-defense.
It wouldn't be a crime.
Well, yeah, you're talking about justified.
How the fuck can you say it's a knife crime that's not malicious? It's just what are you surviving from? Bears? I repeat what I said. Like, what the fuck does that mean?
I dare you to stab a bear and tell me.
I think it's weird. I mean, what you're asking for is like you're saying, show me one, but you can't use one of the justified ones.
He's saying that it's.
No, I'm saying, give me just
logically
one.
impossible.
No, it's not. No, he's saying, don't send me one that's justified. And
by definition of crime, he's saying the definition
you're missing something. You're missing something. What the person who donated money is claiming is that most of the knife crime is like, oh, he had to do a robbery to feed himself or whatever because the UK doesn't have a strong enough social safety net, apparently.
I get that. I'm not missing that, but that's still malicious to just rob people with a knife.
He wouldn't think so. This person wouldn't think so. This person would say there's the knife crime in which you just have like a random attack, and then there's the people who rob people with knives that also stab them because they need the money for whatever in the UK that the government doesn't give you for free, which I don't know what that is.
I was
but-
being vague to get 2 more pounds for Primecayes, okay? I was trying to trigger this person, not be fucking
come
charitable.
I think,
Okay, because fuck them,
we should
and they're
probably let the women
stupid,
speak.
and we should get more money from them, okay? Like, just play along sometimes.
Don't assume.
I'm cooking that right now. You right. I cannot assume. Golly, I gotta work on that. We gotta.
That's why I
we
put
need to
mine
do
up
it.
here.
We need to
That guy
do
needs
it.
money. That guy needs money so he doesn't commit a knife crime, Scott. okay?
Ghost.
We gotta-
Have you tested your chromosomes lately?
Oh my god.
I don't care about that anymore, man.
Before Ghosty goes in, we have to let another man's voice speak. Soyaddle with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Soyaddle. I hope you're still out there. And it was only 10 minutes ago. All right,
Good. On point.
Gibbs is being so soy right now.
Oh.
IBA is going to let him fight with women. So
that would be fair according to the Olympics, you know.
All right. Well, it kind of dovetails with what
What's the meme? Islam is right about women to trigger the left. It's like the new, like, it's okay to be white. You just say Islam's right about women, and then you force leftists to be like, no, Islam's wrong about women. Be like, oh, so Islam's a problem? And just watch their brain break.
Oh my god.
Just like saying the
Super
man
chats
should be
are
pregnant.
welcome. We will respond to your super chats. I'm on top of it today, firing on all
Promptly.
cylinders. So
Promptly.
No, hey, Barn, after if you miss one, like, it's game over.
it will happen. All right, now Ghost, best for last, obviously. Ghosty, please we'd love to hear you.
Okay. So I think that the far right is using this to basically they're exploiting this act of violence to push their agendas, because I don't see how this is related to immigration at all. And honestly, I think they're so desperate for it to be related to immigration. They were putting out false news about it, or I don't know if they were false assumptions, they were purposely done, and they were just jumping on it to exploit an act of violence to create more violence to push their own agendas. And I think it's funny, like I feel like the right does this a lot. Like, you know, they complain about Me Too all the time, but as soon as an immigrant rapes a woman, it's like, oh, all of a sudden they super care about rape victims and shit. It's like, I just think they really you know, they're just using this for their own agenda. Do I think this has to do with immigration? I don't know, because we don't know. What I think doesn't matter, because we don't know. I'm pretty sure his parents. I guess we don't know. We can assume that his parents came over here legally. He's a second-generation immigrant. He was born in England, so he's Rwanda is like a vastly Christian country. So I don't know how this would have came from his ideals. I really just think this is a grab for them to try to relate this to immigration to push their own political agendas, and I think it's really disgusting.
Thanks so much. Open to the panel.
I want to say that if he is from Rwanda, he was just embracing his cultural history of genocide via knives. I mean, isn't that what the Tutsis and the Tutsis did back in the day? They committed massive genocide with machetes. That's what they did, right? I mean,
like the British.
I watched.
He could be indulging his British culture that he
I
was
watched
raised
some
in
UK
for
people
17 years.
I watched some UK people talk about this, and so what happened was, the kid, they find out the kid is Rwandan. They go and they start attacking mosques. He's brown, he has to be Muslim, even though Rwanda is 90% Christian, 2% Muslim. So like they were really playing the lotto on that one. The justification I heard, the justification I heard was all of it ties in to immigration in general. They don't want Muslims. They don't want brown people. It's not that they don't want anyone that isn't English. And so the justification that people are using that, well, no, the kid was born in Wales, so on and so forth. The people that were part of this riot, well, their argument is just because you're born here doesn't mean you're English. And just because the fact that your parents came here, right, and you were able to be born here is a problem that we don't want. And that's like the justifications I'm hearing, is that anything other than English they don't want. And it does seem to lean specifically towards like brown Muslim.
So hold on. So I think this is like, I don't know if it's a nasty trick that you guys are playing. I don't want to ascribe it to that, right? right? But the concept of like individualizing the case is kind of silly, because what we are talking about is growing tensions over the last 50 years that was exacerbated in the last 20 years, right? Like throughout all of American history, revolutions, political mobs, like, I mean, like we could do the same thing with Black Lives Matter, right? And we could say, we could look at the George Floyd case and we could say, well, actually, as more data came out, it appears that it might not have been the fucking Derek Chauvin completely. It might be the fact that he was on fentanyl. And when you look at another video camera from a Chinese restaurant across the street, you can see that the
But
narrative
that wouldn't matter.
about Right, it wouldn't exactly,
Well, who
right?
brought the
Because
fentanyl
it's
here?
because it was a powder keg of racial tensions between the way that people felt about policing in America. The individual case is just the spark, right? So when we're talking about like why are these people doing this thing, and it's like it's all misinformation. It's like even if this
was the
case,
straw.
right, this is the straw that breaks the camel's back. And it's like, yes, you are correct that there are right-wing grifters and there is a destruction of journalism that has started since the 1990s, where we used to, every single publication used to only publish a story if they had one named source on the record and two unnamed sources. And then Twitter came out, and all of a sudden journalism and news became a fight to see who could get the breaking news the fastest. And they would put out bullshit and lies constantly, and part of it because they're liars, and part of it just because they want to get on the story. So it's like, I agree with you that this person is almost certainly not not Muslim, right? And that the attacking of the mosque and saying, well, it's because of this act would be a retarded line of logic. And I agree that there are right-wing grifters on the internet that put out misinformation and put out shit that's not true just to get engagement, right? They will intentionally put out shit that they know is untrue just because they want more fighting in the comments, because it will boost them in the algorithm and they'll get more
You
money.
think there was no connection to him being Rwandan and them attacking the mosques in the same, like after finding out? Like, do you think those were
This is
separate
the second
events?
time before the panel, and again, where I've stated where I state something and then you say, wait, you
Well, I was
think
trying
this,
to clarify.
and I'm saying, right. Like, I don't ever do a univariate analysis. There are going to be retards in every camp that do retarded things, and then there are going to be people with multiple different desires and goals,
though.
etc. Like, no, I'm not obfuscating. I absolutely agree that there are going to be white supremacists here. I absolutely agree that there's going to be, to a lesser degree, people that have a problem with all brown people. And then I think to a larger degree, there's going to be people that have a problem with immigration in general. I think there are going to be peaceful protests, right? And then there are going to be violent, horrific protests, like individuals that are just looking for a reason to burn down fucking hotels with women and children in them. But what I'm saying is that this actually game where we go, well, actually, this story isn't a Muslim, therefore, why are there even protests? Like, what is even going on? It's like the Rotherham report. The fact that 14.8% of the entire United Kingdom population is a first-generation immigrant that is not a native citizen. We have 10.4 million immigrants, and a fuck ton of them are improperly assimilated second-generation immigrants that have grown up in a town where their entire culture and community is still basically where they came from and are not properly assimilated. And when you look at that number over the last 30 years, it's somewhere between 15 to 20 million in a country that has less than 90 million as a population. It is an insane percentage of people. This is a powder keg. And so, yeah, I mean, like, this case isn't the prettiest case, but I don't care if it's a pretty case, because I don't want people fucking rioting anyways. I'm not looking for a reason to justify it. But we have to actually talk about the issue. And the issue isn't this specific case and whether or not it's Muslims. It's about the policies, the quote unquote will of the people not being followed with Brexit. The fact that no one went to jail after the Rotherham report came out is one of the greatest travesties in Western history ever.
Do you think that they have? Do you think that
Why
there's like an obligation?
politicians? Why attack the civilians? Why attack? Why the English?
Did I not start this off by saying I condemn the destruction of all of these things, but I don't necessarily condemn attacking certain political buildings
I know.
and police stations? But I can't say much more than that on Twitch and YouTube.
Because the follow-up question is, why do you think they're immigrating so many people? Is it just to cause tension? Like, what do you think? Do you think?
I think it's multiple, right? Like I think it's left-wing ideology. I think it is, as you said, social services are strained because first world countries population and birth rates have gone down, and I think a lot of that is due to socialism, and a lot of that is due to industrialization and moving into neighborhoods as opposed to being in large knit family communities where I think there are a ton of reasons why birth rates are declining. But I think what you have is social situations like the NHS, for example, are based upon a premise that we will have an increase in population, and therefore we can take care of the aging population. And it's the same in the United States with Social Security. The problem is that the population is not replacing itself. And so these systems are going to collapse because they are promising, healthcare for life. They are promising housing. They are promising, their own forms of retirement plans. The UK is a little different because they have like mandatory 401k type systems. In a lot of places, it's actually a little bit smarter than ours. But even still, there are a lot of reasons for that. Like, so some of that is going to be conservative. Some of that is going to be protecting the socialism that they built. Some of that is going to be leftist ideology, and multiculturalism is our strength. There are a lot of factors here, but they have led to horrible policies that have been destroying communities, and the response to that has been for them to silence them, use the police state to silence them, to attack them, to call them racist, to go door to door and demand their TV license so that they can continuously be propagandized by state-run media. And we've been warning about it for years.
So let's move on to Bam and then Ghosty.
Yeah, this doesn't have to be a Scott answer. Anybody can kind of speak to it. Like, I agree and acknowledge that I agree and acknowledge that the migrant populations, however they get there, first, second generation, whatever, are having a shift in the culture and the way that the cultures of the UK in these locations. And I understand exactly why native populations who would have issue with that. But my thing is, my question is generally, does anyone feel like a country has a right to that? I understand that a country can make a decision to maintain to insulate its culture, but does a country have an objective right to maintain its culture?
There's no such thing as an objective right from a country's perspective. As a nation only has the rights that it allows itself to defend. Meaning that if I'm stronger than you and I can invade you and you fail, then nothing cares about your rights. Whatever right you have as a nation, if you could do it and your population won't revolt and there's no revolution, there's no whatever, then whatever. Yeah, it's basically
take away their guns and you can do a lot more.
It's self-defined. Rights are self-defined.
That's right.
For sure. Because the only reason I say is because I feel like the crime and the other things, like I said, everything I've looked up just seems to be that, like, yes, they exist, but not in a rate that's like ridiculously off from the native population.
So the problem with that is, so we have a similar problem in the United States. It's worse in the UK in the way they track crime statistics, especially when they do it by race. They intentionally, they started with just calling them all Asians. And then eventually you'll find tons of reports.
I found breakdowns based on ethnicity and
politicians
it just
and the news media, right? I'm not talking about like fucking the Jews, if that's what you're trying to fucking insinuate. But no, we have a similar issue in the United States, and it's an issue of data collection. And so here's the problem: is government, databases on whether or not someone is or isn't an illegal immigrant they only have some level of accuracy, right? They can be really good and reasonably accurate, or they can be really bad and really inaccurate. And so what happens when we collect crime statistics based off of immigration is we will send the data to determine whether or not they're an illegal immigrant. And a lot of times you will have, they won't have any information on them. And so it'll be inconclusive. And so it gets thrown into the inconclusive category, or it gets thrown into the native population category. And so what you have is you have crimes that are being committed by immigrants that are then reported as crimes that are being done by native-born citizens, and therefore it artificially lowers the immigrant crime statistics while also artificially raising the native population. The best stuff we have is in Texas, because Texas is the only state in the United States that has the government then step in, and the state government then continuously tries to find that data. And in Texas, what you'll find is somehow magically in Texas, illegal immigrants commit rapes and murders at way higher rates, like orders of magnitude higher than the native population. But in the rest of the country, they don't. The problem again is that doesn't mean that immigrants in Texas are the same as immigrants in the rest of the United States. Because what happens in Texas? Well, the people that are in Texas are people that don't leave, right?
Sure,
they stay near southern
this is
border.
getting further and further away from my question. I'm just saying that like the best data we have out doesn't seem to point to.
Well,
that.
sometimes
So
you
we
have
just
to actually explain data.
Because I think that even
Like,
if
you
it was
can't
all
just- you
perfect,
can't just- it can't just
sure,
be a
I'm saying
data
that this is what the data says, and I'm saying even if all that was perfect, I still don't think these people want the immigrants there. So can we?
Okay, yeah, but
somebody address
I'm
that?
explaining
That
why
framework?
the
But I'm giving you
data
a
is
framework.
likely
Let's just stay
inaccurate.
in the ball I gave you. Somebody can stay in the ball I gave you. Lactoid, do you want to do that?
I was in the ball you gave me.
you just
Data
rejected
is
it.
complicated, and this
You just
is
rejected it.
pseudo.
You
No,
said that,
this
no,
is
they actually are doing crime.
anti-intellectualism.
Don't
This is
trust the
this is
data.
you don't want an argument where we actually talk about data.
No, I'm asking
because
you
it's too boring for
to
you.
answer a question based off the framework I gave you, and you just said that no, your framework's wrong because I think so, and there's these reasons
Yeah, and then I gave it and explained the data and explained why the question is problematic.
But that's not my question. I want somebody to answer my question.
Yeah, I proved your presumptions within the question
could you-
wrong.
could you-
You're
real
pissed.
quick,
You don't live
could
in
you-
the
could you
UK.
re- could you repeat
For
the
sure.
question real quick?
I'm saying that based on the data that exists, the data doesn't point to there being an exasperation of crime among like Muslim immigrants. They don't seem to be that dramatically higher than the native population. And not when I say native population, I mean white people.
They don't seem. I explained why that's incorrect. But I'm not allowed to because you gotta stick within my framework.
Okay, come on. I do want to move past this. So
I want this lived experience bullshit. I want data.
I'm not. You're doing a lived experience thing. I'm saying that you're appealing
the data.
No,
that he
I'm
has,
not.
But you're saying the data that he has is wrong. Where would you get the correct data from?
I have data that leaks
Okay, hold
information
on,
of crime in other countries.
We're gonna after Bam asks this question, like we're gonna go Steve.
I think I heard it.
Corey
Yeah.
Gibbs. All right.
Yeah, but I still think that these people generally have an issue with the shifting culture of immigration, regardless of crime. I just don't think they want their culture to be different from the traditional British culture.
Maybe they just don't want their daughters raped, and they want someone to do something about it.
Lactoid can answer.
Now they're all rapists.
Like,
Okay.
we'll move on
You
down
just-
that
there's
way.
no
I never said they were all rapists.
in the UK.
Hey! We have a little amount of time. here. Come on.
He's saying that they have an unreasonable belief
hey.
that they're rapists.
Okay, Lactoid. do you
It's
want
not
to answer
unreasonable
the
after the
question?
bother him.
Stop it!
So
Lactoid,
fair
do you
enough.
wanna-
It's fair enough. So I'm going to address a couple things.
Prejudice.
The first thing obviously I try to build bridges, right? Bam, I know what you're looking at, and here's a couple.
Just don't
things
do it
that
with
we have
tax
to keep-
dollars.
Here's a couple things that we have to deal with when we're looking at the data. Firstly, the UK doesn't take crime data by country of origin in the same way that other countries like Sweden do, which is a major problem, right? The Tories proposed this earlier this summer. It still hasn't gone through yet, so we don't actually know what the breakdown is. I'm guessing you're looking at the BBC article, which is indicating that, hey, we've broken down by number of foreign nationals, over 10,000 in prison, out of a total population of 85,000. And that, hey, when we look at these prisoners, we see that very common nationalities include Albanian, Polish, Romanian, Irish, and Jamaican. It's undoubtedly true that there, like a lot of these countries, especially Polish and Albanian, there are connections with the mafia there in terms of funneling in contraband. This is also true in Sweden as well, right? The Russian mafia funnels in a lot of explosives, guns, etc., in order to commit crime. The problem with this data, though, is I think that the glaring issue is it doesn't have it broken down by nationality, and it doesn't have it broken down by crime type, which is critically important, right? Wouldn't we want to know, like, oh, what are the kinds of crimes that these different people are arrested for? How many crimes did they commit? Right? Do we have one person who committed 18 crimes? Well, they're going to be counted as a prisoner, just like the Polish guy who committed tax evasion potentially, like he might be in there as well and counted just as a prisoner. So until we actually get the actual breakdown of the data, which the Tories are trying to get, by the way, they're trying to propose this, we won't know for sure. All we can go off of is the European countries that actually do track this data, like Sweden. And the data in Sweden is just, it's open and close, right? You take a look at it, just overwhelmingly it is the case that foreign-born nationals and the children of foreign-born nationals who are born in Sweden have much higher crime rates than the native-born population or children born to native parents. It is just inarguable. The government of Sweden acknowledges this. They literally put out like things saying, "Hey, we know it's true, but we can't use this to blame all of them," right? Like we're serious about crime. We're going to tackle it. And I can send you that data too. We could talk about it.
I believe it about Sweden. I just was not talking about Sweden. I got you.
Well, I know we're not talking about Sweden, but again, Sweden's recording crime in a way that the UK just isn't right now, and so it's difficult to deal with UK data given that we don't have enough specificity.
But you acknowledge there's a possibility that it could come out that they aren't.
It would go against the trend in every European country that is recording it, but it is theoretically possible. But here's the other thing. Here's the other dishonest thing that some researchers on the UK crime data are doing. That I think is just ridiculous. Which is they'll say, "Hey, look, crime is going down and immigration is going up. Therefore, obviously, immigrants don't contribute to crime." But the big issue with this, though, is crime has been generally going down since the 90s. It's been going down dramatically in the U.S., by the way, with the rise of the internet, the removal of lead in gasoline, the removal of lead exposure generally. And that doesn't necessarily mean that crime, our immigration and refugees aren't like a positive crime pressure. It just means that there could be other negative crime pressures that are removing more crime than perhaps the crime is being added from refugee groups. Again, in every developed country, you see massive declines in crime after the 90s, with obviously some exceptions. That there's like civil wars or particular issues in that specific country, but it's a general trend, right? You see declining crime. A lot of that has to do with the internet. So I think the data is difficult to work with, but all the data that we do have does seem to indicate that, like, yes, it does seem to be like a heightened crime issue. I agree with you that culture is also probably a part of it as well, but there is going to to be like a heightened crime issue. Last question.
I just want to answer the culture part. I'm
also
saying
the Rotherham report.
If there was a 0%,
why are we not talking about that?
Crime rate, okay, if there was a 0% crime rate, I still think that there would be a significant portion of the population. If these people didn't want to assimilate,
there'd be some. Wait, hold on. There would be some. There would be some. I don't think it'd be that much, but there would be some. The last thing I want to ask for the people in here. Let's just say that a report is done on these UK riots after the fact, and it discovers that less than 50% of the people involved were involved in any kind of violence. Would you guys categorize this as a fiery but mostly peaceful protest?
Say that one more time, please.
Yeah.
If it turns out, let's say they do a report on this, and most of the people in the UK protests right now were not involved in violence. Let's say like 60% were just like they didn't commit violence. Would you categorize this as a fiery but mostly peaceful protest?
No, that's not how protests work. Like if they're a mostly peaceful protest speaks to the majority of protests had zero violence, and then you had some protests that had some violence. But
that appears to be the case currently.
Yeah, if you're talking about the one protest, if you're talking about the one protest that happened, or is there multiple?
And you have like 40% of the people.
There's protests happening all over the UK right now.
There's like 35 simultaneous protests going on, like at any given moment, and like one or two of them will have violence. But that doesn't excuse the violence, right? Right, but so just another thing about the crime data, very quickly. You know, we already know.
I just want. If no one wants to answer the question I asked.
No, I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna finish very quickly. I'm gonna finish very quickly. We know from the Rotherham report that at least one town, the police were actively doing everything they could to hide and push under the rug crime. So even if the crime data is showing that there is a lower crime rate, we don't know to what degree, but we know that there is a proclivity of the police to hide crime and hide crime data. So the data that we have might, even if it's not diversified or broken down by cohort and demographic, is still likely to be not as accurate as it should be because they're hiding data.
Go to Ghosty and I'll try
we gotta move on.
Go to Ghosty. I'll try again because I failed.
Yeah. So we're gonna go to Ghosty, Lactoid, Corey Gibbs, and Dream.
You're gonna go Ghosty, Lactoid, Corey Gibbs?
Okay.
Because they
just spoke.
Yeah, go to Gibbs. That's
yeah, because Lactoid was on the list before.
Yeah, Corey, you're talking way
he
too
was
much.
answering
He
damn
skipped the
questions.
list.
Like Jesus Christ.
Okay. I just wanted to point out this is exactly why trying to tie incidents like this with like whatever political thing, in this case it's immigration, is counterproductive. And specifically, this is the far right that is pushing this, right? Like, that's out there doing the riots and stuff, like, at least the
Do you have any evidence of that?
And they're the big
Do you have any
people
evidence
on
of that
Twitter.
other than claims by the media?
It's actually the way they calculate the violence of protest in UK is different from other countries. When we look how they do it in other countries, if the UK would do that, we would know.
Yeah, no, you're meaning. I'm just asking.
We
Do you
know
have
it.
any evidence that the primary force, driving force
And I
of
just
these
answered you.
protests is the far right?
It's how they calculate.
I mean, based on Twitter, yeah.
Based on Twitter,
like, who's
that's not
engaging-
evidence.
Based on the people who are on Twitter and interacting at the protest.
Twitter is not
Twitter
is not in any way, shape, or
now.
form representative of reality, right? Twitter is representative of the loudest voices and the most bombastic people that are the most politically engaged, and your Twitter feed is going to be mostly Americans, not actually UK people. Because I mean, I'm not saying that it isn't the far right that is predominantly pushing these protests, but I'm seeing counter evidence, such as the IRA and the Protestants and Catholics and workers' unions all working together. Are they all representative of the far right in their protests? Like, I think you're just saying it because it's a touted line of NPC talking points. Like, I don't think you actually have a reason to reasonably believe that it's just the
if
far
you're
right.
If you're literally throwing bricks at police officers and, setting cars on fire and shit, I would say that's pretty far. Like, you're pretty far.
Yeah, I mean,
at
you know,
that
the
point,
far
right?
left
If
of
you're
that,
actually
you-
inciting.
the far
Okay, would you
left of that
consider
was
the
BLM.
Muslims that are beating up random people on the street for being white, would you consider them far right, or would you consider them a different group that is driving protests?
I'd consider them extremists. Probably, yeah.
They're far right for sure.
Okay, so
But
so when you say far
anyways,
right,
I'm
you
trying
mean
to
the
say this
Muslims
is-
as well as political white nationalists in the UK.
Far right.
So the far right is basically
Let her have her
everything you
point.
don't like.
I feel like, babe,
Fundamentalists-
Scott, let her make her finish that. Get her point all the way
Fundamentalist
out.
Muslims are absolutely far right. I mean, I know.
Right, I'm just breaking down the
Fundamentalist
bullshit of
Muslims?
this term of far
They're
right.
conservative is what
Muslims
he's
are not in the far right category.
He's conservative
Hey,
is what he's
hey,
trying to say. They're
Are we
conservative.
serious?
Hey,
Yeah, they are.
guys,
Fundamentalist Muslims are.
let's let Ghosty get it out, all right? And then you can tell her how wrong
Okay.
she is on everything. All right, Ghosty, please.
I'm just I'm just saying I really think that how this started was like with misinformation from the far right on Twitter, and that's where all the protests started, and they're trying to tie something that's unrelated to immigration to this, and I think it's actually really counterproductive because I think there actually are issues with immigration, and probably especially in the UK. But this just causes division when it's like totally unnecessary, because now people are arguing over this when you could just be having a conversation about immigration, but instead you're trying to tie something that's totally unrelated to it. And they rarely are just like desperate for any kind of act of like, oh my god, his parents are from Rwanda, so this will totally help our political agenda. Let's just like jump on this and say it's like this is immigration problem. This is all just like a political problem. I think it's
How many people are involved in the conspiracy to lie to the entire population of the United Kingdom and maintain this lie to push forward active protests?
You want an
as
exact
opposed to
number?
talk about. Well, no, it's like you're making a claim that there is a conspiracy of people that are using misinformation to mislead the
Wait,
population.
there was AI, right? And he's not Muslim.
Conspiracy of people.
Right. What the intelligent thing to say here, right, which I've already stated, and it's perfectly fine and commiserate with this, is that yes, there are grifters and there are people that put out bullshit. But what you were talking about is a powder keg of issues that have been building up for 40 years. The individual case has very little
It's
to do
unrelated to this,
with what's
though.
happening. It is related
It's not
as
related to this, though. So how is it, like,
far.
you're trying to make it related for your own political agenda. Again, it's just like, see,
What
this
is my political
exactly why
agenda?
I've been right. This is exactly why.
Okay, so
Goes through
I'm
the
trying to tie it to say that it's exactly why, but I don't need it to be tied or untied for that very reason. What I'm saying is that these political tensions exist, and it is just waiting for a catalyst. That is how every revolution, every major political coup, and things of that nature happen. It's not one
It's
thing that sets these
unnecessary.
things off. It's just basic
We could be
history.
talking about knife violence instead, or we could be talking about mental health or something. Instead, we're talking about immigration. We don't even know what caused this, but we're just automatically saying it's immigration because of
Because nobody's concerned about the one fucking attack. They're concerned about the giant riots and the buildup of tensions and problems over 40 years. This is just the little thing that has set it off. That is not the cause of misinformation. There are a multitude of people. Okay, if you go out and you just ask these people, are you aware of these basic facts? I guarantee you that a majority of the people that are protesting will recognize that this person, that they now know that this person was Rwandan and isn't a Pakistani Muslim from Luton, okay? But they don't care. And the reason they don't care is because that's how this shit happens, is that you keep kicking down a group and then they try and fight and they feel frustrated and they feel unheard and they feel their communities breaking down and they feel like they have no other option left but violence. And yeah, that's how all people make decisions.
Though. That's the problem. That's the problem. They're mad over misinformation.
Now, see, this is the Mott and Bailey. No, this is the Mott and Bailey of bullshit. You're trying to tie one individual case to all of the fucking problems. You're the one tying things together so that you can make it all misinformation.
I'm gonna try to move this along. All right. So, Ghosty. So what our friend Scott's trying to say is that like when we have these moments in time, right? Like when there is a spark that causes a
French Revolution, let them eat bread. That was never even happened.
Yeah.
That was misinformation that caused the French Revolution. So why even talk about the French Revolution? Let's talk about why let them eat bread is false.
He's saying one, it doesn't matter what the cause of it is, right? But like it's what the environment that it happened in, right? So like let's kick it back to US for the George Floyd protests, right? Like if George Floyd died in the exact same way, he's videotaped and all, people see it, it doesn't have the same effect. There aren't people marching on the streets for like months at a time if there isn't a sense of like a racial tension between the police, right? Isn't this narrative among the population that the police are dangerous to African Americans, right? Like that, it happens within that environment, and then that causes it. Even if, right, we found out later on that instead it was black cops who killed a white man, right? And somehow we got that wrong. I don't know, misinformation, right? Even if that had been the case, it doesn't stop the protest. It doesn't stop
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Because this is an expression of like of that frustration, right? Rather than like that specific incident being the problem. What do you think of that?
His name's written Hero, by the way.
Right.
Ignore
I just don't even know if it's even warranted because it's not. It just doesn't even seem related. So I really think people are just jumping on anything and trying to use any excuse, just again because for their own political reasons.
I get what she's saying. I think what she's saying is just because people, even though people have this perception about what's going on, it doesn't mean that their perception is true. And so because their perception isn't actually true, therefore that it doesn't make sense for them to even have this reaction in the first place, and which led to that. So what she's trying to say is the misinformation that's happening is their belief that somehow their identity is like the cause or relevant to why somebody did a certain thing, when it's probably a bunch of features, just like how a lot of men are, or how a lot of women are like, I hate all men, or like fuck men, or etc. Just because it just so happens to be a disproportionate amount of people who are committing a crime happen to be men, and just because a disproportionate amount of certain crime is happening in one certain demographic, doesn't mean it makes sense to be prejudiced of that certain demographic, especially when the vast majority of that demographic actually isn't committing heinous crimes.
Because we have a limited amount of time here. So let's go to Lactoid, Corey, Gibbs, Dream, Ali. And quickly before we do that, Bam, thank you for kindly gifting those subs, right? At some point in the past.
I owed you. I've been messing up the last few things, so I owed you some.
Thank you, dude. You've been incredibly kind. Consider supporting the channel. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. If you want to support this content, if you've been enjoying it so far. If you have Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming, consider using that one free sub here. But yeah, let's go to our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just finish up quickly on the prior line of questioning. When I asked, like, let's say 60% of the people involved were not involved in any kind of violence, would that be a fiery but mostly peaceful protest? Some people said no, because it doesn't go by the amount of people involved. It goes by whether or not violence happens at a protest, which is interesting to me, because this would indicate that, you have a giant protest. If one incidence of violence, now all of a sudden it's a riot. Maybe, but let's just work with that definition for a second, even though I do have problems with it. Let's say that we use that definition, and even under that definition, 49% of the protests actually have a incidence of violence recorded there. 49%, 49.9%. Would you call it a fiery but mostly peaceful protest then?
Who are you asking?
Bam specifically. I want Bam's answer.
I knew it. Yeah, I don't think
Answer
I
the question, black man.
I feel like when we use most like colloquially, we're talking like 85, 90s. I feel like we're
75 and up.
50-50. I feel like using most colloquially doesn't really seem useful.
Okay, so like 75 and up, roughly, is what you're thinking?
Yeah, that's what I would say.
90.
You would say 90.
It's interesting.
80% of the protests were violent.
I think
there's a video.
They should hold their standards to BLM. Wouldn't BLM like 90%?
Sky News actually had had their own mostly peaceful protest incident. There's a report. You can find the video. There's a reporter on Sky News where she's just lambasting the far right and the whites for all of their protests and everything. And then as she's saying that, there is a group of brown individuals with bats that are ready to go counter protest or do their own thing, and they surround her and they have to cut off the feed. and it's like the exact same moment as him being like mostly peaceful protest while on CNN when there was a burning building behind him. I just thought that was funny that and I don't think disparity in reporting in the media is
I love to see
true
that.
everywhere.
Yeah, I don't think it's like a one person acts out of the crowd thing, but I do think like a lot of people made the argument that like January 6th can't be considered a riot because less than 5% of the people were rioting. But like if you're talking about like 200,000 people, like 20,000 people rioting is a pretty significant number.
Yeah, I mean, it's subjective, but it's held in fear,
you.
right? So it's like it's not about whether or not one person gets injured, right? It's like it's things that occur at a protest that cause us to feel like it's a riot, because there's no real good definition of what is and isn't a riot compared to like people marching on the streets. But it's like when a building, when a Greg's is one of the grocery stores that was looted in the UK, for example, right? It immediately in your mind you're like there's rioting happening, right? Like there's looting happening, like there are these things. So it's not really about percentages.
The law is broken. It
Right.
changes from protest to riot.
Well, I think you can have and another thing about like mostly peaceful, like so for example, when Dr. King marched on Washington, there's never been an example of a more peaceful protest because it was mostly silent during the walk in the middle of the street with basically nothing occurring until they got there, and everyone that was leading the protest was in suits, right? And if you compare that to, let's say, an actual peaceful protest, right? For example, when my mother was in downtown Richmond, she had people threaten her with guns and, proclaim that because she was white, she shouldn't be in this area anymore because, this was, for them. And she had to come live with me in my house for a couple months. But there was no reported crimes that occurred there, right? So it's like, it's the most white girl thing I'm going to say on the panel tonight, probably. But in a lot of ways, like whether or not a protest is considered peaceful is kind of a vibe. And then there are certain objective things that push it towards this was obviously a riot, but January 6th is a great example of that, where like percentage wise, you might not compare it as a riot, but if you watch certain videos of certain areas, it's obviously a mob fighting with police and like they're throwing smoke canisters back and forth and they're being pushed back. Whereas other places are just chill people standing around. So, I mean, like, yeah, I do think it is a subjective thing there.
I can give you the legal definition, by the way, for vibe here is just aggravating factors, right? This particular gathering of people had enough aggravating factors like involved that we would call it a riot. If it has a lot of aggravating factors, we might call it an insurrection. If it has a fuck ton, now it's like a civil war.
Let's go to our friend Corey, Gibbs, Drink, Ali.
So like my Canadian friend Lactoid, I too try to build bridges. And so Bam, I guess rewinding a bit, I think you asked at least to me, a pointed question, but I'm biased. Where I think you asked the question of like, correct me if I'm wrong, but like largely like, does a country have a right to like protect its culture or something to that effect, right?
I answered that question already, man. You talking about nobody answered your question? I answered that.
Well, you dealt with like the idea of like objectivity.
You asked that question.
I understand that, but that wasn't the meat of what I was speaking to. I believe I agree with you. You did try. You did absolutely. I'm sorry about that. You got it. But Corey, yes. What do you think about that?
Well, I think I'm in a somewhat unique position where, and also maybe interesting and ironic, where I'm in Quebec, okay, a French-speaking province in Canada that literally tried to separate from Canada at one point, held the referendum. That was like deadly close. Because like literally here in Quebec, we have language laws. We have literally a language police that we spend money on. Of like, if French writing is smaller than English writing at a restaurant, well, you're in trouble. Because
They're
like
serious about that shit.
Yeah, because protecting French culture and French identity is super important to Quebecers. And I can, as an Anglophone, okay, I'm the type of person that like most French Quebecers, Quebecois hate. Of like, I'm Anglophone, and I've largely been surrounded by Anglophone communities all my life, and I haven't assimilated into French culture, even though I've been born here. But I understand sort of where the sentiment comes from. Where the sentiment comes from, where at one point historically, like Quebec did not have, let's say, as much self-determination as it did now. It's largely controlled by the English-speaking world, and then as a result of the Quiet Revolution, okay, Quebec wanted to take matters into their own hands, and that's why Quebec identity, well, French Quebec identity is super important to them. Now, whether that's good or not, I teeter back and forth, but I think Quebec does have some right to like, I think they go a little bit step too far to my own detriment as an English speaker. But like, I understand where they're coming from, basically. And I don't think, I think Quebec tries to strike a balance, but I think maybe not the greatest balance.
I just want to be clear. I didn't answer that question only because I didn't want to get into like hardcore ANCAP shit and derail the stream, right? Like, fuck the government.
Stick with the
have no
inbreeding.
right to anything.
That's your wheelhouse.
Well, it's an important part of it's an important part of the discussion is the inbreeding. I know you want to meme on it, but it's a problem.
No, I'm not. I'm memeing on it in the sense that,
I don't give two fucks about the inbreeding. I'm gonna be honest. Like,
I mean, my answer.
Well, I mean, if you want to solve this problem, right, you're gonna have to figure out what is causing
problem
inbreeding.
we're talking about. Oh God, listen.
Inbreeding is a serious problem. 60% of Pakistanis in the United Kingdom are blood related to their spouse, and 37% are first cousins.
So you've heard of it. Wow. Listen, Fabian, I know
that's a problem.
Listen, I know that you're upset about British Alabama, but we got bigger fish to fry than British Alabama, all right? Like, let's fucking move on from there, Papa. So actually, both Ghosty and Fabian are actually, I'm going to get to it.
Why?
Listen.
Why is that not a problem?
Pipe down. Let me talk, Papa. Let me talk. I've listened to you talk for like 30 minutes now. I've been quiet and good. So listen. So both Ghosty and Fabian are actually right about two different things, right? Fabian is right about it doesn't matter which specific fire starter incident is the thing that causes XYZ event. Like Let Them Eat Cake caused the French Revolution, like Tweedledee and Tweedledum caused the end of the world. Who knows? That doesn't matter what we got going on with the one specific event. What Ghosty's right about is that we should be talking about the real issue. The biggest issue is the wholesale public gaslighting by the left. That's what's happening. Let's talk about immigration and some stats. I know that the UK is real bad about how they do this, and I know the United States is also real bad about stats, but we can look at the rest of Europe instead. In France, President Macron claimed that half of Paris crime is committed by foreigners, either illegal immigrants or waiting for a residence permit. Wow, half. Okay, half, more than half of the capital. All right, Sweden, we brought that up earlier, has something like, there have been 447 murders committed in Germany. Oh, this is Germany. Hold on, we're gonna get to Germany in a second. We'll talk Germany. 447 killings and murders by illegal migrants in Germany last year. All right, crazy. All right, Sweden has something like 60% of their rapes have been committed by over the 58% of men convicted in Sweden of rape and attempted rape in the past 5 years were born abroad. All right, this clearly shows a trend. Let's go to Texas, since Texas is the only state that's telling the truth here in the United States. We have over 310 classified illegal non-citizens committed over 745,000 criminal offenses, which included arrests for 1,598 homicide charges, 92,960 assault charges, 20,860 burglary charges, 90,000 drug charges. I'm just kidnapping, theft. The list goes on and on and on and on. And then the left wants to sit here and turn around and go, wow, immigrants don't actually commit crimes at the same rate as natives. That's just a lie. And they go and they commit this half-assed bullshit data, like that Fabian was talking about with the UK. It's clearly the books are cooked. They're sitting here arresting people for making mean Twitter posts, and then these people are sitting outraged over like not getting Brexit, and they go, well, they shouldn't be mad because like someone committed a mass stabbings, and we only have spoons to defend ourselves from these invaders. Well, guess what? People are pissed. People are pissed, and lo and behold, they get mad and they burn shit down. We saw it with BLM. I'm not condoning either one of these riots, but guess what? People were pissed then. They got mad about the George Floyd thing. Well, you know what they should have been mad about, George Floyd? They should have been mad about immigration, because he wouldn't even have fentanyl in the system if we had shut down the border. It's really that simple. I just don't understand why people can sit here and go, immigration is not the problem, when it's very clearly driving crime up across the board in numerous countries worldwide.
I feel like people connect. Oh, you can go, Dream. I don't know what to say.
Yeah. So I first thing I want to do, I just by raising hands, just answer the question that I'm about to ask you guys. Is that does anyone think that it's justified to blame a group of people for something when the vast majority of this group isn't committing said act?
Sorry.
When you say blame, what do you mean?
I'm about to say, when you say vast majority.
So, for example, the vast majority of crime is done by, or not vast majority, but, oh my bad. Would you blame a group? let me re-ask the question, and then let me re-ask the question. Would you blame a group whose population disproportionately commits something negative, but the vast majority of that group doesn't engage in that negative thing? For example, men disproportionately commit crimes, but the vast majority of men aren't crime committers in the first place. But so I wouldn't be sexist and be like, it's a man problem. I would just be like, it just so happens to be the case that the crime rate is disproportionately skewed towards.
These are two different things. There's two different things, because you said blame is one part of it, but then the second part of it is you wouldn't like when you say blame, right? You were saying collectively they're a problem.
Yes.
Right? And it's like, no, yes. I wouldn't say men collectively or Muslims collectively are a problem.
Which is why I
blame them,
said raise
because
your
you blame them individually, right? But you snuck in a second part of that, which is the discussion of recognizing that the higher percentage within a cohort is a problem that needs to be addressed by understanding that higher percentage has a cause.
That's fine. Which was going to be the post conversation. So just like. Let me just rephrase. Let me re-ask the question again, and by raising hands, does anyone think it's okay to blame a population, a group, as in like a blank group? For example, these Muslims, these Asians, or not these, but Asians, Muslims, immigrants, etc. in general, based on a portion of them committing a disproportionate amount of a negative thing. Does anyone think it's okay to blame?
Yeah, the way you described it there, obviously. Yeah.
Obviously. Okay, so you.
I don't know what you mean by blame. I don't know what you mean by blame.
So like, man,
like Arabs are, Muslims are a threat to the West. Therefore, all Muslims,
yes,
locally. I think that's how people speak.
13% committed 50%.
I understand, but I'm saying, for example, we see a rise in crime because of immigrants. Therefore, we should stop immigration because immigrants are the problem, rather than no. It's so that would be one framing, and that's like the spirit of the question that I'm asking.
Do you do a Muslim ban, or do you ban certain Muslims? Like
you're not able. It doesn't appear like you're able to ask a question with the appropriate specificity.
Let me here. I'll explain where my brain is, and then maybe you can elaborate a little bit more. So this is where I'm thinking. In terms of like blame, in terms of like a moral condemnation on the individual level, no, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that, right? But in terms of like analyzing what general policy needs to be put in place because there's this like overly negative outcome occurring that we have to acknowledge, maybe, right? So for example, I would agree with you that most men aren't SA committers, right? But women should be careful of men generally for obvious reasons because too many are. And the women that aren't careful are potentially at risk depending on like what they're doing.
But that's
right?
advice that you could give to people in
Well,
general.
it's not just advice. It's advice that I would be giving people in general, but it's also informs the way the police investigate cases, right? If you're a police officer, the suspect in a crime is almost always going to be a man. Now,
Yeah, but
not
you wouldn't
always.
say you can put your guard down in front of women either. To that same person, you would tell them. That would be bad
Well,
advice, right?
No, you can. Okay, it might be bad advice to ever say put your guard down in front of anybody.
Exactly.
But
Be
realistically
careful in front of
speaking,
everybody.
well, wait, but realistically speaking, you can be much more comfortable and safe around women than you can around men generally, if we're being honest, right? Like
It's a lower risk, right? So you need to take account for higher risks.
Yeah, and so for example, if you're a cop, here, let me ask you this: let's say you're in charge of allocating police resources. Are you allocating police resources to the area of town where all the men are, or the area of town where all the women are?
Based on the results of wherever the most crime is. And
men-
if it happens to be
and where is the crime going to be?
Men are killed more than women. Men are victims of violent crimes more than women are.
She's talking about the perpetrators. She's talking about the perpetrators.
And angry exes.
Okay,
Yeah.
Gibbs, you might be like the one person who's entirely exempt of every data point that I'm saying. Your life actually is in more danger for women, okay?
Hey, I'm just saying.
In particular.
You need to be more careful, and that's why he has bulletproof glass on his master's degree.
You need to be more careful
Black Toad,
about
I
women
understand what you're saying.
specifically.
Let me address what you're saying because I understand what you're saying. What I'm trying to say is I would never say men are the problem. I would say that there's a lot of men that are the problem. So I'm just saying, like, in terms of how people want to phrase things, I think it matters how you say it. Because if you say Moroccans are the problem, and me as a Moroccan, I'm going to feel away. If you say men are the problem, I as a man, I'm going to feel offended.
Hold on.
Rather than you say there's a lot.
What if we're getting terrorist attacks every week from Morocco? And I go, hey, okay, tomorrow we're going to start Morocco, right? So, like, say I'm going to go tomorrow. I'm going to go, okay, I'm banning all immigrants from Morocco, and we have 100% drop in terror attacks. Like, would you say then that I didn't condemn all Moroccans? I just said, hey, all the terrorists that attacked us lately because of the Anglo-American war in whatever country that have been Moroccan lately. I go, this is the evidence. Now, I'm not saying all Moroccans are doing this, but I'm saying enough of the percentage is a problem. I ban them. I ban all immigrants from Morocco, and the terror attacks stop tomorrow. Would you say that would be sufficient enough data that it wouldn't matter whether or not it's the whole group if it gets the job done for fixing the issue?
Yeah,
Green doesn't like generalities.
No, I'm going to answer this question. So I think just
well, it's
because
not a generality, it's specific.
Just because you solve a problem through a mass violation of other people's rights.
Well, wait, is there rights to come to a country?
I think
you don't have the right to travel to any country you want.
I think a nation.
You should, but you know.
I think a nation has general general rules about movement between borders. And so if the general rule means for Morocco, it's okay. And then you're saying all of a sudden Morocco isn't, even though just because you stop people from Morocco to go, it doesn't have anything. It doesn't have anything to do with them actually being Moroccan, since people not Moroccan can fly out of Morocco.
So wait. So would you? So okay. On that logic, would you agree that a country has a duty to its citizenry first before it has a duty to any other people outside of its citizens?
By definition, yes.
Okay, so now I know you're not Fabian. I know you believe countries exist. I think that should exist. So we got that far. We agree they should.
I don't necessarily think they should exist. I don't.
Okay, well, I don't know. Well, we agree they do exist, and we agree that they should sit here and defend their citizens above random people first. Okay, so now I'm sitting here. The scenario I'm giving you is they're getting terror attacks all the time from Moroccans. They decide, as a country, my sovereign job is to protect my citizens. They ban Moroccans. Are they not doing their job if it stops the terror attacks within their country?
For example, if I'm a female president of a matriarchy, would it be justified if I banned all men from any public building if that means that every stabbing is
crime, I guess.
stopped? No, it doesn't make sense.
I know how Dream thinks.
Dream, I can give you an example. I can give you an example where this actually is sort of what happens, right? If we're going to speak honestly, crime is generally a young man problem, right? Statistically speaking, right? Young men are the problem, criminally speaking. Other groups aren't. So there are areas, for example, where only old people are like allowed to live there, right? They're old folks' homes. And one of the reasons why old people will go to these places is because they're around a bunch of older people. And older people really don't pose that much of a threat, not only because they're weaker and more frail, but more importantly, they just don't have that sort of, they have much more impulse control, and they're less.
What does it mean that a young person is not allowed in an old person's home?
They have neighborhoods and shit where like you're legally not allowed to live in.
Yes, they have neighborhoods where you have to be a certain age, like old. You have to be of a certain age to live there.
Yeah,
my grandfather literally lives in one of these.
Yeah, they're called like silver communities.
Yeah.
Wait. Is this legal? Is this not ageism? I'm a bit confused. How's
so ageism is very complicated in American law. Well, ageism is very complicated in American law, and most of the time it's interpreted just to protect old people from discrimination, not really young people. This is why we can have as many age gaps or age, cutoffs as we do with, buying.
I mean, they even do this with
tobacco.
like renting houses. They'll do like, I'm only gonna rent to this kind of person, or I'm only gonna rent this house to females and stuff like that. They do that.
That gets very dicey. You gotta be very careful when you do that. Now,
we're
be
actually
very
less
fucking
allowed
careful.
to do that.
Wait. So
I would prefer that people be allowed. Yeah.
What is the young man cutoff? Is it 30, 26? What is that?
So I don't know. Now, just
I think they're usually like 55 plus.
I think this is relevant actually because I'm talking about my grandfather in Sweden. So this is going to be a different set of laws, right?
Oh, it's in Sweden.
Wait. They have this in America too. They have this in America too. But I'm saying for my particular experience, I don't know what the age cutoff though is. But I have been there, and everybody is like over 65. Like there is nobody younger. It just nobody can live there.
Yeah, I think it's weird
obviously
to stop
people's
somebody
grandkids show up to visit, right?
I mean, they just call them retirement.
If somebody has a good credit history,
retirement age.
Somebody has good credit history, and you interviewed them, they have good moral character, and you're just like, oh, but you're young. Like that I don't understand how that's not prejudice in any sense.
Because statistically speaking. Like
you should be prejudiced. What the fuck?
It makes them more apt to commit crime than really any other factor.
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm not saying allow anybody right. Like you do a background check, you do an interview, you see if they're a good culture fit. Like imagine it's a young person with an old soul and they relate to older people more than anyone else. You would be banning that person. Why?
They identify as a fucking older person. Like,
I don't even think it
because it's not the one person.
I don't even think it has to do with crime. It has to do more with like younger people are louder. They have like, they might have like a relationship and they have a fight and they're more active. So it's not even necessarily like
they can have an HOA.
They're going to break crime. They just live differently.
All
They
you're
have
saying
old
is that they're more
communities.
disruptive, though, in the end, right? So all you're saying is more disruptive. In the end, like it amounts to the same thing, right? They don't want that type of disruption.
Why are you allowed to do an interview to determine if someone is a culture fit? Why is that level of discrimination acceptable by you, D1O
because
but it's unacceptable. But it's let me finish my question. But it's unacceptable, right, to have a retirement community that only allows people in that are retired. Why is one wrong and the other okay?
Oh, I didn't know it was a retired like. You can retire at any age. I'm okay with it having a retirement.
We have a legal age for
no.
Okay,
yeah, it's 65.
I'm okay with having a retirement home and then saying as long as you're retired.
Okay, you're no, that's not what we're saying. What we're saying is the retirement home is for people over a certain age. Okay, like where people are legally considered.
Once we've decided what the legal. Once we've decided what the legal age for an adult is, I think it makes sense to allow any adult that fits the standards of like, they have
the standard is age.
They have that's what I'm saying. And an adult should be able to do whatever they want, and as long as
Well, pause. You just said that they don't have a right to do whatever they want because I'm not legal. You're saying that the government should force me to not do what I want. And what I want to do is I want to live in a neighborhood that are only people my age because we're elderly and retired and we don't want a bunch of young punks.
You missed that's why I said
as long as. I was in the middle of a sentence.
Wait, no, you said if they're an adult, which means that you're already putting an age requirement on that implicitly.
Right.
So let me ask you the same question. Sure. What if they're 16? What if they're 16 but they have an old soul? Then can they buy?
Yeah, but I'm talking about once we've decided arbitrarily for whatever reason. When I'm not for this, right? Like whatever this nation wants.
Yeah, I asked you
if the nation has. I'm okay. Am I arguing against two different questions that I'm trying to answer at once? Please let me answer the question before you interrupt when I'm in the middle of a sentence. That's why I said before, and then you wanted to interrupt Fabian. Let me answer. Lactoid wanted to interrupt, so you asked a different question. I was going to answer him, and then I was going to answer you. So that's how this works. Stop interrupting me, so it hinders my ability to actually answer your question. Thank you. Number one, please repeat your question, Lactoid.
My question is, when you said, I think that people, as long as they're an adult, should be able to live in these communities if they prove that they're of like the proper kind of like,
right, I got it.
Character.
The reason why
my point was, the specific question was, you said adult. Why are you putting the cutoff there if you're against the age cutoff when it comes to retirement communities?
Because
that's what if you're 16 or 15 and you have the mindset of an old 55-year-old?
Like the Catch Me Outside girl. She's rich as fuck.
If you're somehow emancipated or you're like you're not a dependent of somebody else or whatever, you're allowed to, like, there are some slight exceptions in legal. I'm talking about legally, right? You can only do what's legally in a nation that has laws, right? So like once you're 18 and you're allowed, right? You're deemed as an adult with legal rights, and you can have property, you can buy homes, and you can rent, etc. You have credit cards.
You can't smoke
right?
cigarettes.
Well, you can't rent everywhere. You got to be 55 in Florida to rent in certain places, specifically silver communities.
And I'm saying in those places, I'm not understanding the argument, and I'm going to answer Fabian's question here, because Fabian's question was how come you're allowed to do culture fit interviews and not just offhand limit a cutoff only by like their age? And I'm saying
it's the same argument for age of consent. It's the exact same argument. Every logical thing that you can think of regarding the age of consent, you can apply here.
Right. And
well, to his cultural argument though, just his culture fit argument. Imagine me at 60. Right.
Oh my goodness.
Say I don't change my attitude, right? And
I'm going to answer your question.
Hold on. Well, you're saying something stupid, so I'm going to help you out here.
How do you know what I'm going to say?
Because I've listened to you for the last 10 minutes, and it was dumb.
Hold on.
So like you sit here,
you're not going to do this.
I'm
in the middle of answering.
Yeah, but you're saying you're babbling on. You're babbling on.
I'm not babbling when I'm being interrupted. If I'm being interrupted consistently, then it doesn't make sense for you to say I'm babbling on. Number one, the reason why I'm just saying that this is my preference. A nation can decide whatever the fuck it wants. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense from my point of view. Once you've already set off a cutoff date for an adult to say we're no longer accepting this person, even though they have exactly everything that we would want, except for this age limiter.
Okay,
I think it does make sense. I think
I want to move past this.
Okay.
I want to move past this because we're like off the subject now. Yeah. Down a few tangents. I wanted to give Ali a chance, but Ali he had just left. But we'll hit him back. And Corey also wanted to jump in, but Corey's PC crashed. So I picked an awkward time to stop.
Well,
the article you sent me is super PC.
I was going to tie it back into the conversation.
Well, the other. Oh, sorry, that's fair.
Yeah, Ghosty, go ahead.
Super PC.
Well, I was just saying it feels really lefty because they disagree with you. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, like I think the talking about the age thing, or like it even gives example of saying like, oh, we're getting bombed from Morocco, so we're gonna ban Moroccans for like this amount of time. Like those are very specific things. But the thing with immigration is, I don't think we can like pinpoint it enough specifically to like a specific group of people from like, it's just like, it's very vague. So when we say, you know what I mean? Like, it's like different from saying like, oh, we're getting bombed from Moroccans for the past couple of months, so we're gonna like stop Moroccans from coming in here for like a while or whatever. Or like these people under this age act this way, so they can't join our communities. Whereas like immigration is like super vague, and it isn't the majority of immigrants anyways. You can't really pinpoint one specific group of people, so I don't think it really applies the same way.
I can tie it back.
Two things very quickly.
Real quickly.
Two things.
Hold on.
Japanese
Why?
can't justify.
Give me a second. Give me a second, okay? I'm gonna tie this all together. Yeah, give me more than 1 second. I'm gonna tie this all together, right? Because this goes back to what D10 was saying. When D10, sorry. I'm gonna keep fucking saying it.
D10.
D10, brother. When you say like, do you feel comfortable blaming like this group? I think that the age examples work exactly along this line, right? In the same way, I don't want people under the age of 21 in my bar. In the same way, the retirement communities might not want people under the age of 55 in their retirement community, because when you have those people there, it fundamentally changes the culture and makes it more dangerous. Same argument when it comes to immigration, right?
I think that's different because the reason it's 21 is for some biological reason. Reason it's 18 is for some biological reason as well, because people are saying that your brain isn't fully developed until 25, and so we have that ingrained.
So 21. So they pick 21.
Listen to what I'm trying to say.
Biological.
What I'm trying to say is people are saying, and it's within culture, that your brain isn't developed enough until 18 for us to give you to allow you to have some. Yeah. I'm saying the minimum amount of age that you would culturally that we decide is based loosely. I'm not saying it's accurate. Loosely based on this biological sense of your brain isn't developed enough to make decisions that would impact the rest of your life until you're 18, and maximally until you're 25, and then additionally your brain isn't developed enough to take in alcohol in a responsible way until 21. These are the reasons why we set 18 and 21. Whether I agree with them or not, whether they're actually accurate, it doesn't matter. What I'm talking about is just the cultural thing that we've decided pragmatically based on loose observation of biology. And I'm saying,
I'll let you, because you wanted to jump on this.
I feel like 55 is a way stronger biological argument.
I'm gonna let you do it, and then I'll and Corey. We actually did call on you guys, but you guys were away. But don't worry, we will go after you. So Scott, I'm gonna let you reply, but let's move this along. Scott, Ali, Corey.
So look, obviously, I don't want to go on a tangent about states, etc. Right? I'm an anarchist. I don't believe in this bullshit. But if you are going to maintain the narrative that states exist for based off of the conception of rights that are granted to the citizenry that are a part of the electorate, and that there is this concept of the will of the people, or this social construct where, under liberal democracies and republics, where they are designed to protect rights enshrined in their founding documents, right? The Constitution here, but in the UK you would reference multiples, such as the Charter in Canada, or Magna Carta, etc. Right? If you're going to maintain that, the problem here is that all immigration restriction is arbitrary. All of it is arbitrary. And those that are not citizens do not have a right to immigration. D10 Dream, you made this argument yourself, because the rights are those that are the citizens of the nation itself under that power structure, where there is this give and take and pull of what rights exist and what rights can't be infringed upon based upon the power and the will of the people and the way that they set up their governmental systems. All immigration is arbitrary, right? So when you say, well, you can't restrict immigration or get rid of immigrants, etc., because they belong to this demographic group, it doesn't logically flow from the fact that you believe that a nation has a right to exist. I don't, but you do. That no, don't interrupt me. That
I disagree with that. You believe. I don't agree with that.
Okay, right. You said might is right, right? So basically, you stated that. Right. So you don't believe in a concept of rights in general, and that whoever has the most power is the one that sets that. So you can't call it morally wrong when British people start murdering Muslims at large, so that they can go ahead and force them out, because that'll give them the power back. Right. Well, if they have the more power, then it's right. If they kill all the fucking Muslims, then it's right by your logic. So
no.
They would have the power. Yes,
right
by your
and for
logic.
something to be right is different.
We got it. We got to start to move on. We got to move on though.
But they'll be able to establish that. But what I'm saying is that we're having all this argument about the arbitrary nature of saying that this group or this age limit or people from this region, right, exhibit certain behaviors at a higher rate or a lower rate when they're into our country. So we need to limit or increase immigration based off of those things and the interests of the people. That's a standard immigration policy that the right-wing people have been predominantly fighting for in the United Kingdom for 40 years. And it is the left that have just given carte blanche and said, no. These people are refugees, therefore they have a right, and therefore we're going to import 20 million, 17 million, 15 million, depending upon what data you're using, into our country and devastate our entire economic system and crime, and then we're going to punish you for saying anything about it. So yes, you can say Pakistanis specifically have an issue and we need to limit how many Pakistanis come in because we're having a horrible time integrating these people and there's fucking grooming gangs going on. So you know what? Put a pause on fucking Pakistanis coming in for a while. And to say that that's racist or wrong is to completely disignore your own fucking logic about the concept of immigration in and of itself.
Great.
First of all, I'm pretty sure they elected conservative officials and then they let them down.
We got to move on.
It wasn't.
Ali.
Yeah, I'm an anarchist. The state sucks. They didn't do the will of the people. Got it. Yes.
Well, you're blaming the left. You're blaming the left and the UK. Okay.
Ali.
Yeah, they're not gonna ban the immigrants. They need the immigrants. That's why they keep bringing them in. They do work. They do supply. They pay taxes. I guess some of them are collecting unemployment. I get it. But at the end of the day, the only reason a country that small is, it's not bringing in immigrants because it has a heart. It's like, oh my God, these refugees, we need to save them. There's one way or another a benefit to like the country. To Bam's
not
point,
to the country,
does the country have
not to the people. There's a benefit to people that have their money in the stock market and wealthy corporations that want to import cheap labor and try and keep up socialist systems that are collapsing. But it's going to fucking blow up in the face. It's not doing them any fucking favors. It's not a benefit.
It brings down the cost of goods. It brings down there's all types of benefits from immigration.
Right, but it also has downward pressure on wages.
More labor is always going to be better for the economy.
Hold on.
No, that's not true.
How can you
More
say
labor
that?
puts a downward pressure on labor
We've
market.
had the largest amounts of illegal immigrants come in the United States in history, and we're sitting here, y'all go, oh, it brings down the price of goods. Have you been to the fucking grocery store in the
That's
last
not because
few
of
months?
immigrants.
Oh, well, okay. Well, then why aren't the immigrants?
Our inflation rates, even if the immigrants weren't here, we'd still have the same prices.
Arguably could.
But we'd have higher wages.
Demand.
No,
we would have higher wages if we had less immigrants.
We're comparing year over year to COVID, but the inflation rate is down. It's a reason.
Oh, how convenient.
It is down. It's like we had the inflation rate.
Immigration rate's wildly up. Immigration's wildly up. If you go to the grocery store, this is what I keep talking about. The dishonest gaslighting.
Well,
by the
inflation
way.
has not gone down. The rate of inflation has gone down.
And see, all the items are up 200% from when I went. Like, listen, it's outrageous.
You're blaming that on immigrants. Immigrants don't.
I'm not blaming. I'm just saying. If immigration did bring inflation down, we would be at record.
I didn't say it brought
lows for
inflation down.
He did.
Generally, inflation down brings labor prices down.
The cost of goods were up, and I'm saying that
they are up.
Yeah, but you're applying to a pre and post COVID.
But oh God, you don't get to have your cake and eat it too in this case.
Yeah,
you can't say, hey, immigration brings all prices down, and then when I say, hey, we've had record illegal immigration, we've had record immigration, and prices are higher than they've ever been. Guess what? 2 plus 2 doesn't equal 36 in this case, bro. Like
you have to put multiple factors into an economy. You have to counterbalance that with the fact that we had COVID and we had to do a ridiculous amount of spending to keep the country afloat.
And Ali, somebody wanted
didn't have to.
The spending's going to these illegal immigrants.
Ali, somebody brought up the fact that members of NATO by the agreement have to allow some numbers of immigrants by their agreement. Whether or not that's true, I don't know.
What?
It's not NATO. It's the
NATO?
EU, and they have trade agreements to allow people that are EU members to be able to freely move into the labor market back and forth.
Yeah.
Right. So if you have a passport in France, you can't deny them like the ability to work in Spain, right? Because they're both EU. But the thing is that Brexit was like Brexit was fought and won by people to stop this very thing, right? Like, so that those agreements would no longer exist. And then, as Ghosty pointed out, it was the conservative, the right-wing parties that failed to actually live up to the promise of Brexit in any meaningful way.
Yeah. So I do think it's a country's right. If they want to preserve their culture, they can try. But if they don't have the ability, to Dream's point, if they don't have the ability to preserve the culture, then that's like that's their fault. They don't get that right. So for right now, what's happening in the UK, to Ghosty's point from earlier, it is a bunch of the right wing, it's some of the left, sure, but it's predominantly the moderate, middle, and right that's complaining about all the immigrations. They're not like, they're complaining about the rapes, but then also they're not complaining about the rapes that are coming from England. They weren't complaining about the rapes before. They only complained about immigrant rapes. The issue that's happening in the country, sure, it may be the government is doing one thing, but the people themselves are feeling a disdain towards another group of people, regardless of the crime stats, regardless of whatever it may be happening. They just do not want the culture in the area to change. They want the brown people to leave. And you only get one of two answers. Either the people assimilate and you do re-education camps to these mass groups of people that you're immigrating, or you kick them out.
No one was comparing about other rapes because nobody's doing anything about the rapes that are occurring from grooming gangs. They're hiding it. The fucking media is lying to you about it.
They're not doing anything.
Nobody's mad that rape occurs. They're mad because their own government is gaslighting them.
Oh my God. Corey, if you don't have a Canadian passport, please.
You don't have to.
Lactoid, go for it.
You can go.
So, Dream, maybe to I apologize. Maybe this was alluded to earlier, but maybe just to like distill down on what was spoken about earlier, where I think like Lactoid was trying to brought up the argument of like, well, if you have a community full of men, community full of women, where would you allocate like police forces? And so I'm curious, okay, how do you feel about given the fact that there are scarce resources when it comes to airport security? How do you feel about profiling? As in, do you think, let's say, profiling should occur at airports, or it should be completely random?
I guess if they have a description of a person, somebody looks like that person, I'm fine with profiling.
Well, no, I'm talking about like
Arab male with beard.
Well, yeah, would you be fine with that description? Like, just so profile.
Actually, they usually shave their beard and smell and put rose water.
If you're I don't. But at what rate is it profile? So every Arab male gets checked according to that. If the Arab male with beard, no, I'm not okay with that. I don't think I am.
Oh, so why are you not okay with that? Because like at least what I heard before is that as long as it fits a description, but so I'm definitely not an
a general description like person with dark skin, like that's too broad.
No, D10 Dream is talking about an individual that they're looking for, right? And Corey is talking about when we're screening people, when the TSA is screening people, right? Should they be screening a random sample, or should they, I don't know, let 80-year-old, grandmas through and at a higher rate screen people that fit the cohorts that more typically
or should the 80-year-old
engage in crime?
Go the cavity check, like that needs to be priority number one.
It doesn't. Wait, hold on. I believe in the rights, like the Fourth Amendment, and I don't believe in the justification. I think you need probable cause before you can search me, deeply beyond like just the scanner going through the airport and doing this to me. I mean, unless like there's something red pops up in the circle thing, then you can check me, which they do like a lot of times, like my zipper gets stuck, and so they do one of these. But like cavity search, full search for no reason, I'm like, you're checking my bags, nothing's in my bag. You're checking my body, nothing's on my butt. What the fuck you think I'm gonna do, and with what?
Well, not so.
Why the fuck are you searching?
Yeah, so I mean, like I'm trying to distill it down. Like you, so you think it should be like truly random, as in like whatever. Someone goes to this, like pretty much as. If there's nothing going off in the scanner, no one should ever be subject to a next level check. Is that the guideline you would go by?
Yeah. I mean, I don't see anything wrong. Like me personally, if I'm running my airport, if you're just so happen to be of a person whose group of people are causing ruckus, and it's a minority of that group of people, I'm not just calling up hella of those groups of people, unless, and Israel does this. Like, unless, like, I can imagine if you barely get these group of people. Like maybe, and it just so happens this group of people that you barely get. Maybe I can see that, but in general, no. I would.
What if you're at war with a country? What if you're at war with a country? Say we're at war with Russia.
If you're at war with a nation, I think it's okay to ban people from that nation from coming in. But if they're dual citizenships, I don't think it's okay to ban them.
Now you open.
That's not even what I'm talking about. You were just talking about the security going through the airport. Say we're at war with Russia, all right? And
I just said that.
Okay, we're at war with Russia, and they're coming in, and I go, oh, your name is Vladimir Zipanov or whatever.
If you're at war, if you're at war with a nation, if you're at war with a nation, I think
maybe you think maybe that shot could be like singled out and cavity checked. Is that okay?
I think if you're at war, I think if you're at war with a nation,
I'm trying to like see what the range is here because on one
think
side
if you're at war with a
nobody
nation,
should be singled out, and then on the other side he's like, well, it's okay when it's you're at war with it. So there's got to be some kind of in between where it's like, okay, these countries that are like hotspots, like if someone was coming from I don't know Lebanon, oh well, yeah, I'm gonna give them.
You don't need multiple examples to demonstrate the same thing. We got on the first time.
Because you haven't given us the correct answer yet.
You're not even allowing an answer. I'll answer the question. If you're at war with a nation, Admiral Gibbs, I'm okay with you banning people from coming into that nation. I'm okay with saying no entry.
Sounds like we need to go to war with the Middle East, boys.
Yeah,
solve this immigration problem.
Unless you have dual citizenship. If I'm at war, or there's an exception. So exception number one is dual citizenship or citizenry or permanent residence, right? Like people who have been in the U.S. or in your nation for they have a legal right in your nation. They've been there before. One, two. The other exception is if you're like a refugee, if you're like seeking asylum.
What?
Okay, so we got
so that's not an exception at all.
Guys. We have a second topic, and I know Lactoid is excited to discuss it. Right? Specifically asked me to bring it up from.
I think we're gonna get everybody to agree on this. Otherwise, I'm gonna be judging you all.
Okay. All right. So, but before then, I want to say something quickly on something that Lactoid had brought up earlier. In terms of appearing some sort of a Tory bill legislative push to get more information on crime in the UK. So I haven't heard the details of it. I would like to know the details if the Tories are pushing it, right? But assuming it's as benign as Lactoid said, then I'm fully in support, right? I think that we always need more data so that we can address issues that pop up in our society. If Black people suddenly, right, like next year, the rate of crime among the Black population like spikes, yeah, I actually want to know that. Don't hide that information. I want to be able to address it with policy. And my policy solution will be different from Gibbs. It'll be different from Lactoid. It'll be different from Scott, right? But the moment that we have that data, then we can get in the room and have that conversation, which I think is important. And I think that's something we can all agree on. Which is also why I'm in favor of a database of all gun owners. Right, we need to have that data to keep track of people who might be committing crimes of guns.
Very
yeah.
true. Hold on, I will agree. We should have a database of everybody who commits a gun crime.
I agree with that.
Okay,
I'm cool with that one.
I could reach out for that.
Make it a crime.
What about a non-gun crime? What about a non-gun crime? Does that still matter?
No, that's true. That too. I would do that too.
Is that
just in fact, we should just keep track of crime. Yeah. We can call it the FBI.
We can call it the Bureau of Statistics.
But I don't understand. I don't understand why. Like, what? I know we're moving on. What is the big issue with like the idea of a gun owners database? Like,
oh boy.
Okay, this person.
But why do they need to know? Why do they need to know
specifically?
White people do be just like killing their kids, be getting their guns. So like, we should know if like a white family has a white kid.
The
white kid can get a hold of their guns.
This is the most ridiculous bullshit I've ever heard. I've owned lots of guns in my time with thousands of rounds of ammo. There's no need for the government to know that. Why do they need to know that?
You're a good white person.
I've never seen any of the guns.
You have nothing to hide.
And just start
You're
shooting
a good
children.
one. You're a good gun owner, Gibbsy.
They don't need to know. Well, cool. They don't need to know about my guns.
These white terrorists. We have these white terrorists.
You got to put it in black and white.
We have these Anglo terrorists in the streets.
It's a good thing they don't know. They should be scared of people like me. That's what I'm saying.
The reason why gun owners are
Teenage
hesitant
sleeper
on giving.
cells.
No, the reason is because one of the whole points of the Second Amendment is to resist government tyranny,
Mm-hmm.
and giving the government a list of, oh, here are the specific places we are going to blow up, isn't particularly conducive to that goal.
Did they take into consideration teenage sleeper cells when they were writing the Constitution?
I want to be on a list. I want it because that, like, then I don't have to carry. I can just walk around and like greet people with the list. Like, pull up the list. I'm on.
So can I answer this question calmly and can I answer this question calmly and succinctly?
Okay.
So Bam, so when already people have registered themselves to purchase certain types of firearms. And what you will see if you just kind of scour, YouTube shorts and just search, right? You will see hundreds of videos where the ATF will then go to these people and say, hey, do you want to drink? Fuck off with your bitch energy shit. Like you're just being distracting, right? Like I'm not doing anything. So you will see the ATF then go to these people saying, hey, look, we have a record that you have these things. This is now illegal. So go ahead and give it to us. And so the issue that people have with that is the kind of the frog boiling in the pot. So I don't think the actual fear that most people have is that like the government's going to bomb their house when the revolution comes. But instead, sure, some of these people do. Okay. But a lot of people, a more reasonable concern, right, is that they're going to come one by one at your residence and with their limited age and say, oh, actually, this is now illegal. Oh, actually, this is now illegal. And you're going to have no meaningful means of being able to fight that because you're on these lists.
No, you know what? Hold on. There's one other big issue that Fabian's neglecting here with this.
We can move on. It's not that important.
No, I'm going to say this
not
one piece.
neglecting anything.
No, you're forgetting a couple of big issues. One, this is the hypocrisy, right?
There's a million fucking
hold on. Yeah, there's a lot of issues,
saying.
but there's one really big one here because guns are dear proud to my heart, right? Like, listen, one, the government should be healthy afraid of its citizens, our citizenry, right? But what's ironic is they want to have a list for all the gun owners, but whenever you want to say, hey, I want to know who's fucking coming across the border, wow, that's too crazy. Oh, we should have voting ID laws. Maybe we should know who's voting. Wow, that's too much.
Well, gun owners are committing acts of terror.
But they're not committing. Legal gun owners generally aren't committing acts of terror. It's usually people who acquire their weapons through illegal means. Oh, well, we do know. We have those statistics.
It's overwhelmingly handguns, illegal handguns. Something like 97. It's something like 97% of all.
There is a registration for. There is a registration list for voting, and we do keep tracks of lists that come over the board. Those are two things that you're absolutely right. We should do.
And we are doing.
And we do.
But just to clear up a little misinformation.
And we should have voter ID just like every European country has except for the UK.
But aren't illegal handguns like access through legal means? Like it's at least a legal supply that becomes illegal.
Let's go to.
I mean,
arguably.
At some point, someone legally made it.
We got it. All right, done. We're gonna go to the next topic. Glad you guys are all fired up for that. Before we do, hey everyone, if you've been enjoying this content so far, consider supporting the channel, like our friend Bam did earlier, like our friend hold on, let me get the names. Spag and Soyato. Soyato is a good friend of the channel. We love him. And I hope he's doing well. But yeah, consider helping out the channel. Sub to the channel, gift bits or gifts. Fairy Queen was also counting down how long Scott would take. Shout out to Fairy Queen. I hope she's doing well too. But anyway, yeah. If you have an Amazon Prime, just Prime / Prime Gaming, use that one free sub here. Consider doing that. Hit the follow button. You haven't done so yet. We'd love to have you. If you're on YouTube, subscribe, and also consider getting.
Subscribe to the channel, boys. Give me a like.
I've been watching them. I've been waiting for them.
46 you watching, 25 likes.
Only because Corey's not doing it for us. I mean, he just never.
You're just on it today.
Bump it up, boys.
Yeah. So consider supporting the channel. That way, we'll read your super chat. We'll react to your super chat. If it's to Scott
in real time.
Scott will say something about it. He'll probably yell at you and call you stupid for whatever thing you said. It's part of the entertainment, really. Well worth the money. So consider supporting the channel that way. All right.
If you say something smart, you know what I mean? I won't.
Okay. Let's let's go. So, second topic. At this year's Olympics, a Dutch volleyball player will be participating who has been convicted of statutory rape. Steven van der Velde, who is 29 now, was convicted of raping a 12-year-old girl when he was 19. He served prison time for this crime. However, Steven has since been able to rebuild his career as an athlete. His inclusion in Olympics has predictably stirred backlash. Should a person who has done terrible crime like Steven be included in the Olympics? Is your answer affected by the fact that minors will also be there as athletes? Should the feelings of the general public matter? At what point are your crimes so great that they should preclude you from publicized events such as this? I think we were talking about it last week, but we're talking about it this week. So I think many of you might know about this individual who is included. As far as we know, he hasn't reoffended since that time, right? It was a statutory rape as opposed to the other kind. That might make a difference to you. That might not make a difference, but I just want it out there with statutory rape. People are condemning the Dutch for even considering this, but this guy, whether you think the prison sentence was long enough or not, he did repay his debt to society in the way that we do these things, right? But, hey, I didn't make the prison sentence, okay?
You put the quotes.
I put the quotes, right? But anyway, so he spent prison time. He didn't escape prison, right? He had prison time. And as far as we know, this was 10 years ago, he hasn't reoffended. And so now he's trying to make his way back into society. And how should we react to that? So we're going to go down the line here with opening statements. We will make them short because you guys wouldn't get off the last subject. So please, elected.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be somewhat a relatively quick topic. Hopefully we're all going to agree. Anybody who doesn't think this person's a monster, just read his Wikipedia. This guy is horrific. Just for those of you who don't know, he can I say this word on Twitch? Somebody else said raped before. Sure. Yeah. Sure. Yes. This guy fucking raped a 12-year-old 3 separate times, causing physical pain. She's still alive, but she later overdosed and committed self-harm due to the complex emotional feelings that can come from that. This guy was 19. She was 12. He learned that she was 12. And after learning she was 12, he flew from the Netherlands to the UK and raped her 3 times, 12-year-old. The UK found out about this because when he flew back to the Netherlands, he told her to go get birth control. And obviously they were like, well, it's kind of a problem. Why is a 12-year-old asking us for birth control? So they extradited him, found him guilty, of course, because he did it. And they sent us into prison for 4 years. But of course, then he was transferred to the Netherlands and served a prison sentence of only 13 months for raping a 12-year-old 3 times. And then the Netherlands decided that this person represents their country more than other athletes, and bearing the emblem of the Netherlands, he entered the Olympics, being a representative of the country, the Netherlands. Fuck the Paris opening in terms of being controversial. This is by far, I think, the most controversial part about the Olympics. And shame on the Netherlands for doing that. Disgusting. I don't think words can really capture just how reprehensible this is and how little the Netherlands cares. This guy demonstrated no guilt for what he did. He even said later, oh, I'm tired of people bringing that up. That's not I'm not a pedophile. And then, despite that happening, right, nobody gave a fuck. And then the Netherlands picked him again to represent their country. And the Netherlands' response to people getting upset about this was, we apologize because we didn't know this would be getting so much negative attention, which is basically an apology to say, sorry, we didn't think you would notice. Sorry about that. As opposed to, sorry, we put this monster to represent our country. This person should be digging in a hole and paving the streets of the Netherlands the rest of his life, not representing the country.
Thank you. Scott.
First, I agree with everything Lactoid said. So I won't repeat it. Second, I think the Olympics in general is a propaganda machine to celebrate nation states and I mean, we see this constantly, like the Beijing Olympics, for example, where they had police, arresting anybody that, didn't look clean enough, that were Chinese, so that they could put on a perfect show, because it's exactly what it is. It is a way for us to blow off steam so that we don't go to war. I think, there's a whole movie, Miracle on Ice, about kind of like us versus the Russians in hockey during the Cold War, etc. And so there is some good value in that. But yeah, overall, I'm not a big fan of the Olympics because I'm not a fan of nation states. But I remember when I was a kid, my grandfather loved college football. Like that was his big thing because, they fought so much harder than in the NFL. And, he was a big Virginia Tech fan. And his favorite player, without a doubt, was Michael Vick and his brother. After Michael Vick was caught, setting up, organizing, and paying for dogfighting rings, it actually like weirdly broke my grandpa for a while. He was so upset because that was his favorite player. And I remember feeling, to a much lesser degree than I feel about this case, that when we put people up as a company, as an institution, to be looked up to as heroes, right? Like the top of, like, these are the people that we're supposed to idolize as children. And these people do not meet basic moral standards. You should be ashamed of putting those people forward. And I feel that way about Michael Vick and, for the things that he did, even though but to a much, much stronger degree, right? I feel that way about putting a fucking child rapist who served a paltry amount of time, who repeatedly raped a child and took advantage of her, who flew across. So it wasn't like he was at a party drunk and fooled around and thought maybe she was older. Like he knew she was 12 and made the conscious decision whilst not horny, right? Not that it really matters, but I mean, I think it adds to the severity that it was that premeditated to that degree to go rape a child. And did so under a fucking stairwell at one point, right? Because he couldn't get a hotel room. It's disgusting and aberrant behavior. And when he came back from the UK, his lawyer stated, I don't remember the exact phrasing, but like his lawyer basically didn't even admit fault. Like he was just like, yeah, he wasn't even there to fuck this kid. He was there for other reasons, it just kind of, and while he was there, he happened to fuck a kid. Yeah, I think it's abhorrent. I think it's wrong. And I think in general, we need to bring back, sporting, in sports, just getting rid of bad moral people again, because these are heroes of the community. And I think it damages our society.
Thank you, Ali.
Yeah, the only reason I'm not necessarily for the death penalty is because we don't get the conviction right 100% of the time. If we did, yeah, fuck this guy. I don't get how a country would tote him up. You are just a rapist. You're not a volleyball player. You're not a CEO. Once you do that heinous crime, you get convicted. It should just stay with you forever. It should be tattooed across your forehead to an extent. Right? Because I don't see why I would forgive that person because they sat in a jail cell for 3 years, 5 years. I don't know why I'm forgiving them for, the other person that they committed the crime to or the act to doesn't get any relief because they're in jail for 10 years. They get out. But yeah, when it comes to crimes like murder, rape, enslavement, torture, these things, like specifically, I feel like there's no social forgiveness. Right, especially if it's and I don't know why we should have a social forgiveness for these people. They should be isolated. I don't know where you would put them to work, whether there's kids or not. Doesn't really change the idea. And to Scott's point, these are your national heroes. Sports athletes are considered heroes to the majority of the people within the nation. Soccer players, whatever it may be, and these are supposed to be the ones representing your nation. And that's that was a fucked representation.
Thank you. Gibbs.
Muted. I think you're muted, buddy.
Can't hear you, buddy.
Yeah. So the Olympics are supposed to be the best and the brightest. Leave it to the Dutch to present someone as their best and brightest that like this. We all know they have a proud history of atrocity worldwide. In fact, I would be the one to say that we should have reparations, and it should be the Dutch paying it for all the people they loaded up in the slave ships, not the Americans. Just saying. It's no fun they put forward someone with this moral caliber as their representative. In fact, it just goes to show how badly certain cultures can clash and why we need to curb immigration from certain countries. Even countries that commit mass genocide have at least enough class to put forth people unrelated to their sins. Also, on a side note, we all know the Olympic Village turns basically into a giant orgy during the Olympics. Most of the best athletes and best looking people in the world are in one location. Guess what? Maybe it's probably a good idea that we don't let the child rapist into the orgy. Just saying.
To be fair,
he's not there.
He is not there. Just to put that out there, he is in a separate area. Let's
go
to our
in a
friend,
jail cell.
D10 Dream.
Well, I think the idea about letting back somebody in, I'm not like Ali, where I'm like, if you do one crime, it's all
four specific types of crime.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna mention the specific types. Like, for example, I think it matters the manner it was committed, and it matters how old you were when you committed it, and the state of mind. For example, somebody who was temporarily insane committing a crime is different than somebody who has a long history that committed a crime of insanity, who committed that same crime. I think the context matters. I'm not a blanket abolitionist of people coming back into society. I am for what's the word called? Not reformation, but
Rehabilitation.
Rehabilitation. I'm somebody that's for rehabilitation, meaning I think people can change. I don't think you're born a certain way and then that's how you're defined the rest of your life once you commit something. I do think there are slight exceptions, but not to the case of it's murder or something like that. I think mass murder is an exception potentially, and mass or like a serial killer or something like that. Things of that nature, I think it makes sense. I'm just saying this is my personal preference. But if you committed a murder, let's say at 16, maybe 18, and then you did 20, 30 years, I think, and you still somehow qualify for a sport, I think it makes sense for you to be welcomed back, especially if you've shown remorse, maybe even wrote an essay and then maybe did something productive within the prison that you were in, something like to demonstrate a demonstration of goodwill, something. That's why I said I'm giving very, very I'm giving illustrative examples, not literal ones. But the point I'm making is I'm just not against the idea of once you've committed something, therefore it's defined you for the rest of your life, especially after you've served your sentence. Now, I'm all for the case that saying that this person potentially has not served a long enough sentence, this person doesn't show remorse, et cetera, et cetera. But I also understand his perspective. His perspective is he fell in love or he liked a girl enough that was 16, and his mind, she's physically 16, and she's like, oh, 16 mentally cool. Oh, she's only 3 years. And then once she says she's 12, I'm just hypothetically, I'm analyzing how he thinks. He's saying, oh, she said he's 12, but that doesn't really change anything for me because I'm already under the impression of developed the relationship already under the pretense that she was 16. So to me, it doesn't really make a difference just because she says she's something else. That's his mind. And so he's not purposefully from the intent going at it, like super premeditated, looking out for these girls. It just so happens that she was 12 rather than I'm purposefully looking for her. So he's saying, I'm not a pedophile from the perspective of, I don't actually like little girls. I may happen to accidentally like little girls because they look old enough for me to find them attractive. This is his mentality. And so somebody with this mentality who did this time is regretful, is remorseful, understands what he did was wrong in a pragmatic sense, of course, and morally. Well, pragmatically, I think it makes the most sense, and legally, morally. If they understand that this is wrong and they've served their time, I don't see a reason that you don't welcome them back into society. But I do see the reason if the argument is you can never really know, which I would agree. and that therefore you can never really load any type of person. So it's just it's a feeling subjective thing. I just have a hard time with saying everybody who commits murder can never be welcomed back into society.
Okay, thank you. We've been very concise. I've been really appreciating all the conciseness that's been happening here today. Let's go to Bam.
I'll start counting.
Okay, let's just make sure that it's somewhere in your mind, like you disconnect what I'm about to say from what Dream said. Because I actually agree with the thing. I agree with this point, but I think it was worded in a way that doesn't seem good.
I agree.
One, we let Hitler host an Olympics, so I don't know. I don't really care to make the moral argument. The second thing was as far as how we feel about age of consent and things like this. Every country at the Olympics actually has their own rules related to the age of consent that we can feel weird about. There's absolutely countries that compete in the Olympics that have age of 13 as the age of consent for sexual adults, and some even younger. So like we already have some weird standard. Now I can find his behavior to be disgusting at the end of the day, but I don't personally, I don't know. I don't think it's super useful to throw all the moral grandstanding related to sexual violence or all these crimes, because I think the only thing it does is it prohibits people who do these crimes or have like internal desires from seeking help. When you say that, like, if somebody likes little girls, I got the cure for them. It's a bullet in the head. And I understand that nobody specifically said that, but there are people on this panel that would absolutely say that. Give it an opportunity. So I think that, yes, it was probably a bad look. It sucks. Maybe someone else should have qualified. But I mean, he did. I don't care that much.
Okay. And thank you, Bam, who understood the assignment. I much appreciated. Let's go to Ghosty.
So yeah, he was 19 and she was 12. So I guess legally it's statutory, but in my mind that's just rape. Like, I don't consider that statutory rape. She's a 12-year-old girl. I don't understand how you just like accidentally fall in love with a 12-year-old little girl, like, and you have sex with her 3 times and fly back. Like, I don't know. I think I'm someone too, like, I don't really like borders and blocking people from nations, and I'm just that kind of hippie person. But like, I think the Olympics is kind of like a cute like thing. It's like a competition between nations, and like we have all of our best athletes, and I think it's like a cute human thing that we do. I know it's a very like girly thing of me to say, whatever, but I think it's really cool. And I think it's I really do think like with athletics, there's more than just a like, are you a good athlete? Like, there is like a mental component, and just like, yeah, people are looking up to you. And when it comes to the Olympics, you're trying to put like these people who represent your nation, and you're deciding to pick this full-grown man who raped a little girl. So I just think it's disgusting. I don't think he should be allowed in there at all. Yeah.
And finally, Corey.
Well, I could be mistaken, but I believe like I originally sent you this story, Prime, because I was curious.
Indeed,
on
you did. I want to give Corey credit. I apologize. Yeah.
I don't know, I'd like to apologize for it, but like one of the reasons why like I sent you, because like I was curious, like because I myself like I understand Lactoid's position and I lean towards that, but also like I'm a little bit mixed in terms of, I think there's a conversation to be had of like what can you come back from, and like what can be, let's say, maybe not forgiven, but like are there some things that you just can never be forgiven for, or never can be reintegrated into society for, especially under whatever Michael Vick. Many people overlook Michael Vick's transgressions, and I think it's a pretty common thing to say overlooking athletes, celebrities, transgressions, covering a wide spectrum, all for the sake of I think I'm pretty clear on my stance on sports overall, of like I'm pretty consistent on banning football, because I think idolizing sports and idolizing sports participants is stupid, because there are other things to life than just making your entire personality about sports and competition. But that's just me. And to Lactoi's point of everyone should read the Wikipedia, and I think probably one of the things that's maybe one of the most interesting to me, okay, is this person is married and has a child. Okay, so that is overlooked.
With a cop. With a cop.
Exactly. They studied to be they studied psychology. So it begs the question of like, well, this their wife apparently can overlook this and procreate with this convicted child statutory rapist. Okay,
Lock her up too.
Yeah, we should investigate her.
Yeah.
and then lastly, there's maybe if you're an incel and you can't beat a child rapist, well, you should maybe do some introspection because if they can find love, maybe there's something going on with you if you can't. But I'll leave it there for now.
Well, his wife's a criminal, 1,000%. His wife's a crooked cop, easy.
Is this
two things very quick.
I just have one question. And you can go, Fabian. Is it considered statutory rape if you also like have sex with a mentally deficient person as well?
No, statutory specifically age.
Well, so, I don't know if it would be called statutory rape, but it would be illegal. Like it would be like
really
some crime. Yeah, there'd be some crime.
Yeah, I mean it would be it's similar, but
even if it's consensual.
Yeah, if she's like
well, that's the point. Is that
but like if they're mentally deficient to the point where they're not like an adult,
can't consent. Yeah,
right. It's
so
that they can't consent.
So no. I'm saying it depends. Okay, I'm saying like if they verbally consented, right? Obviously, is what I'm saying. And so even though they verbally consented, just like with underage people, this is the analogy that I'm bridging, that underage people, obviously we already know that's defined as statutory no matter what, if somebody's above. But the same concept of not being able to consent just because they're young also exists with adults who are like autistic, for example.
Yeah.
Well,
not
depends on the extent.
I mean, unless it depends on the extent.
That's why I said, for example.
Non-verbal.
Yeah. So just two things very quick. Number one, I thought when I brought up the fucking, incest rates on fucking British Pakistanis, that would be the most controversial thing of the night. I was wrong. Number two, just to be clear, yes, we did let Hitler participate in the Olympics, but it's also important to note that when he participated in the Olympics, he was like the darling of the left. As a socialist that was engaging in factory beautification, fixing the economy, and everyone in America and Europe loved him. And to the
ridiculous history of anti-Semitism.
Everyone in America loved him.
Yeah. So did Henry Ford. Right? A lot of people hated Jews back then, and were totally okay with it.
I didn't get the Hitler point, right? Like, would we be okay with Hitler coming now to the Olympics?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like,
well, hold on, but even Hitler didn't put out forth like the SS guys as his athletes, right? He didn't put like the guys that were committing the Holocaust as his athletes. He put out his best athletes, right? That were like
was it propaganda?
People. Yeah,
it was propaganda.
So even
like,
China
especially
now,
the situation with Jesse Owens.
They don't put the people out there. They put the young kids that are not tied to these atrocities, but not the Dutch. The Dutch are like, hey, our best and brightest is the kitty diddler. Bring him in. Let's go. Like,
but the situation with Jesse Owens, for example, was like exactly what I'm talking about in terms of how the Olympics are used in what I would consider nefarious. Maybe you guys wouldn't, but to a certain degree to like legitimize and in terms of like the propaganda aspects, right? Like we're playing this game of I can't remember the individual Jesse Owens was neck and neck with from Germany, but you know what I mean, right? And then there was like this kind of like photo op situation, and the left was reporting at the time about how Hitler was nice to Jesse Owens, but like we don't even respect them, and like this just goes to show how the Germans aren't even really that racist because they're less racist than the Americans that don't claim him, even though he's there representing us at the Olympics, but they're willing to shake his hand type situation, right? So it is a lot of the Olympics is puff pieces.
It doesn't make Hitler not a terrible person.
No, I agree, but I'm just saying, like the world's conception of him at the time was not what it obviously is today.
I would ban Hitler from the Olympics.
I would too.
That.
Brave.
I would say Hitler is not allowed. Okay, neither is this guy. Okay?
What about President Xi?
None of them.
No, all jokes aside,
would you ban President Xi?
Would you ban any country that has an age of consent under the age of 18?
Yes, I would ban all the Muslim countries.
Because that's not the current case. So I'm saying.
So if I had the political power to, I would. I don't think I do. So I think that probably the better compromise would be like maybe 16. That's like where mostly it is in Europe. There's some exceptions, but that's where mostly it is in Europe. But like, there's really no country. I think maybe some parts of Mexico, but like, there's really no country I can think of that has it as young as 12. I mean, maybe like I think
Yeah,
Qatar or
no,
Saudi
they
Arabia
are.
or something.
Yeah,
Are
absolutely
there?
are. Yeah.
Okay, well then those countries shouldn't be allowed to participate in the Olympics until they civilize.
But it's part of their culture.
Find it.
No, until they
Also-
civilize, they can stay and watch from the bleachers.
It's how
okay?
racist to use the word civilize.
Yeah, I don't know what country is in the Olympics that are like, I don't know,
Nigeria.
maybe they're just not winning medals, or that I haven't heard of them that have those low
Nigeria.
ages. Okay.
It's almost like training athletes requires a somewhat stable economy in order to compete at the best, because you need wealthy people. You need enough people wealthy to have access,
Yeah.
right? So like, if you're a poor
No, I
country with
understand.
backwards, fucked up views,
I don't know how many
you're gonna have
Olympic swimming
athletes.
pools. Or-
Well, it's like, you know, you don't discover, like, how many people get into gymnastics in America, right?
Wait,
So my daughter-
Nigeria has it at 18. Even Nigeria, like, come on.
You're right. You're right.
Even
But,
Nigeria.
but
I don't
whether
know.
or
so
not
like,
it's
I'm just saying, like,
actually
but for
18
example,
and, like, the
my
size
daughter
is different.
my
But,
daughter
like,
is
even
in-
as a nation. Yes, it's not.
my
it's not
daughter's in
enforced.
my daughter's in gymnastics, right? And it's like, she's there at the YMCA at a relatively like it's not free, but it might as well be. Like, it's very cheap, right?
Niger
But
is
that's
13.
ooh, but
Which is still above 12. Like, even
thank
like,
you.
come on.
Nigeria says 11 on this site. It's
Yeah, I
it's
see 11.
That's not what
Yeah.
Wikipedia says.
But so like, you know, you're not going to see countries like, you know, you're just not like the amount of people that can discover that they're talented in gymnastics, for example, is astronomically more in America than it would be in an underdeveloped nation. And because in an underdeveloped nation, you know, only the very small minority of rich people are even going to have the ability to like practice that
No,
at a young age.
obviously. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Germany is 14.
But
Well, hey, I got a question. Don't we have like a sexual assault gymnastic coach?
also, you have to check when you're looking at age of consent, because, you know, as a libertarian, this shit gets thrown at us all the fucking time for some retarded reason. But when you're looking at age of consent, you need to actually look at the laws, because some countries have a low age of consent, but they have like a Romeo Juliet thing baked into that low age, right? So like, it'll be 14, but it'll be like, so long as you're within 2 years, and then there's a second one for people that are older, etc. Right? Like, yeah. Am I muted? Oh, what the hell happened? What? What is happening? Hold on, let me play some music. Okay, so music works. Can you guys hear me? All right. I'm going to disconnect and come back, boys.
And somebody in the Netherlands who runs the Olympic Committee thought it'd be a good idea to put this guy, who did like the most horrific thing you can think of, to represent their country. And no, I guess to get to the broader point of just like, should we forgive this crime? I don't like when people like a lot of people have this conception of criminal justice, like, oh, like as long as you serve whatever time the government gives you, what, clean slate, you're all good. But that's like a ridiculous conception, right? If we can set whatever sentence we want, we can set not only a prison sentence, we can also set other limitations for life, right? If you commit a violent crime and you're a violent felon, you can't own a gun for life.
Or maybe you can't be president of the United States.
Yeah, well, I mean, not according to the law, but I mean, I wouldn't necessarily oppose a law prohibiting violent felons from becoming president in the United States.
In general?
Not felons in general, but violent felons specifically, because that's what we prevent people from owning guns to do, right?
I couldn't have my job if I had any type of felony.
Well, sure. So you're already in favor, or I guess you acknowledge that there's plenty of circumstances in which even after like a sentence,
I'm for ban the box zone.
we still have restrictions on what people can do. I think, especially when it comes to this crime, like if you commit one of these crimes, you should be prohibited from being around children. You should be prohibited from working in daycare. You should
get married.
Honestly, so here, Lactoid's perfect world. If this guy wouldn't get out of prison based on what he did, okay? But let's assume like maybe something like less egregious.
Wood chipper.
Well, no, I have a forced labor for life, but that's a different question. But when it comes to like somebody who does something like less egregious, so there's a study from South Korea that indicates that castration is like very effective at reducing recidivism rates. So I mean that could potentially be a solution as well. But like this idea of they're out, they're perfectly normal. This guy's not normal. This is the same person that decided to do that. This person is not normal. They got a 13-month prison sentence, and then afterwards they didn't show remorse. In fact, they were condemned by the judge, and they were condemned by the office, like the UK Office Against Child Exploitation, because of his comments after release was just like, throwing the blame away and trying to like protect his id. Because that's all these people care about. It's just like immediate gratification.
It's like Ali.
Yeah. So Corey, so you were asking if there's any crimes that you think people can come back from, and I think my opening was like, once again, 100% convictions is only my only real issue is that we don't get it right 100% of the time. But so like, do you think? So for if my hypothetical goes for 100%, if someone is a rapist, a murderer, a torturer, or like they enslave people, do you think any of these people should be able to make a comeback? So those are my four that I think you can't come back from. Anything less than that, I can have some leeway. But like
rape is weird. Not in this specific case, but I'm saying rape can be strange.
Nope. I'm once again, it's with 100% conviction. This person did that crime.
No, yeah, but he's saying that there's a spectrum of rape there.
I'm saying they're like
the bad one.
This is clearly on one side of the spectrum.
The bad one. The bad one.
I'm not applying it to this case. I'm saying that you said you use rape. And I'm just
if we can just agree that it's non-consensual upon the person.
You're saying violent rape.
No, non-consensual.
Well, like
if you drug someone, it may not be violent, but it's still
that is absolutely violent to drug somebody.
Awkward interactions, awkward sex.
No. I'm not talking about awkward interactions. That's why I'm being very specific when I use the word.
There's edge cases we can argue, but in this particular case, it's not an edge case. But this is what the topic.
I'm clarifying right now. No edge cases. I'm talking just like the one that we all agree on.
But hold on. This statutory rape would be included?
Obviously it would be included.
Obviously.
But that's not violent. No, but you said...
I don't think violence has anything to do with it. Violence isn't my...
It's absolutely violent.
Oh my God. It was I picked before very specific words.
I understand. Well, listen, what I'm trying to say
be an edge case.
In your world...
No, don't, please take back what you said when you said that statutory rape isn't violent. Please retract that.
Oh God!
Like fucking a child that can't consent to sex is absolutely violent.
Hold on. You might not be understanding where I'm coming from, because I'm saying
I don't care where you're coming from.
Okay, because then shut up if you don't care where I'm coming from, because I'll be able to explain it, and then you maybe have a different opinion based on explanation. Because what I'm saying is it might not be the case that all statutory rape is violent if you consider 18 and 17-year-olds having sex as statutory rape.
That's not statutory rape.
Okay, so then
every state doesn't have Romeo
therefore
that's gonna be a Romeo and Juliet situation.
Every state doesn't have that.
What I'm asking is define statutory rape for me, because I'm under the impression that
no
anybody
edge cases, guys. I'm never talking about.
We already said we weren't talking about edge cases.
Specific terms.
Okay.
She was 12. She was 12.
Yeah.
This is not an edge case. This is a 12-year-old.
You understood where I was coming from.
What's the cutoff?
We can investigate where the actual cutoff is, where we all think it should be. But I'm hoping that all of us here agree that 12 is below the cutoff.
Yeah,
by far.
Right.
But he's not talking about one case.
Oh my God. I'm talking very specifically. I think Corey got it. Corey gets what I'm saying. I think most people do. So, like, once again, out of those 4 cases, no edge cases, very specific, 100% certainty. like, do you think anyone that commits any of those 4 specific, no edge cases, just certain like whatever, them
and
they
you
can
absolute certainty that they have convicted it. I have like the video confirmed footage.
Yeah,
and you're for like murder. If you go through the
murder, torture, slavery, rape.
I
think those 4 you can't come back from. I don't think there's any
horrific crimes. I disagree with that.
So I would say with murder specifically. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's hard for me to like make it like an absolute. Like I lean towards like you probably can't, but like I would leave the door open. Not that I ever think murder is ever justified.
Should you represent a country in the Olympics if you've done one of those
Corey
things?
cares about the Olympics.
Yeah.
Should you be able to walk around in the streets?
So football, Olympics, just ban them all.
My question would be, what would you need? What would you need? What would you? So for me, I don't think these people should be able to walk in the streets and see sunlight and like enjoy a nice day in the park. I don't think any of those people should be able to do that. For you, what is like what gets you to, I guess, forgive or allow these people to just like come back? Where's like.
Yeah, that's a really good question that I probably don't have a satisfying answer to. Where like clearly there are people that cannot be rehabilitated. Okay, they're just like essentially a lost cause.
They just committed a crime and they were convicted for it. I don't know if they can or can't be rehabilitated. I'm saying they can't be. You're saying they might be able to be.
Yeah, well that's so. And as far
How
as
the
I know,
fuck do you know, Ali, that they can't?
No,
because the crime they committed was so heinous that I don't care.
And is it worth it
So
to
you're
risk
wrong.
it?
You're just wrong then.
It's not worth it to risk it.
He's objecting. He just admitted he doesn't care what he's right. He just admitted that he's wrong.
I still think it's right.
That doesn't mean he's
I still
wrong.
think it's right. I don't care
He
if
just
it's wrong.
said. He just said
hold
I was wrong for saying that they can't because I actually don't know because I actually don't
never said I
care.
was wrong. I never once said I was wrong.
Okay, so how do you know you're right, Ali? Answer that question.
Because he doesn't give a shit.
I think I'm right. I believe I'm right. I don't care if I am right or wrong.
What evidence do you have that makes you reasonable to
a normal
believe
person wouldn't commit that heinous crime? Someone who commits a crime that heinous in my mind is out of the mind of a normal person. Therefore, I don't believe these people can be rehabilitated just by sitting in timeout.
That's
rehabilitated.
That rationale. I hope you understand that rationale is a non sequitur, because just because you aren't normal doesn't mean you're maintaining your non-normalcy status for the rest of your life. That is a non sequitur. Right?
It doesn't matter if they can rehabilitate, though. They shouldn't get the chance to.
That's the difference. Ghost, we're not talking about whether or not they get the opportunity. No. I was talking to Alan about his absolute stance that they say they can't.
Fine. In most countries, when you go to jail, there isn't a great rehabilitation. There isn't a great reassimilation program. Usually, you're going to jail. You're spending a little bit of time out in a prison.
Ironically, the Dutch actually do have a good one.
Yeah, so in the nations where they have great rehabilitation,
18 months.
So Ali, in nations where they have great rehabilitation systems, would that affect?
I don't believe. I don't believe there's great rehabilitation.
So why are you bringing up something that doesn't matter even to your argument?
I don't believe there's great rehabilitation programs for fucking little kids.
I just think
I don't know what's the rehabilitation. Why would it matter?
That's the whole topic.
No. Why does it matter? Why are you bringing up rehabilitation programs where it doesn't even matter to you, Ali, whether or not there is such a program is a good one or not, because you don't even believe in, like, fundamentally, philosophically.
Yes, I don't believe they need to be rehabilitated, therefore should not be back into society. I don't believe there's a
bringing up programs doesn't matter.
Wait, I think there are other programs.
I need to let some other people. I need to let some
I think that the big difference here between people and where me and Dream come to our decisions, our position is. Well, I'm not gonna speak for Dream, but where I think that you guys come to your positions is it's a fundamental belief in what prisons, what happened, what should happen to people who do these crimes, and it comes on if you believe in the concept of just trying to, if you believe in rehabilitation as a concept, or if you believe that like prisons exist to punish people, and if your goal is around no, these people deserve to be punished, then you're not really interested in whether or not that like they could be better people, because it doesn't matter if they're a better person, they should be punished. Then the punishment should continue.
No, it's about people safe though. That's where I'm coming from.
It's not about people.
No. Go. I have a hypothetical.
It is part of it.
Sure. We can get to that. Like the reason I don't think that is because, and again, it's not even an edge case. Like an 18-year-old can get involved in gang violence and commit what we clear down the line consider a murder, and that person at 37 like we have little, every piece of data tells us, and it could have been a murder of someone, like he could have had like a legitimate motive for why he committed that murder. Like, and
It wouldn't
we
be
have no
murder.
reason. And
It would be murder. Having a motive
Hold
doesn't
on.
mean it's legal.
yeah.
Hold
I'm
on.
not saying
We
just
have to
motive.
back up.
I'm saying no, we don't have to
we
back
all-
up. I'm going to move forward with the end of my statement. We have no reason to believe at 37 that this person who's shown nothing but growth in their
That's
in their
not
life.
true.
Well, the other person wasn't allowed to grow. The other person that they killed wasn't allowed to grow.
I'm sure we may
That's
have
enough
some
of a reason.
Exactly, because you believe they should be punished again, but you're not.
Yeah, why wouldn't
interested.
I believe they should be punished?
So
That's
so
what
Because
I'm
people
speaking
change.
to. I'm just speaking to the idea of people saying they're like, oh, I just don't want to let them out because I think they're still dangerous and violent. I'm saying that, I'm saying that people are lying when they say that. The
Yeah.
reality is they have a value related to punishment.
Yeah,
But
I'm just
I
judging the person.
Don't
hold on,
do
very
give
very
me the
quick.
other-
I don't want Ghostie's point. I don't want Ghostie's point to get yelled over.
Good.
So very quick. There are three, and Lactoid, you can back me up when it's your turn as well, right? In basic criminal justice, there are typically three reasons, three main
5.
categories. Well, it gets broken down into more subtypes, but
There's
right. But what Ghostie said is absolutely what she had stated as a justification, and we all dismissed it. I didn't, but everyone was yelling over dismissing it. Like, yes, some of us care about justice as our primary case. Yes, some of us care about rehabilitation, right? But safety of the citizenry and keeping them off of the streets, right, is also a primary justification for the reason of housing criminals. And everyone acted like what she said was crazy or that wasn't her opinion. Like,
No.
fuck that. That was her opinion, and it's a perfectly valid one.
No,
Of course it is. No one disagrees that the
Gibbs.
primary reasons for imprisonment is safety. Nobody's going to disagree with that. The whole point that I've been
You
bringing
literally
up
all
is
didn't
that
scream
at
over, but okay.
No, I
Some
disagree.
people will disagree with that.
We can't.
Okay,
We
Dan
can't.
disagreed.
We have minutes left. We gotta get some people in. Gibbs.
Okay. Can I
Gibbs.
come real quickly? Okay, Gibbs. Sorry.
Gibbs. Gibbs. You want to go first?
Yeah, so I mean, I actually was going to talk about Ghostie's point as well about the safety aspect. Yes, one, I do disagree with y'all's with Dreams and Bam's idea of the rehabilitation of what prison's for. And this is why I don't.
I
think
didn't say that.
Yeah, shh. All right, thanks. Anyway, so back to what we were talking about. So when I definitely disagree with rehabilitation as a concept for the prisons. Ollie brings up a point. When he says I don't care, he's absolutely correct. That's actually the opinion that I have. That's what the opinion we should have. Because when it comes down to this, it is about keeping people safe in the perpetuity, right? There's a reason why, when we look at statistics, people that commit crime seem to be the ones who keep committing crime. It's a recurring thing. There's a reason why we have a sex offenders list. Why? Because guess what? You're more likely to get diddled by a previous sex offender that's done it before than you are by, Joe Schmo walking down the street. That's why we
Sex
don't allow
offenders is a
them.
separate thing, though.
Hold on. That's why we don't allow them within 500 feet of a school or whatever. That's why you can find them on a fucking app. It's amazing. All right. So they're on a list. We have them on a list. You get put on a list. You don't want to get put on a list. It's a bad thing, right? It's pretty simple. I don't know why this is a crazy concept to go, hey, maybe we shouldn't have convicted sex offenders going to be representing a country that's as their best and brightest. If the best and brightest your country can present is a registered sex offender,
On the international stage.
yeah, on the international stage, and y'all's argument is we rehabilitated him. Fuck you. That's ridiculous. Like, I mean, there's
Kyle Rittenhouse
ideas
crossed
that
state borders. That's a bigger problem than crossing country
Yeah,
borders.
I mean,
to rape
it's
kids.
just crazy to me that we're gonna sit here and go, oh, okay, it's okay to diddle kids as long as they're from another country. We're gonna allow this guy to compete. Like, it's just outrageous. I just don't see now how y'all can sit here on y'all's high horses and sit here and act like y'all are morally superior. We're gonna let these guys rehabilitate and join society. Whenever the only thing that should be done to them is castration and then throw them in a meat grinder. Because if you're doing these kind of terrible things, fuck you. You're a terrible person. There's no reason you should be diddling little kids. There's no reason you should be torturing people to death. There's no reason you should be committing murders and then just going, oh, unclaimed. Like, maybe you get life imprisonment, but that's why I believe in the death penalty. If you're over here committing a murder, guess what? You took a life, you lose yours. It's really that simple. And guess what? When they're dead, they don't reoffend. Holy shit, what a concept.
100%.
It's common sense. I just don't know why we're sitting here you're throwing common sense out with like it's the baby with the bathwater.
The recidivism rate is 0% from the grave.
I disagree with it, but it was honest. I just don't like the pussyfooting around.
Just because
I'm not pussyfooting around.
Just because you've done something bad doesn't mean that bad thing that you've done at that certain point in
you
your
know what
life
it does? It
doesn't have to define. For example,
that's because all you're judging is the
for
one thing the person did.
For example.
Okay, I got you after.
For example, I have cheated on my ex before. I should not be labeled as a cheater forever. It doesn't make any sense, especially
once you cheat once, you're a cheater forever.
No. In terms
I'm
of
the most toxic one here saying that. That's the rule.
I don't give a fuck about what you're saying. I'm in the middle of my. I don't give a fuck what you're saying right now. I'm in the middle of talking.
Well, of course you don't care. You're a cheater.
I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle of talking. So I don't care about anything. I'm in the middle of talking.
We'll let him finish. We'll let Gene finish. I see your hand.
I don't care about it now.
Is Lactoid Scott Ali?
Right, and especially let's say I did something when I was in middle school, and I bullied a kid, or I made fun of who he is as a person, like his identity, and I was racist. Maybe let's say that. It doesn't mean that it doesn't make sense for me to maintain that label of racist or whatever negative thing for the rest of my life. Meaning that people can change doesn't mean that people always do change. Meaning that you don't know whether or not somebody has changed until you do some type of test to see with a high degree of confidence that that person has changed. And until you see that is where I'm saying that it makes sense. Once somebody actually does change and you have a high confidence that they have, then what purpose do you have? Because it's not safety anymore, Ghost. Do you have to continue to put this person in there unless you're obviously of the absolute idea there are just certain crimes that you should be killed for and put in prison for the rest of your life, where I don't think there's an absolute on that.
Okay.
Let's go Lactoid.
Lactoid, yeah.
Okay. A couple things I wanted to point out. First of all, just so we're clear, we're talking about how much he's reformed. After his release in 2017,
Lactoid, I agree with you. This
hey,
you've already addressed this. No one to hear.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
Oh my God, you're just gonna ramble for no reason.
Bam does disagree with me.
Bam, you agree that this guy is reformed?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
So you said before that he was.
I don't care. Yeah, but I'm saying I don't know.
You don't care if he is reformed or not?
No, because there's other countries with laws that are in the Olympics that can let them F-12-year-olds.
So just to be clear, let me just make this perfectly succinct then. Let's say this was like,
apparently two wrongs do make a right.
Well, let's say this was like Olympics during Nazi Germany. The Nazis killed Jews, and maybe I killed a few Jews, but should I be able to represent America?
If the Nazis are in there, yeah, it will be consistent. It will be. I don't think it's bad, but what am I going to judge the event? Like
killing Jews is bad. It's not a brave stance, bro.
Correct. Sure it is. That's what I said.
Okay.
He's not talking from his personal opinion. He's talking. When it's allowed one way, it has to be allowed the other way.
Not necessarily.
That's what he's saying.
Well, I disagree with what he's saying. I think that's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine to morally condemn all actors, and then also especially morally condemn somebody that you wouldn't expect this behavior from, right? It's perfectly fine to condemn the Netherlands for thinking that it was a good idea to put this guy up here. It was a horrible decision on their part. Going back to something that Ghosty was talking about, there's generally 5 interests that come with punishment: retribution, incapacitation, deterrence, rehabilitation, and reparation. Okay. Yeah. I know, Bam, that you said you didn't really care about the retribution part. I agree. That's actually that's the least important one in my opinion. However, incapacitation is critically important, making sure that somebody's in a cage, that they can't actually come out and hurt other people. Pedophilia specifically has a high recidivism rate. It's important to keep these people in a place where they're not going to go out and diddle more kids because it has a very high repeat offender risk. In fact, that study from South Korea that I referenced, it dropped when you castrate them, you drop the estimated recidivism risk from 50%, half of them doing it again, down to 1%, which is a considerable drop once you chop their balls off.
I don't want to be that. We're talking about. Would he be I don't want to. I hate when we do that thing, but it's weird when you appeal to an actual study on pedophilia. You have to deal with the idea if he's actually a pedophile. He can be gross.
The study is referencing people that are in jail.
Specifically,
it's not a clinical study.
Is it
Right,
just
so
is it just people who
he
have
would be in that
minors, or is it
category as well.
pedophiles?
So hold on, yeah. Let me be very clear. Okay, I'm
He's
talking about
just talking about
people,
legally then.
yes, people who have had sex with a minor specifically. Those people.
Okay, I just thought
If we're talking about like non-offending pedophiles, we can have a conversation as to like
no,
what the
not just
best way to
non-offending.
help
I'm just
them.
saying that like actual like 6-year-olds.
He's talking about like
the attraction
like
to
they look like this.
Prepubescent.
Yeah, I
kids.
think if you fuck a
Are
12-year-old,
we
you
about
have
to
some
be? Are
attraction
we about to be like, oh,
prepubescent kids.
technically
I don't
it's
know
a
if you- I don't know if this is
hemophile?
really true.
Wait, if you
Both of the wood chipper. Both
wait,
of them,
hold
right?
on. You don't think it's
Hemophile,
necessarily?
Listen,
Wait. Gibbs.
22 cents takes care of all of them.
Bam.
Yeah.
You don't think it's true that if you have sex with a 12-year-old, you have some level of pedophilia, some level of attraction to children? Obviously, you had the attraction to a child because you raped one, or not you, but this guy did. Obviously,
I think I don't know. The only and I'm just gonna be
Why
honest.
else would you be
I'm
attracted?
not appealing to. I'm not like trying to be PC right now. I'm just being honest. Like a 12, especially when it comes to young girls. Young girls hit puberty at different ages. She could have not. She could have absolutely looked like a child, but she could have already been. She could have had early developments of puberty. And when you're talking about a 19-year-old, like you're talking about someone that could still be in high school. So I'm saying she could look like someone that she could look.
I
Like
think sexual attraction is not just physical; it's also mental. If you
Mm-hmm.
know that she's 12 and you choose to have sex with her anyway, you are, at least to some degree, a pedophile, right? And more importantly, you're a child rapist. But you cut me off a little bit because what I was going to say is rehabilitation, reparation are the other two interests we have in punishment. Leaving aside retribution, I think those other four, incapacitation, deterrence, rehabilitation, and reparation, or really, we can leave aside rehabilitation for a second. Just incapacitation, deterrence, and reparation. Those three are enough, in my opinion, to punish child sex offenders for the rest of their life, right? We want to deter this behavior substantially. We want to make sure that they are watched and they're incapacitated from being around children. And we want to be taking their money and making them work so we can make the child's life better, okay? That's what I think we should be doing here. But what we don't do, we should do it for any crime, but especially these crimes because
we
these are
should
like
never let anyone out.
But no, that's not true because not every crime is this bad, right? You can have some crimes like jaywalking where it's like, yeah, a $5 fine is fine. You haven't demonstrated yourself to be like a black horrific moral character just because you happen to like cross the street, as opposed to this guy who raped a 12-year-old 3 times with the point where she was physically injured. He got her drunk first and she has psychological damage after the fact. Everything bad that you can think of besides maybe pregnancy, everything bad you can think of that happened here.
This isn't a debate over whether it's bad or not. This is a debate.
She got the
over
plan B. That's why.
No. This is a debate about, oh, well, Lactoid, you want this guy to be punished for life. Why not punish every crime for life? Well, not every single crime deserves the same punishment. Some crimes are worse than others. This happens to be within the category of crimes that are so horrific. These happen to exist within the category of crimes that are so horrific that we want to dramatically incapacitate this person because we don't want them doing it again. We want to deter other people from doing it, so we got to make an example out of them for the rest of society, so they know what happens if you do this shit. And in my opinion, we should be putting them to work to make this child's life a little bit easier and help them cope with the therapy, the cost therapy they might need.
My disagreement is this: I don't think you can. I don't think you can.
Crime would those things not apply to?
Are there non-violent
like a bar fight? I don't think
basic assault, like a small
Hold on.
I'm not saying no. You understand that I'm not talking about the very least for reforms of violent crime. I'm saying that there's obviously an intermediary besides those 4 you listed and those like slap on the wrist and stuff. There's like things in between that I want to know that where you're okay.
Okay, I see we're getting confused. I see we're getting confused. Okay, so these 5 interests, they can apply to every crime, but just in different degrees, right? This is why we have different degrees of crime. So you're right. We do have an interest in deterring jaywalking to some extent, which is why we give a $5 fine. However, it's not that big of an interest in society right now because jaywalking's not that bad. So we don't really care to destroy someone's life to deter that behavior because if they do it again, kind of sucky, but not a big deal.
I don't think that your logic. Wait a minute. I was referring to, for example,
please just calm down for a second, because you're getting unintelligible, and then people are trying to respond to you, and then they're not answering.
That I wasn't referring to.
Right,
so
because
I want to make it
clear. Do you want to real quick?
Wait, let me finish my breakdown because this is the last thing I'll have to say.
I don't want a meta conversation, Fabian. I just want to go with
Well, you need one because you're wild.
Bet. Bam, make your
I think it's wild not to answer a question
Oh
directly.
my God, Bam.
No, that's the thing I was curious. I don't think that you can appeal to the things you're appealing to without accounting, like what you're saying, like some things are worse than others, and without dealing with that concept of the punitive measure, like the punishment. Like I don't think you can decide that like this person should never get out without accounting for some element of human punishment.
What do you, whoa, real quick before anybody else jumps in. What do you mean by accounting for that element of human punishment?
Like, cause you said that let's disregard like the punitivity, or use some word as one of the five. You said that you think that's the least important one.
So I think that I just to be clear, when I said retribution, this is
sure,
yeah.
sure.
This is
Wait,
this is
just-
this is
that's
the interest
word.
of.
Let me just finish it, 'cause
You're misunderstanding the word. Punitive and retribution are two entirely different concepts.
Okay.
Retribution is the interest in just punishing somebody for justice's sake. Punitive could be referred to like, oh, that's harsh. You can be incredibly harsh and not care about retribution one bit.
Okay, so this is retribution then. I'm saying the punishment. I'm saying dealing with the concept of punishment. I don't think that you can. I don't think you are allowed to. I don't think you can that you can account for that while without dealing with the concept of retribution. Because if you're not dealing with the concept of retribution, if you don't account for retribution, then you have to take into account, like for society's sake, you have to deal with the statistical likelihood of this person actually committing the crime again. Like there's someone. Wait a minute. There's someone who can do a crime that we don't consider that bad in society, but if we know that they're going to continue to do it, then they still shouldn't be allowed to society. Like if someone, like we take that jaywalker. If there's the guy that every time he gets out, he's going to the middle of the street, and like I don't know, he has like some mental thing that leads him back to the middle of the street. At a certain point, jaywalking's not that bad, but we have to we have to permanently remove you from society. Like
so you're saying you believe in
Right,
three strike rules?
But hold on. But this wouldn't be retribution. This would be like probably incapacitation, right? With our interest here is one of incapacitation. Well, yes. You have to justify each one of these, and then we're going to say, look, it's not like you're doing something terrible. We don't feel super good about this, but like you just can't stop jaywalking. We're going to have to put you in a cage. Sorry, right? That's like the reaction there. It's not retribution. It's not justice based. It's just like fuck. You're just not getting it. Like you're just not understanding. Exactly. Right?
But I'm saying with the child sex thing, or any crime we consider to be one of the bad ones. Like I said,
super horrific. Yeah.
If a kid was 18, he was in the gang, he got into a gunfight in the gang. Like we have no reason to believe that he's a serial killer. It's like, oh God, this person isn't going to be able to stop murdering.
If he kills a 6-year-old, hold on. If he shoots, hold on.
He doesn't have to be.
Context matters, like I said in the beginning.
But I'm saying that.
Let's think of that example you gave. Say he does a drive-by and he kills like a 6-year-old, missing the other person. He deserves to go to jail for the maximum amount because he killed an innocent that was sleeping in their bed.
Sure, but you come to that place from a place of like retribution. That's how you come to that conclusion.
No,
I'm saying that,
no.
I'm saying you can't come to that
conclusion.
You come to that
sort of a punitive from a societal punitive.
I mean, Gibbs might be coming to that from a place of retribution potentially.
I'm just saying that. I'm saying that if the only thing you're considering is like, oh, okay, is this person still gonna is society gonna be safe with him outside at like 65? Pretending that he's the same person at 16 that's not like you didn't come to that place from like a statistical likelihood.
My primary interest for this situation, because he was put on the Olympic team and because he was broadcast to the world, the main reason I'm mad is actually not necessarily about retribution, because obviously these crimes happen all the time and I don't spend every second of every day freaking out about it like I do about this one. My primary interest here is one of deterrence. I don't like the idea of people looking at this person and thinking, oh, it'll be okay, this guy did it, and he was still able to become an Olympic athlete. It should be in the minds of every citizen, it should be in the minds of every human being on this planet that they know if they do this and they're caught, their life is over. It is done. There is no coming back from this. There is no Olympic gold medal. You don't get your picture in a cereal box that kids eat from. You don't get any of that shit. It is over. And if that's drilled in people's heads enough, maybe they might not do it as much.
Okay. See, okay, I can accept that. I disagree with the value of deterrence. Like I think people overestimate it, but that's just me personally. Like, I don't think that 10 years in prison does something significantly less than 20 years in prison.
Yeah, the highest correlation for like not committing a crime is like their likelihood of being caught.
That's the point. You're right. That's like the highest correlation, but there is still a correlation when it comes to deterrence. The more you punish somebody, the less likely other people.
Or actually, a higher correlation with just thinking it's not okay from the first place.
Okay, so let's go. Scott and Ali. So we're gonna wrap it up.
Yeah, so I didn't think that I would have to do this, and I hate being the libertarian doing
don't
this,
have to.
right? I mean, it does need to be cleared up because there's confusion here about this concept of pedophilia as a paraphilic disorder. And as probably the only person here that's deeply read in the literature, psychopathy. So yes, it is true that if someone is prepubescent, and that is what they are attracted to, they are a pedophile, and that someone that is within the early throes of puberty, that is known as a hebophile, and someone that is in the later stages of puberty, if you are attracted to those people, that's a phebophilia. That's a phebophile, right? But in all three of these sections, we are talking about people who are specifically sexually attracted and have a compulsion towards a group of people that are incapable of consent because they are still young, undeveloped boys and girls. So it is true, yes, that this person could look like a 16-year-old and could be in the middle of puberty, and this person isn't technically a pedophile. The reason we don't use these other terms is because for most of us, it is a distinction without a difference. Because in all cases, we are talking about someone that is sexually attracted to people that are not mentally capable of consenting to sex, and these people have a compulsion to the degree that it drives them towards heinous crimes. And so yes, we may think it's worse that it's a 12-year-old than a 16-year-old, and that conversation gets a little bit weird. But nevertheless, this is someone, like, they may be incredibly developed, but obviously mentally, as Ghosty, I believe, pointed out, I could be wrong, but mentally, they are of the mind of a 12-year-old because they are a 12-year-old, right? Obviously, some 12-year-olds are going to be a little bit more mature, and some are going to be a little bit less mature. It's arbitrary at the end of the day. So I just clearing that up, set that aside, so that people get that going forward, that it's a problem anyways. But as libertarians are concerned with law, libertarians take two of the 5 domains of law, and we kind of ignore the other 3 as far as we're concerned. Libertarian philosophy and law is based upon only 2 things: retribution and restitution, right? And as far as I am concerned personally, restitution must be paid for any crime that you commit. Now, when we are talking about a rape of a child, or when we are talking about murder, under most circumstances, that retribution is either lifelong imprisonment or death. And the reason I come to that conclusion specifically for murder is, let's say you murder someone, and let's say there was a machine that existed that you could walk into and it would kill yourself, but it would bring back to life the person that you murdered. There is no logical argument that the person can make that they ought not be forced to step into that machine to bring back the life they took. So the only logical form of retribution in that regard is to murder them, or at the very least, in order to maintain, due to the wishes of the family of the victims or the victim themselves, when we're talking about child rape, would be to lifelong imprisonment in the terms of restitution. But even if we let this person out of prison, even if we say your debt to society is paid and we've decided that 20 years is enough, right? Some of you guys are absolutely right that rehabilitation is possible for many people, right? And some of these people can even become heroic. You can have someone that was a young man with a fucked up mind that may have been trapped in gang violence, that had a fucked up childhood, and et cetera, and they realize the error of their ways, and they can even become a pillar in the community in trying to stop gang violence and trying to stop other people, and society might even be considered consequentially better off. But the problem with this is that you are accounting for that reality, as opposed to understanding that reputation is not something society has. People do not have a reputation within society. We can look at the current political landscape and we can say, well, how do Republicans look at the reputation of Kamala Harris, or Democrats look at the reputation of Donald Trump, and vice versa? It's held in the individual mind. The individual chooses how they view that person and what their reputation is. And so when you are a nation state and you are going to put someone up as a pillar of your nation, as a hero to be admired, as someone to represent your culture, your food, your values, in many ways, your racial identity, right? All of these things that make what it means to be Dutch. And that person has committed heinous crimes. It is beyond the pale, because it is obvious that that it ought not be, that your community has a high reputational view of someone that is in that degree. But I do understand the frustration, because for many people here, the reputation of a murderer in their mind is that a murderer is a murderer is a murderer. And to some of you, the situation in which I explained, where there are people that have done right, turned their lives around, and made their communities better, is something that these people seem to be disregarding. And all I can say is that what I said already, which is that it is an individual opinion about you have that. So if we're going to live in a society where we put people away and we say they serve their time, you still have to recognize that it is my right, it is Ollie's right, it is Lactoid's right to have in their mind that a murderer is a murderer is a murderer, and to not associate with them and to be disgusted by them. And you have to accept that you can't make them or demand that they participate in a system where these people are given more chances by them, because that's infringing upon their liberty and their right and their community and their family.
Donald Trump is a civilly viable rapist.
So earlier when I said I don't care,
that's what you got after that.
I don't care if the people can be rehabilitated. It's because we keep talking about you paid your debt to society. Well, society isn't the person who had their kid raped. Society isn't the person who got murdered. Society isn't the person who was enslaved or tortured. That's why I picked these 4 specific ones, because it does something to the person that is lifelong, right? If you murder someone, that person isn't alive. If you rape someone, they're going to deal with a lifelong drama. Wait, no, I'm not done. With what happened in this situation, he was 19. He went over to another country, raped a 12-year-old. I don't know if it was a handful of years later or whatever it may be, but the girl ended up addicted to pills and ODing. She didn't die, but she's still going to have to deal with that, with the aftermath of what happened with the OD and with the rape and the trauma, and that doesn't go away. Especially with things like torture, enslavement, rape, murder. These things don't go away. You do something that is a lifelong thing that you're not going to be able to repay. You're not repaying your debt to the person that you affected in that severe way. I don't care about the debt to society. So when you say like, well, yeah, if there's an 18-year-old kid and he was in a gang and he was murdering people, but at 36 they're fine. Yeah, I don't care if at 36 they're fine. When they were 18 and they were murdering people, the people that they murdered, well, they're dead. They don't get to be 36 and be like forgiven. They're not forgiving the person. The family of the people don't get to look at you and be like, the family of the people who.
So non-murder, and if the family forgives, you're okay then?
No.
Okay, so demonstrate. Okay, then tackle the meat. Tackle that meat, please. Pause.
I don't need to. Because the overwhelming majority of families aren't going to forgive.
Okay, I don't want to forgive every single one of these murderers and rapists. I'm asking you if, in your world, right? Because you were absolute about this, so I'm giving you.
In my world, no. If you murdered people when you were 18 and you're 40, and the family of the
people
you murdered forgive you,
why are you bringing it up? Something that doesn't even. It's not even relevant to you.
Because for the overwhelming
majority, you're not even listening.
You're
spurting.
The overwhelming majority.
You're like an Asmongold viewer right now.
Forgiveness isn't a part of that process. You are not typically going to be forgiven. So when I'm talking about when these 4 are committed in general public, we know that these 4 are non-forgivable, heinous crimes, and they leave lifelong effects. So when you rape someone and then you're out in the street in 3 years, 5 years, and you're still living in the same city or state, or you see the person on TV, or you see the person doing whatever it is because they're now a pillar in their society or in their community, maybe they became famous afterwards. You have to live with the fact that society forgave the people, but you didn't. That's why I don't think these are forgiven.
Engage with the meat. I'm saying, what if that person who was who had this person in a non-murder cases, obviously this person's alive, actually does forgive the assailant.
Who gives a shit?
Right. And I'm asking Ali, because Ali's the one that's making a blanket statement.
For non-murder?
I'll make the same blanket statement. Who gives a shit?
Once again, I believe there are lesser crimes with lesser punishments. And
I'm talking about the 4 you named are non-murder. The 4 you named, but not the murder one. So like the 3 you named are non-murder.
Oh, you tortured
enslavement,
me.
torture, or rape?
Like what?
Enslavement, torture, or rape. Is it impossible for somebody to forgive somebody that they committed to them, that happened to them? Is it possible?
I don't care about edge cases, man.
That's only retribution. That's not
You
restitution.
said there's no exceptions. So I'm saying that if you make a rule with no exceptions, you can't not acknowledge exceptional.
What I'm saying is,
I acknowledge that the exception, but I don't make the rule based off the exception. Why would I do that?
Ali,
they're two different things.
Why, Ali? I just want to know why you're bringing up something that doesn't matter to you. You're talking about a belief that you don't even hold yourself. You don't care whether or not the family forgives them. You don't.
Oh my God,
two separate things. Listen,
but if
listen.
they do,
Do you want to dream?
If they do.
Relax. Do you want to dream? Relax. So there's two different. Hold on. I can actually explain this in a way that I think D1O Dream will understand. These are two separate things. When you're talking about whether or not the family forgives them, that's retribution. The family has the right
That's not Ali's point.
Yeah,
Ali
bitch.
didn't care about any of that. Ali
I don't care. Oh, bitch.
Why are you answering something that's not addressing what Ali said?
Shush.
You just feel like talking again. This is address what Ali said. Ali said the reason these can't be forgiven isn't none of the 5 things. He said these things can't be forgiven because the families wouldn't forgive it. And then so that's what Dream
that was
asked
part
you.
of it.
Sure,
Once again,
listen.
That's what he's saying. He's saying, why'd you say that? That's not part of it.
Listen.
Who gives a shit about the 0.01%?
Listen. Will you shut the fuck up? Listen, I'm actually explaining in a substantive way. And you're spurging as well. You're yelling over me to try and get a dunk because you don't have any fucking good arguments to bear. Like shush.
Scott, go ahead.
Listen. There are two separate things at play here. When you were talking about retribution, you were talking about the family's right to the sense of justice that equals the crime itself. When you were talking about restitution, you were talking about the individual's right or the individual's ability to argue that they have rights, right? So if I steal a TV, right, that's worth $500, okay? In order for me to say that I have a right to not have my TV stolen, I have to replace the TV. I have to, or the monetary value of the TV, the $500, to give you your TV back. But the person who had the TV stolen from them has the right of retribution to say, hey, give me $500 on top of that because you stole my fucking TV.
No contest.
When you're talking about heinous crimes that take a person's life, so specifically murder,
This again, you're not addressing what's being talked about.
I am Black America Made. You are trying to sound smart and you are just interrupting.
I'm just saying address what's being talked about.
I am going through it step by step so that your dumbass can understand it. Because your fucking IQ is dropping by the second as you keep getting more and more frustrated.
Let him go.
So just relax.
I'm
and let me
curious if
finish.
he's actually going to address it. Just let him go, Ben.
Right. So when you're talking specifically about murder, as I stated with the whole machine analogy, you got that earlier, right? It is impossible for someone to, like, for retribution in this regard to even matter because logically speaking, they can't argue that they have a right to their own life because they murdered other lives. The only way that they could argue that back is to give up their own life. Now, when you talk about torture and when you talk about rape and when you talk about, what was the other one you gave sociology?
enslavement.
Enslavement, so like
trafficking.
kidnapping,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Trafficking, etc. Right? You are talking about a crime that the debt that in order to argue, right, you have to match the trauma that you have caused, the damage that you have caused, and the damage that you have caused is lifelong. So you could argue that person ought not. You can argue that person. You can argue that person can't actually be killed. Right? You can argue that they can't be put in the wood chipper, but what you can't argue is that they be free to live on society with no payment or debts because the damage that they caused is continuous and constantly occurring. And then on top of that, you have to double that because the family deserves retribution if they so choose. But in the event that they don't choose and they say, hey, I don't want justice, I forgive them, they still cannot argue that they ought not be raped, that they ought not be tortured, or that they ought not be kidnapped and trafficked unless they themselves are able to pay that off in some regard. So that paying off in our current society, in our current structure, we utilize that via prison. Lactoid would utilize that with working and giving the money to other people. There are other means that you could potentially do this, but being free to roam in society isn't one of them.
You understand that you didn't contradict anything I've said. I agree with everything you said, Fabian. I agree with everything you said. The only disagreement, which is you would understand, is that whether or not something is paid off, whether or not somebody has done what they needed to do to pay off a certain other thing, especially when it's not something like a life, especially when something is not inherent harm.
It is inherent harm. That's where you're going wrong with this.
Hold on. Stop, Gibbs. You don't know what the fuck that second half of that sentence is.
Hold on. But you're wrong already. I don't. Doesn't matter what the second half of your sentence is because it's already wrong. You're already wrong.
You do not know the second half. No.
Okay, I'm gonna listen to the second half.
The second half.
All right, go ahead.
It is not inherent or absolutely true that somebody being enslaved or raped or what was the third thing?
You don't think that inherently causes long-term psychological damage?
It is not inherently true that being it is not inherently true that the victims of those three necessarily means that you will be traumatized for the rest of your life.
What does it necessarily mean? Wait. What does it necessarily mean? What does it necessarily mean? Do you think that it more? Okay, so if someone is a victim of those three crimes, do you think that what do you think the likelihood that they're
Do you know what inherently necessarily means?
No, I want to argue the inherently thing. Fuck that. Let me talk.
Obviously,
it's not. I don't. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up.
Hold on.
Ali, obviously, he's talking about probability, dumbass. What the fuck are you asking?
I'm gonna say inherently. Let's go with this.
What's actually hilarious is that D1 Dream is
permanent
right.
or essential way.
He's wrong. He's absolutely wrong. Say if you physically
essential way.
I'm wrong for saying so. It's impossible. We can never even imagine somebody.
You're communicating at a kindergarten level.
You can overcome trauma and still have it affect you for the rest of your life.
If you're just talking about, hey, the reason I'm so happy and good right now is because I overcame something. Okay. I understand that, but obviously what I'm saying is...
If you physically sexually assault a child, they probably can't have kids later in life. They're going to be inherently physically damaged the entirety of their life. No matter if they somehow forgive this person.
Admiral, you're giving an example of the example that is absolute.
If I torture somebody for a year and they can't walk no more, guess what?
You're literally giving an example where there is permanent damage. You're defining the example with permanent damage.
Why are you letting these people spurg out like children?
Ghost. I seriously want to ask Ghost this question, please. Can you conceive?
I want to go after that.
Can you conceive of a world where my current state, even though I was traumatized by the past, I forgive the person that caused this trauma to me and is one of those three things that are not murder. I forgave them, and it currently does not affect me negatively. Can you conceive of that world?
Where it does not affect you negatively?
I overcame it, and I forgive them.
I feel like it's going to affect you for the rest of your life. It might not...
I could be a better person because of it. Sure, I agree. But negatively currently.
To be honest, like, what are you arguing that therefore they shouldn't have a debt to repay because people can overcome trauma? Or
can you just answer
I feel like
even conceivable to you? Like, can you just imagine? Do you have an imagination that's possible to even conceive of such a world? Ghost, do you have this ability?
Say yes. I want to see where it's going.
It's okay if you don't have the ability.
Yes. Sure.
So in the world where that exists, there has to be something else which is not like the family forgiveness or the current state of this person. You just have to assume or just like have a principled thing as once committed X crime, therefore you don't deserve any chance because I arbitrarily say so. There's no necessary attachment to anything else.
You don't want other people to do it. You don't want other people to think they can just do something and be like, oh, in a couple years, like I'll just,
She might get over it.
It would be deterrence.
Forgive me, I'm free.
You can have a system of deterrence without for life imprisonment. Is that possible, Ghost?
Yeah, it's a slap on the wrist. Time out.
Anything above 25 years doesn't offer any additional deterrence, anyways.
Well, that's not true.
That's why. I mean, it is. Is it? Do you have a study that shows it's statistically significant?
Yes. So I can get it to you. Yes. So
I'm not even trying to argue with you. I actually want to read. I just want to read that.
So you're right. So you're right that like there is diminishing returns. It's basically like a I forget the fucking name of the graph, but it's
flattening graph. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a flattening kind of.
But
graph.
It's like an asymptote, so it's never zero.
Right. Exactly.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. No, I could see that. I'd have to.
But
it
is reducing. So when D10 before said that like the best way of preventing crime is to have more police, he wasn't wrong about that, right? That actually is much better in terms of preventing crime. But deterrence still has an effect, right? And it's diminishing the more you punish, but there is still a positive.
I would say the deterrence is probably a collaboration of the two, right? The likelihood of being caught and then what being caught means is right. So it's like,
we're talking about the high.
You know what I mean? Like if you're less, if you're like if they have like capital punishment for every crime, but they have like one cop, like then it's not really much of a deterrence because you think you'll get away with it. And vice versa. If you're guaranteed to get caught, but it's only $1,000 fine, it would probably be even stronger deterrent because you know, you are going to have to pay at some point and you're almost guaranteed. But look, D10 Dream, as much as you're being fucking psycho about this right now, you're not wrong, right? Mental resilience is a thing that some people, well, you're wrong on a lot of other accounts, but on one specific thing, you're definitely not
demonstrate
wrong.
It, and I'll
agree
with you.
Which is mental resilience is an unknown factor that is kind of like, it's like it's really confounding to most psychologists currently, right? Like we really don't understand why it is that some people in a household, for example, can have alcoholic parents and they can be, you know, treated roughly the same, have roughly the same experiences. And one of them becomes like a fucked up alcoholic themselves or dies from drug overdose. And then the other person seems to be a relatively healthy, you know, individual that goes off in society. You could even make the argument that, that a pure psychopath, right? Someone with the worst of the worst characteristics of antisocial personality disorder would likely suffer zero or very little mental trauma from basically anything that you did to them. Only the physical trauma would actually matter. But the thing about it is it depends upon what justice system you're working within, because if you are in a system where restitution is conceived of as a debt to society, right? And there is an arbitrary concept of what that is. So, you know, we say this crime comes with a punishment of 5 years, right? That is based off of law of averages, right? So having outliers where this person is, you know, this rare type of person isn't actually affected by it, right? Like we're not talking about that one rare person that happens to be okay with it. We're talking about all of those factors as they apply to the average person, and the average person, right, is going to be deeply psychologically traumatized by being raped at especially to the point where it's physically hurt, and they were drugged and they were a child, right? Like all of those, like for the overwhelming majority of 12-year-olds, that is going to ruin their life. Are there some 12-year-olds that might not ruin their life in some capacity? Potentially, but
yeah,
even
I
then
think
it's
the only problem
highly
I have
unlikely.
Is the absolutism. It's the only
still
problem
highly
I've ever had.
unlikely.
Okay. Great.
It might not even ruin your life.
Wait. I want to leave, so I'm going to leave, right? But you guys can keep talking. I'm going to read out to our friend. I'm assuming he's streaming, Admiral Gibbs, right?
I am streaming.
All right, because we love Admiral Gibbs, and Admiral Gibbs is fantastic, and he impressed us today. So we're gonna send you guys off to him. You guys can continue on over there. Thanks for everyone who came through. I hope you subscribed or followed or whatever the fuck. I don't know. But I'm done for tonight. And this was fantastic. All right, off. Keep going.
Yeah, I just want to be clear, Fabian. Everything you said, I don't disagree with. I don't think you said anything necessarily that I disagree to, other than the very fundamental one where you believe that some people deserve death automatically on murder, etc., or life imprisonment. That's just the only thing we fundamentally disagree on. Everything else we agree on in terms of like the sentences of certain crimes, murder. Listen, I think there's context where some murders can be forgiven, right? And there's context where some murders cannot be forgiven. I think there's a.
It's not about forgiveness.
I'm saying
forgiveness doesn't matter.
Forgiveness, and allowing that same person to come back to society. So that's what when I mean forgiveness, I mean I'm encompassing everything that goes into allowing somebody to come back.
Here's my issue.
Go ahead.
Right. So when I'm going to explain estoppel principle in law, as it sits currently in common law. Right. So, and Lactoid, if I get something a little bit wrong here, you know,
just
feel free to correct me. Can you hear me though?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're in my ears.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So when you, let's say you get convicted of a DUI and you are, you're caught drinking and driving, you are convicted, and then a few years later, you are in court again for a DUI, you don't get to have the defense that you've never drank and drive in your entire life. You don't get to tell the judge, well, I've never drank and drive. Like, I've never done that, right? Because it is a matter of the court. It is a matter of the record that you have been convicted of drinking and driving. So you can't put in your defense like, hey, this is my first time. I've never done this before. Right. So you are stuck.
First offenders.
Right, so,
I think first offense is key, is the context that I would include. First offense.
Because it can affect the jury, it can affect sentencing, etc. And so the similar situation occurs when you are talking about your own rights, your right to life, your right to property. When you are proven, to some reasonable degree, right? Whatever that system is within a community, whatever that legal system is, when you're proven to a reasonable degree that you have murdered someone or stolen from someone, you do not then get to tell society, well, you can't steal from me. It's wrong. I have a right to my property, because your actions, right, have proven what it is that you believe and the ethical framework in which you act in the world. It like your actions are more powerful than your words. You can lie all you want and say, I deserve that right. But moral claims have to be universalizable. So it can't be that theft is wrong for you, but it's not wrong for me, right? If murder's wrong, murder's a bad word because it has morally wrong baked into it. But if theft is wrong, right, it's always wrong. It can't be right sometimes and then right and wrong other times. And so when you murder someone, you're not capable of making a logical argument that says that you have the right to not be murdered. You can't go and go, well, no, you can't murder me. That would be wrong. It's like, you can say that, but your actions have already shown that you live by the law of the jungle, that you are outside of an ethical framework where we accept that people have a right to their life. And so it need not actually be the responsibility of a legal framework to sentence you to death for the murder that you committed. However, if we let you out into the world and then and the family has forgiven you, right? So in this situation, the family says, I don't care, Tim was an asshole anyways, nobody liked him, whatever, right? So everyone that has a claim, a kinship claim to this person has forgiven you. I can still kill you, right? And no one can argue that what I have done was unethical. And the reason for that is that person has already claimed that they are outside of that law of ethics. They're outside of that system that says it's wrong to kill people, and they've proven so and demonstrated it with their murder.
Within that, Fabian, do you believe in like vigilante justice, like a father killing the perpetrator that assaulted his daughter?
I think that it encompasses things that would be right and things that would be wrong, right? So I mean, like, I don't want to just give a blanket yes to vigilante justice, because I think there are plenty of people that have a wrong opinion and don't have any actual evidence, but they're just in their heart they believe it and they go out. And like, I think that is the action is an anti-life position, an anti-libertarian, to just go out and try and get justice, Hatfield and McCoy, style, with very little evidence. But then there are other situations, where someone is sentenced to, let's say, like if the father of this 12-year-old girl, for example, right? If he murdered this guy, I wouldn't call that murder. I would call that justified vigilante justice. This guy that did fucking 2.5 years combined. I think it's 17 and 13 months, right? So that would be 12, 24. Yeah. And then this is 30. So 18 months. Well, he did 17. He did 13 when he got back to the Dutch, but he did 17 while he was in the UK, right? So altogether that would be 2.5 years. Yeah, I don't think that it would be, especially considering the context of the situation where she, almost lost her own life due to the trauma, right? And I mean, like, I think that would be perfectly justifiable.
She said she felt guilty, right? And why she felt guilty?
Here's why.
Clear.
It's
That's
I can
normal.
tell you almost certainly
That's
why.
very
No,
normal.
I'm saying it could have been.
Can I,
he could feel guilty that he's in
before we
prison.
get into
That's
that,
a logical possibility. Is what I'm saying.
before we get into that, I do have to go. Can I just really quickly, when I leave, I just want to say one thing. Before he left, and I wish I could have confronted him on this, but everyone was yelling. But before Bam left, he called, and the only reason I'm bringing this up is because this is an election year. He called Trump a child molester, specifically. I just want to point out that this is entirely false. Reuters even has fact-checked this multiple times, and there is no credible report or evidence that Trump has ever engaged in child molestation. So I want to make that clear.
I haven't even heard of that he was.
It's a
apparently a
talking point
meme going around. It's entirely.
I mean, he was chilling with Epstein, but I'm not saying it's true.
It got debunked in 2016, and then every year or so, the left resurrects it as if it's a new report that just came out, and they all pretend like it's a new thing. I wouldn't say that it is proven that he didn't do that, but I would say that the evidence that they're presenting isn't credible at all. Right? There's no credible evidence that he did these things.
Evidence. Yeah.
It's just a claim that's based upon very weak evidence. And there's some evidence to suggest that he absolutely didn't do that. Such as the prosecutor back in 2015, 2004. I want to when the cases first started, Donald Trump came forward and was one of the only people that cooperated with them without having to be subpoenaed, and gave them as much as they could. Now, you could claim that is evidence that he maybe cut a deal, but we don't have any evidence to suggest that occurred. It is a possibility, though, and that's why I said it's weak evidence that he didn't do it, because it could be that he cut a deal.
You just can't.
But
you just can't call somebody a chomo with no evidence, though, right?
Okay, so let's just get
agree.
to the meat of this, because I think we've tackled a lot. Who's on the absolutism? No matter what, there's no context. That as long as you committed these categories of crimes, such as murder, rape, etc.
I'm only there for murder, right? Because I don't think that there is any. Because what is the value of a human life, right? The only way to match the value of a human life is your life, right? For the other crimes, I think
saving a life could be you can make an argument that I'm saving more lives. You would be saving more lives if you allowed me to live. If I had if my position was of a degree where I could save lives. So
the problem is that value is subjective, right? So you would value your mother's life higher than you would value Hitler's life, right? So if someone came in and saved Hitler, you wouldn't say, "Oh, well, he's paid his debt to me and my family and everything," right? Because your mom presumably is a nice lady and you love her, and it's your mom.
Right. And what if we had a all-encompassing wraparound situation where everybody outside the person that was harmed, clearly, right? Everyone, number one, they're oh, we forgive them, or there was a certain situation where there was a reason behind the murder or whatever, and maybe it was a temporary insanity or something like that, where clearly this person, for one shape or another, was not in the right place. For example, child soldiers, right? That could be an example of a murder. And they grew up and they grew out of that, or they were just maybe in a cult from birth, and then they finally was educated and
those are victims of enslavement or torture.
Yeah. Right. And I'm saying
they wouldn't be murderers.
So you're saying people in a cult from birth and in their adult age, they wouldn't be murderers when they kill somebody.
They would absolutely be murderers. That's why the Helter Skelter was a whole thing. If you look at history, they absolutely, you once you're of a certain age, you have legal cognizance to do whatever.
Right.
So, there's no excuse.
I was talking about kids. I was more talking about kids doing it. He said child soldiers.
Well, yeah, child soldiers are a whole different thing.
I said child soldiers, and then I also said or cult members.
Well, they're totally different.
So
I was leaning towards kids.
Okay, so you think anyone under 18 who commits murder does deserve so you're not absolute because you care about the context of what age they are, right?
No, I don't think if you're made to be a child soldier, or if you grew up in a cult and the cult leaders I don't think you're a murderer.
Okay, do you because
I think a murder implies that you just
what I would say to be more clear, that's the key thing there. It's
murder.
Are you hold on, pause. The question is are you capable of consent? hold on. Are you capable of consenting to your actions at that time and able to make choices, right? If you are a child soldier, I think that's a pretty clear-cut case that you're not capable of consenting to the actions that you occur, and that's why you're supposed to have a guardian that represents you and deals with what these situations are, and you could even potentially find the guardian would be the one at fault, right? So if I am in charge of the care of a child voluntarily, and then I brainwash that child to go murder people, the fault of the murderer is not on the child. The fault of the murderer is on the warlord and, the Congolese warlord that, brainwashed the child. It's like they use the child as a tool that was incapable.
As a tool, yeah.
Right?
I get
So the
that.
gun
I
is
get
not
that.
responsible.
So a follow-up.
They're the gun in the analogy because they're not capable of making those rational decisions.
Yes. Follow up to that. Is your standard of rational thought or of sound mind, does that extend to adults as well? If they're, for example, under the influence, like let's say it was their first time being under the influence, for example, or maybe not their first time under the influence, but maybe first time taking a specific drug that they were trying, or maybe a situation where the drug happened to be laced, and then they committed a set acts under those influences.
So
They
yeah,
weren't outside mind to be.
These are going to be different things, right? So in the example of the laced, I would treat that the same way as the child soldier, right? If someone is given a drug knowingly that is laced with a substance that they're not aware of, then they didn't make the rational decision to take something that would essentially make them out of their mind, right? Like I'm used to taking cocaine and I had no idea that someone had dosed me with like extremely high doses of some hallucinogen,
Ketamine.
right? Right. Well,
which has happened to me.
I mean, like maybe like some crazy pure Molly could do that or something. But like if you think you're getting cocaine, it would have to be a substance that's small and white, etc. Like ketamine, you couldn't get a high enough dosage without knowing with ketamine personally. But yeah. But let's say that they chose to take a substance that they knew would make them out of their mind, and then they did things. Associated with it. The fault of the individual.
But hold on? Can you be more clear, please? Because I know when I'm taking weed, I'm going to be out of my mind. But I don't think
you can still make rational decisions when you're high on weed.
Right.
What I'm saying is you would have to be if you're talking about a state where you're incapable of rational thought, then what we would be describing is an insane amounts of hallucinogenic drugs. Right. That's what would be required for you no longer to be able to make rational decisions.
Right.
I mean, enough meth, sure, but you would be responsible for your state of mind. You caused the chain of events because you chose let's say you're in a house and you have a loaded gun in the house. Well, yes, you're responsible for that.
You're taking that decision.
But
it's like drinking and driving and killing somebody. You still get charged with manslaughter, even though you were drunk.
I gave a scenario earlier, like I came out with the scenario, I believe, when I was like 18 or something. And like I can imagine where I did everything in my power before I became drunk and I'm celebrating an event to prevent me from driving drunk. For example, I designated a DD. I was like, hey, look, I'm planning on getting blackout drunk tonight. Please take care of me. You're responsible. They agreed to it. They consent to that. I hid away my keys. I stored away my car. And then somehow I became blackout drunk, and then when I woke up,
it doesn't matter.
Like my head.
Yeah, it's your fault.
So
yeah.
So you're saying even though you took every responsibility possible,
you still did it.
Yeah.
Because the primary thing that you could have done to avoid that is not get blackout drunk.
Yeah.
Like you put yourself in a state of mind intentionally and knowingly that would make you incapable of.
Okay, fine.
Well, even then, to be fair, drunks are still rational. It's just you don't remember it, right? So you'd have to use something other than alcohol.
Let me give an example. I mean, I think your inhibitors is part of what makes you rational, right? And then when you're drunk, you lose your inhibitors, like your ability to inhibit yourself.
Your inhibitions are lowered.
Yeah, your inhibitions.
Are lowered, but that's not the same thing as being incapable of rational thought and determining right.
It doesn't change your sense of self. I feel like you're still.
But then that would mean like girls that are drunk, they're able to consent because they're making a rational thought, right? That's what you would say, right?
It depends. I would say that is true. But but I would say it depends on how drunk you are, right? If you are blackout, if you're blackout drunk, right? You could, I feel you. So if you're blackout drunk, I would say that you are not in the rational state. But the thing is that you chose to be blackout drunk.
What if you didn't know your limit? Like, let's say, what if you didn't know your limit and then you took all the alcohol?
Then you chose to take that risk.
Yeah,
you chose to take that risk.
That's what I'm saying though. Like, let's say you had let's say you
don't have a right to drink. It's a choice that you're making, and we know the consequences that can come.
Well, you do have a right to drink.
Right. No, not. I mean, like you don't have to drink. Is I guess what I was saying.
Oh, right. There's a critical part of the justice
right
system y'all ignoring right here, and that's ignorance does not excuse your actions. Just because you're ignorant of what could happen doesn't mean you're excused. So I might be ignorant and I've never tried alcohol, so I might think, oh, I'm 350 pounds, I could drink a bunch of alcohol. Turns out I'm a super lightweight and I just like get wasted off 2 beers and plow through a school bus. Guess what? That's a problem. Like it doesn't matter that I was ignorant of that beforehand.
Yeah, it's
like if
it's
I'm
mens rea. It's mens rea versus
agree
actus reus, right? So mens rea is guilty mind. Actus reus is the guilty action. Right. So you may not have mens rea. You may not have an intention of committing a crime. And that's why in our current legal structure, we differentiate between, let's say, murder and manslaughter. Right. Manslaughter is guilty action. Actus reus. You killed someone. Right. But we don't call it murder 1, murder 2, or murder 3 because you don't have guilty mind. You didn't intend to kill someone. It was an accident. But the reason that we still charge you with manslaughter for, let's say, drinking and driving is that you put yourself in that situation and you made a series of decisions that led to that person's death. And those were avoidable situations. And it's like, it is true that you could potentially put up every precaution, right? Like freeze your keys in a block of ice in your freezer and lock your door and stay home and get shit-faced and then have no idea what your limit is and think that, you read somewhere and you went to high school and they were like, hey, 1 beer per hour. But for whatever reason, you discover this day that you have an allergic reaction to alcohol. And so 1 beer, you try for 2 beers and all of a sudden you're blackout drunk and you had no idea.
Yeah.
And you go out and do something.
Yeah.
Even that is an incredibly rare situation, but the fact of the matter is that there is still a victim, and you still did actions that led to that victim.
I think you pointed out something that I obviously agree with it, and I think the distinction is manslaughter, right? You don't think you view manslaughter as murder in your eyes, Fabian. So even though somebody is killed, because it's not murder, right, Fabian? You would have a different like punishment or
libertarians are pretty hardcore right wing on this issue, right? If you commit manslaughter, it doesn't matter. It's still the death.
So death and or in life imprisonment for those manslaughter charges as well.
But manslaughter would require you being irresponsible in your actions and taking risks that potentially lead to the said thing, right? So like if I'm at let's say I go to the gun range and I shoot my gun, right? And I'm responsible and I do everything right, and then I shoot my gun, but there was someone hiding, right, behind the target.
What if you go
in like an all black suit up against a black wall, right? And then I shoot them. That's not manslaughter. As far as I'm concerned, because every rational action, you did everything you rationally could in that moment that a rational person could to ensure that what it is that you were doing wasn't that situation. Another example that I could give you, right, that might help you better understand this is justifiable self-defense, right? So let's say I'm in my apartment let's say I'm in my house, right? And I turn on the news and the news says, hey, there's a person going door to door murdering people, butchering them with a hidden knife, right? And then they show me a description of the person. And then I look out my window and I see someone matching the description perfectly, right? And then I open my window and I go, hey, get the fuck out of here. This is private property, right? And then they just keep walking. And then I grab my gun and I fire a warning shot and they just keep on walking. And then I open my door and I shoot him in the chest and I kill him. And then later we discover that this was actually a Jehovah's Witness who, through no fault of his own, happened to just look exactly like this guy. Oh, and by the way, he's deaf. And so he didn't hear me yell and he didn't hear or notice the warning shot. Now, in that moment, I am still justified in self-defense because in that moment, all of the rationally available information was that I was under a threat from this person. Everything
You're
that
not
I
an
did was
immediate threat,
perfectly.
though.
Yeah,
Legally, I
Well,
don't.
they're marching.
Think
They're
that's
marching to my door.
walking towards
A
you.
serial killer is marching to my door.
No, no, if they're
Right?
on your property, they're a threat in general. If you don't give permission, that's a threat. Take
Yeah,
them out.
Well, there's egress. There's under
If
current
it's a
laws. There's
6-year-old in my
egress.
house, hold on. If you're a 6-year-old and you're in my house at 3 a.m. and I didn't let you in there, you're just as much a threat.
I'm assuming.
As, you know,
hold on, listen.
the dude walking as a serial killer, like take him out.
No. I'm assuming that you live in a regular neighborhood in the suburbs, and if you live in a regular neighborhood in the suburbs, even though there might be like, well, no, just in general, I'm talking to Admiral Gibbs mostly, but like,
He's talking about a hypothetical.
there are egress laws in our current framework, right? So under our current framework, it's assumed that unless you have a no trespassing sign, that if you have a driveway and a sidewalk that leads up to the front porch, that you're not trespassing unless you pass a no trespassing sign, right? So you're not in any immediate threat or danger if a person just happens to be walking. Now, if you give them a warning shot and you scream at them to get off your yard and they have perfectly matched the description of a serial killer, right? You are obviously in immediate danger, right? Like you have every rational reason to believe that this person that matches a serial killer and who is ignoring your screams and ignoring your warning shots is coming for you. All of the information available at that time. And yet that wouldn't be manslaughter once we find out that this person is deaf, because in that moment, all of the rational information that you could do to make that mind, any person in your position would have made that choice. No one in that position would have been unjustified in killing said person in that moment. That wouldn't
hold
be
on,
manslaughter.
Xavier. There is one problem with that. I'm going to use an example. This is an anecdotal example.
Maybe.
I was growing up in Corpus Christi, and on Crime Stoppers, they would have like whatever local murderer that killed somebody, and they'd be like, "Oh, he's 5'6". He had a shirt on and a chain that said Gonzalez and a hat, and he's brown hair, brown eyes." And I'm like, that's literally half of Corpus Christi. So if I saw a guy walking across my front yard and that's what they said, I don't think it'd be rational to assume that hey, I could shoot at that guy. There might be a little bit of a problem with the logic there.
I mean, sure.
Where
If
you're at.
if the description is vague, right? I was maybe I didn't describe it adequately enough, right? But I'm talking about like there's a police sketch and he's like wearing the same outfit. He looks exactly the same as the sketch, right? Like he could be a fucking twin brother for the actual criminal. And you give them a warning call and you give them a warning shot, and they continuously, and maybe he's got like a bad hip, so he walks like he's sneaking, or like he walks like he's trying to, you know what I mean? Like every piece of information. Right, every piece of it, or maybe he likes to run when he does it, right? So he's running to your front door because he knows that he's going to save more people in the name of Yahweh, and if he runs from house to house instead of just walking, because he needs to hit as many doors as possible, because we all need to hear about the Lord and Savior Jehovah, right? Whatever. Every available information points towards the fact that this person is a threat to you, and you've done everything you can following the gentleness principle to remove them while still being reasonably safe. I would say that's not manslaughter just because you happen to cause that person's death.
Okay. I think
we're getting out of here, fellas.
Wait, Ali, I think you would agree that you've taken down your charge, right? You were absolute, all cases, no exceptions. Now you've kind of like contextualized.
Murder. No. Murder, enslavement, rape, torture. Just fucking dip. Manslaughter isn't murder to me.
No. You said you don't agree with the right of mind thing.
What do you mean?
Like you have to be of right of mind.
Right, that would make it manslaughter.
Manslaughter isn't an excuse for me. Sorry. Like,
okay.
Like,
cool.
So if you get drunk,
anything
and you kill next.
So drunk and killing somebody, even though that could be manslaughter in some cases, to you that is murder.
Yeah.
Right. And so children killing others, if
that's not manslaughter.
No. I'm saying. Okay. Let me say even more clear. I think I've been unclear just then. No matter what, if they're of sound mind or not sound mind, murder is murder, killing is killing. It doesn't matter if they're of sound mind or non-sound mind, right, Ali?
I think I'm going to clarify.
kids being forced to do things, I do not think is murder. You are not of the ability to consent.
No force.
Now, if you are just a child and you go and you kill somebody, I think that is murder. I do not think that person gets, because I like
what about like somebody grew
like
up
if
in
a
this
16-year-old grabs a kid and does a mass shooting, like that's a murderer to me.
I agree, but what?
But a 5-year-old grabbing their dad's gun on accident and like shooting someone, that's not murder. Like it's a 5-year-old.
Right, accidents, even though they take lives, you don't care
But
about.
if a 15-year-old grabs his dad's gun and is playing with it and shoots his friend, you murder your friend.
Okay, so some accidents they're getting the life.
I think there's an age component to it. I feel like under like 12.
Yeah, and like a mental component. If you like can't understand what you're doing.
Yeah, like under 12, I'm like
the problem. Yeah, the problem is that we have an arbitrary measure of what adulthood is, despite the fact that development continues slowly and progresses, all the way until roughly 26, and in many ways throughout our entire lives. You know what I mean? Because like
This
if you
is
look
why
at
we
the
have a
statistics,
criminal justice system, though. Like with, sorry, I thought you were done. I just want to say real quick, I'm gonna go. But this is why we have a criminal justice system. This is why we have trials and juries and shit like that, because all of these things are so contextual. There's not just like one black and white, like you do, like every person who does this, gets this amount of time. Like, so.
Yeah, that's why I've been
disagree.
fighting against the absolutism, Ghost, this whole time.
I disagree. I think all crime
against absolutism.
I think there's an objective measurement for punishment for every single solitary crime. The issue is our ability to ascertain the truth, right? So I don't actually think that there isn't. Like I think retribution and restitution are objective measures. The problem is ascertaining the truth, because value is subjective and the other individual could lie, right? So I mean, like, for example, if I have a coffee mug, right? A coffee mug at a store might have a market value of $10. But there's sentimental value to the coffee mug because it was a gift for my graduation through college, and it's a college mug from VCU that my grandmother gave me, and you can't easily replace that gift with $10. What's the value of that mug? Well, I can lie about that. I can say, it's worth $1 million, right? But we have to have a system to try and determine the veracity of the claim of the value, so that restitution and retribution can be repaid, so that people can continue on with their life after said crime. With murder, it's real simple. What's the value of the subjective life?
Well,
it's immeasurable. It's your life.
I think for things like, especially like child rape and rape and murder and like everything Ali said, I think those are more objective, just in general, no matter what the context. But
with my opener, that I said the only reason I don't like death penalty is because we don't get the conviction right 100% of the time. But if we got the conviction correct, if it was just 100% certainty that these people committed one of those 4 crimes, I don't think that's when absolute becomes like for me. So once again, the cases that you listed, Dream, they weren't like once again, a child soldier I don't think is consenting to murder. Like a cult, a kid in a cult, I don't think. Right. Outside of these things, outside of it, if you're like once again above the age of like 12, 13, you're grabbing your gun and you're going and you're doing like a mass shooting at a school or you're killing someone. I don't think that just because you paid your debt to society that when you're 30 that you are like really are like much of a changed person.
I want to give you context because the reason I'm on this side is because in my life I've been a victim of a violent crime and a bunch of other stuff, and I forgave my assailants personally. And I'm like, the only reason that I think this person got 15, like the person who almost killed me, he got 15 in a mental asylum when I was 11. I'm 26 now, so he should be out this year, actually. That being said, I forgave him when I was about 17.
Wouldn't be funny if he came after you and killed you, but it would be a little bit funny.
Here's in my world, he wouldn't be able to come out.
I'm just saying.
In my world,
I'm not saying it would be funny, but it would be like ironic, like if like you were like, let him out, and then he came and killed you.
I want to be clear. In my perfect world, if I had the ability, people would have to be able to demonstrate their sanity and their ability to be reinstated in society with a high level of confidence, like we do, like the scientific like we do any social study, right? Like
that's
The
part
only
of a
way they'd be able to do
sociopath,
that is
though.
so typically these people would be able to lie. That was my issue when you said like write an
Sociopath,
essay
yeah.
or like do some type of thing. Is like these people that are doing these types of crimes clearly have an ability to just like disassociate and just kind of.
I understand that. I understand that. That's just the difficulty with things, and that's why I think they would also have to demonstrate like an ability to benefit society. If they're a net benefit, if they're able to demonstrate with a high level of confidence their ability to be a benefit to society. Let's say they're doing amazing things. They're helping people behind the bars, right? Like they're saving lives, like somehow, right?
Yeah.
There's something to give us something concrete, sufficient evidence, not absolute, because we don't in humanity we don't deal with absolute certainty.
I feel
there's nothing 100%.
Here's my problem.
Right?
Here's my problem with that.
No, you don't.
Unless you have monitoring on these people for the rest of their
law
lives,
of non-contradiction.
I can
law of
honestly
identity.
say,
These are absolutes.
what if they're doing all these
We're talking
great
about
things to
probability,
society? What if they're doing all these great things to society? This is going to be my question. These people get up. They're doing all these great things to society, but in secret, they're doing all the negative things. They're just really good at not getting caught.
People do anything to get out of jail.
Ali, I'm fine with
Good behavior.
I'm fine with a system that monitors them for the rest of their life. I agree with you. Let's have them have a microchip that is like an ankle bracelet, or like if they want to be able to
just brand them. I think that's the best way.
I think
measure.
If I don't believe, I think that's I think America has a right with the cruel and unusual punishment.
I don't think that's cruel or unusual.
I think they're right. That's
branding or
subjectively defined.
I think if you rape somebody and you get a fucking brand, right?
Yeah.
So everyone knows that you're a rapist. Well, guess what? That person can't lie and weasel their way into situations. But if someone wants to choose to accept them, right? Like then you know they can choose to accept them despite the brand. They can choose to hire them. They can choose to date them or marry them and have children with them, despite the fact that they know that they're a convicted child rapist.
I think maybe the placement of the branding is the only contention that I have, because I don't want. I generally don't want. Like I have empathy, right? So I'm imagining. Or I'm not saying that y'all don't.
You don't want. They can't argue that I can't do that to them. And
what I'm
logically
saying,
be true.
What I'm saying is I do not want to be defined by something that I've done.
Then don't do something so heinous.
For the rest of my life. What I'm saying
really
is
that simple.
No. What I'm saying is ultimately heinous is going to be subjectively defined by your personal beliefs, and that's fine. I'm not saying you can't. That makes sense. Everyone does this. Absolutely. It's either socially defined or socially defined, meaning individual. There's enough individual subjective claims of this claim for it to be socially accepted. That's what I mean. Obviously, enough of us agree on what's heinous on most things. That being said, what I'm trying to say is that there could be like your argument is just going to be like socially contingent, except for the murder. I mean,
no, heinous means utterly odious or wicked. And I mean, like, I think rape, murder, enslavement, torture are wicked things too.
Right. Well, I think the only like objective, like thing that where somebody can never come back to reality or society is the murder one. Like Fabian, like rationally, like there's enough arguments there for it would require a lot, or just like a fundamental principle where there's arbitrary.
Which is life for life. What would be the repayment for rape for like rape? What how do I repay that?
And that's where the subjectivism comes back. Like I think it's to pay back a rapist, or for a rapist to pay back what they've done. I think it's subjective. I think it's sufficiently defined at whatever the victim thinks is appropriate would be the appropriate.
Yeah, but hold on, that doesn't work.
Wait. The victim felt guilty as she aged, so she had guilt about this. So then now do I sit here and go, oh well, the victim feels guilty about being raped as a young child. Oh no! Now what's my judgment towards the rapist? Is that like I should forgive him because
no. I'm saying you can have it in consideration. I'm not saying it's an end all be all. I think I misspoke by saying sufficient. What I meant by sufficient is that if somebody is saying, if let's say that there's a minimum level of here's what they have to do at the very least, and you have the ability, victim, victim, to increase it to your ability to not allow them to ever come out or whatever, or you can decide for yourself that they've demonstrated to you that they're able to come back.
So
they shouldn't have to decide that.
Oh, yeah, hold on.
I'm not saying they have
Hold
to.
on,
I'm not saying they have to. This is why I said minimum.
But hold on, this is what I don't understand that you're doing, right? This is a big issue I take with your whole take, right? Is
Go
that
ahead.
you simultaneously talked about cults and child soldiers, right? And so you're openly admitting these exist, and you openly admitting that these people have some sort of mental hold over these other people. Right now,
that can change, not indefinitely.
Hold on. They have a mental hold. They have some sort of influence. Now, we take that concept, we apply it to the macro, right? Say you've been sexually assaulted by somebody, and you go, "Oh, okay, I've been affected by this. I forgive them now." How is that not possible? Even this person, they think they've forgiven them. They may honestly believe they've changed, but in reality, it's some sort of damage or Stockholm syndrome-esque thing. Or how do you can't prove that?
Yeah,
There's all these other
obviously,
contingents.
I've already demonstrated it. I know you weren't following along, Gabe. So I've already addressed it.
Hold on. So even by your own metric, this is a thing, right? You're admitting that. Cool, great. So even if that's
I've already addressed it.
No, you haven't, because what you haven't addressed is this unknown factor with the people.
I have.
No, you haven't. You haven't done it.
I can talk about. I can show you how I have, and I think even Fabian knows that I have.
But you're not being honest with it. Like, is the problem?
Yes, I have been honest with it.
You're not applying it across the board. You keep saying
How am I not
these are
applying
these
it?
fringe cases, and I'm just doing the opposite. I'm just flipping the head situation on the edge. So even in your best case scenario, how could you prove beyond 100% of doubt that this
Beyond 100% of doubt?
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's my point. Is you've applied this with your fringe cases,
brother.
So
you
hold on.
understand?
Let's just do the opposite though, and say, how do you prove 100% that this person still isn't affecting them, even when they've forgiven them, and therefore their debt will never be repaid because they're still affecting them through the action they committed? How do you prove that?
Proof. I don't deal in proof because proof is like mathematical or logical propositions, right? I deal with confidence. Like that's like
I don't
the
think he said proof. He's saying prove.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
prove. Like,
Well, I'm subjectively defining what proof means to me, and then I'm gonna talk about what I deal with. So that's what I'm talking right now. So I don't deal with 100% certainty. I've never have, unless you were talking about logical laws of the world, of the universe. This is about probability, and with probability, you can't necessarily prove somebody will do anything and or not commit an act or commit an act in 100% thing. All we could have is inferences and draw from these inferences a probability that we deem reasonable. So
we have proof that they've already done it.
Someone's willing to do
All
it.
we have.
Ghost. You understand
That's the only thing we have. Is
just because somebody has done something, you would understand that doesn't mean that they will always do that thing in the future.
If you cheat, you always have the ability to.
But it's a risk evaluation,
right? And then you would do the risk evaluation. You would do the risk
Stop.
evaluation.
Stop. Admiral Gibbs unintentionally, like you picked apart one thing that Admiral Gibbs is saying, and you're harping on this instead of the actual argument, right? Like, yes, I don't think Admiral Gibbs, correct me if I'm wrong, is in a position where like he believes that we can always, with 100% certainty, always prove. What he's saying is like, or I will modify it, right? Let's say we can, right? Let's say we develop the perfect infallible mind reading machine, right? So we know now we're stepping into a position where guilt is proven, right? So in this hypothetical guilt, we know for certainty that guilt is proven, right? In that situation, then it becomes an understanding of all of the examples that we gave before, right? So I understand that you may prefer to have some leniency because there is always baked into our current system. Our current system isn't infallible, right? And that is kind of what Ali was saying, right? It's like he doesn't want the death penalty specifically for that reason. One of the mistakes that I made in explaining libertarian system of justice, right, is that I am describing the problem with libertarianism that makes it difficult to communicate is that it is a descriptive legal philosophy. It's not prescriptive, right? So it doesn't say what you do with everything left over. And so when we're talking about the things other than murder, on a case-by-case basis, we are actually talking about unknowable subjective things. And so within an arbitrary system where we have a law, where we have our current legal framework is arbitrary, right? The appropriate response seems, I'm not saying it is, because it's not justified in my opinion, but it seems death. Under a libertarian framework, you are absolutely correct that somebody could be potentially have low harm from a rape, and somebody could have an insane amount of harm from a rape, and that there's going to be variability in the harm that has occurred from that based upon their mental resilience, what they have available to them, right? The resources that they have available. Obviously, somebody that is like, an orphan, is potentially and likely to suffer more trauma than somebody that is in a stable home, right? Because they have a support system that is going to reduce the psychological trauma of that experience in such a way, whereas the orphan is probably just going to die from drug overdoses or some other shit. So
Could be the opposite, but yeah.
it could be the opposite, but I'm saying, like, statistically speaking, the orphan has way less protective factors, is what you would call it in psychology, right? Or you might reverse it and say that they have way more ACEs, or adverse childhood events.
Resilience, and yeah.
Right.
Okay,
So
okay.
their mental resilience is the kind of the what the fuck factor. It's like the we don't know, that we just kind of throw in there and it happens. But so under an actual libertarian framework, what I'm describing is just the description. There's no prescriptions there. The prescriptions come from the voluntary choices of those in society. So what I'm saying here is that in an event of a rape, what would likely occur is that you would, as a society, choose voluntarily, when you move with people, what legal framework you want to organize your society. It might be insurance companies. It might be you live in a covenant community and there's a religious council, whatever. But whatever it is, you choose voluntarily beforehand, before any crime commits, that you're going to be represented by this system. And then those choices would move on from that perspective. So, for example, the death penalty is likely never going to be used in a libertarian system. And the reason it would never be used is because of that very problem of 100% certainty, because it only requires one case to be proven later for those people that ignored some evidence or made some mistake, right, to then have to forfeit their own fucking life. Because that is the logical argument from libertarianism. And so what you would do is you would move into a society and you'd say, hey, look, I want this rights enforcement agency. And they'd have a contract. And part of their contract is like, hey, if we can't resolve whatever criminal acts that you're a victim of or a perpetrator of, if we can't resolve it and it goes into arbitration, one of the rules that we have is that there's no death penalty. And you go, yeah, that's fine. I'm fine with that. And you sign that away voluntarily at a later date. So in these situations, it gets complicated, because to describe the libertarian system is to describe all possible voluntary systems. And that's like kind of an impossible task, right? The libertarian argument is, instead of having a state that arbitrarily decides these things, we would have a voluntary system, because our current judicial system violates everyone's rights. When someone goes to jail for 20 years for murder and then they get out, it violates the rights of the victim to retribution. I have a right to fucking kill you and get retribution for the murder of my mom or my sister or my daughter. I have that right. And you're violating my right by putting that person in jail for 20 years. Right? So like it is arbitrary, the arbitrary nature of it, where we have to have a one size fits all situation. And obviously it's not one size fits all because there's punishment guidelines, et cetera, but the fact that I don't have a choice of what system that I want in the domain beyond restitution and retribution is kind of like a tack on to what I'm saying. When all of the things that I've said previous to this statement are designed to say, here are the things I know to be objectively true from a logical based system, and from a logic from non-contradiction and estoppel principle, murder, you can't argue that you have the right to live untrammeled by other people, because you've done so with your body.
I just want to maybe
Peace
clarify.
out, fellas.
See you, Ali.
Peace out, Ghosty.
I wanted to talk to you, Ali, actually, about
Yeah.
this, but he's gonna go. Anyways,
I think I'm gonna go too. I'm starving.
Sure. Eat up.
What time is it? Oh,
Okay.
fuck. It's almost 1 o'clock. I got to get going here soon, too. Did you have any final words or questions?
Yeah.
Because I won't want to leave you hanging.
Yeah. I just, because I have a lot of personal experience in the sense that like I used to be kind of like a shitty person in middle school. And then like, because I got in trouble, I like turned a clean slate after 13. So like, I used to be a participant from 6th grade to 7th grade of like, let's just put it frankly, like sexual assault, in the sense that I would just grope girls, and it would be like a popular game in the school that we had. We called it Slap Ass Fridays. Like every Friday, a bunch of us guys just ran up to girls in the school and just slap their ass. This was like cross city thing. It was different middle schools, like every 6th and 7th grader was doing this. And then I got in big trouble for it because I was one of the main ones doing it. And
the main perpetrators.
And so I was 13 at the time when everything stopped, and I was like giving like education about consent and a bunch of things. And like I just like became like the staunch anti-sexual assault guy since then. Like to this day, I credit what happened to me then and me changing, like having that like punishment, in the sense that like I was removed from my class and put into like the slower class. I couldn't join a certain club, whatever. And I was like, oh no, I really wanted that. And I cried. I had my parents come in and everything. And then like that moment changed me, and I was like, I rehabilitated. Essentially what I'm trying to say is like, just because this is just a feeling I have, and I'm trying to reconcile with it because it's something that's happened with me. And then I empathize that other people may have this experience. So like, just because you did a shitty thing, it could be because of your lack of education or just your upbringing or something going on, your influence. Like it's not like
so a couple of things
with a gun to your head, coercion, but it's coercion in another sense. And then like you can be it's like in a very loose sense, in the sense that everything informs your decisions, and you don't get to choose your upbringing, and your upbringing informs your decisions. And so because of that, it's a loose sense of the word coercion. It's not a very common, it's a technical sense of the word. That being said,
it's very important for me to fight against that, because the concept that nature is coercive against rationality is something I'm vehemently against.
I gotta go.
It's the entire justification for communism, as far as I'm concerned. It's the primary axiom. Is that nature is coercive.
I'm talking about the concept that like free will, like libertarian free will, is that everybody's sense of who they are and their action is because of a reason or not because of a reason. And if it's because of a reason, those reasons weren't in your control for it to happen. And if it's not because of a reason, then it's random, which is also not in your control.
It's within what is with your. So first and foremost, let's start here. When you describe yourself at 12 and 13, right? You're in a kind of a liminal gray space there. You're not a fully rational adult. You're not developed to make rational decisions at a full capacity, right? So
yeah,
there's a difference between you at 12 doing this and you at 22 doing this, right?
Right, of course.
So there's that. But even in your age, even at that age, I would hope, maybe I'm wrong, but I would hope that you had the rational capacity to know that you couldn't drag one of those girls in the bathroom and rape her.
Yeah, of course.
Right, but your concept of consent and personal boundaries and like, you know, whether or not something is right or wrong, it's just a little, it's just a little slap ass, it's not a big deal, is something that was, needed to be developed, and you needed to be reared, and you needed to be guided down the correct path. What I would say is that nature is not coercive, right? The default state of man is starvation. The default state of man is to have nothing. And what you do is you have capacities, right? So, how you were reared, what food you were given, right? What genetic traits you were born with may give you different capacities. Some people are incredibly intelligent, right? So they have capacities that other people lack, right? Obviously, someone that is, has an IQ of 150 versus someone that has an IQ of 70, their capacity to be able to successfully be, a world famous, rocket scientist or whatever, right, is going to be very limited from one versus the other. But you still have choice within that domain, right? If you are, even someone with an IQ of 70 that is, matured physically and mentally, like, right, still has the capacity for rational thought. Like, they may be stunted in complex situations and complex answers, but they're still capable of rational thought. Now you start getting like sub 60 IQ, where dolphins are smarter than you, right? Like then we start getting into a situation where, yeah, you're not really responsible for your actions to a certain degree because you're physically incapable of making rational decisions. But you are there. This is another situation where I believe there is an objective truth here, but our ability to ascertain the objective truth is difficult, right? The objective truth is you either are or you aren't capable of making rational decisions, right? You either are or aren't. But sometimes it's hard to determine that.
I think the mentality I had, if I was just honest with myself, right, is that in some instances it's like this is playful, this is fun for me, and I had no regard for what the other person thought at all. Like that was just not even in my mind. That was not in my mind what that other person that I was doing this action towards.
That's just guilt,
what they were
right?
thinking.
Like that's just guilt and empathy. That isn't necessarily like, are you capable of understanding that what you did was wrong, right? And I think you probably
I
were.
think of course I understood, especially when it was explained to me. Yeah, that's
sure,
like me.
that's
That's me telling you. But that's me telling you that I think it's like I understood what I was doing was wrong, but I didn't necessarily understand the gravity until in terms of the punishment, until I was punished. And then and even my punishment was light considered what it could have been like if I was an adult. And then it was like,
right.
This
But
what it could lead to if I
isn't-
continue this behavior, so I'm going to stop now.
Understanding the full context or gravity is not what we're talking about, right? Right. So like if you understand that something is wrong, right, but don't understand the gravity of just how wrong it is a difference in maturity and capacity, but it doesn't matter, right? Like if you know that what you're doing is
Real quick,
wrong.
I'm sorry, I gotta go. My girlfriend's here. I gotta let her inside.
All right. Fair enough.
But I think we can continue this conversation because I think it's useful. And everything I ever do in this panel is really just to understand. Like all these questions I ask is really just to understand if I'm or to.
Well, then stop fucking spurging out on people.
The reason why is because I really hate when people are absolute when they're not. It's like you've seen Ali like walk back the absolutism.
That's okay. Stop spurging out.
I'm sorry, I get emotional sometimes, but you're right. I should be more calm. That's something I'm practicing for sure.
Well, nobody's gonna care what your message is if it's delivered in such a way that annoys it.
I just feel like it's the nature of panels because I feel like no one's. It's hard. It's hard in a sense.
It's harder.
Tell you my feeling. It's hard.
Again,
like
you're responsible for your own actions.
What I'm saying is, it's hard for me when I know it's like not my turn to speak to like interrupt somebody when I'm like super calm doing it because no one's like I kind of feel like I have to come out strong in order to even have.
You have to pick and choose you have to pick and choose your battles. I have people in chat will be like, "You're going to talk about the Civil Rights Act," or something they said in chat, and I was like, "Nah, I'm gonna let that go."
All right, peace out, brother.
Peace out, brother. Oh, let me hop out of fucking Discord. Always close the Discord window, and then I'm stuck in this fucked up situation. Because I'm still stuck in the thing, and I gotta go join another one so I can disconnect. And then I gotta do this bad boy. And then yeah. Give me a second. I really got to set up a virtual cam. Like, I didn't have the virtual cam set up because I was doing so much streaming on my laptop, and like I couldn't handle the extra shit. But now that I have like a computer that's like actually capable of like handling it with non-issue, I need to start utilizing OBS's virtual cam. But yeah, no, this guy's a socialist, zero commitment, blaming others, wild. Yeah, I mean, I think that's how a lot of people cope with guilt. I didn't have the time to really get through with him, but it is what it is. But it's less socialism than it is external locus of control versus internal locus of control, and those are highly correlated with the political opinions of socialism, right? If you have a very strong external locus of control, then you're very likely to be demanding of others, in the sense that they sacrifice, and that the world is their issue, the world is responsible for their actions, etc. But they're not always a one-to-one, but they usually are. So fair enough. But yeah, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to try and set up a couple talks and some stuff. So I will either be back either Wednesday or Thursday. Probably. I got a lot of stuff going on in my life recently. It's not that bad or anything, but I just been really busy. So we'll see. But I appreciate you guys. Give a like, give a subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Consider being a member, but more importantly, consider joining the Discord. Right? I like being able to have conversations with you guys, and the comments section on YouTube is just a terrible place to have conversations. And so yeah, Fabian therapy. I mean, you can't do therapy online, but luckily I don't have a license. I'm just educated, so there's no risk of losing a license I don't have, because I never did the internships for my LPCC. So I don't have to worry about that. But also I can't claim to be a therapist or to be doing psychotherapy, or I might get into legal issues. And I wouldn't do it online anyways. I mean, the ACA Code of Ethics and the APA Code of Ethics are pretty fucking clear until just before COVID, that online therapy is really bad and you shouldn't do it for a multitude of reasons. One of which being what if someone wants to talk about abuse, but there are abusers in the room, right? But you can't see them because they're off camera, right? Therapy, online therapy is bad. BetterHelp is bad. Don't do that shit. Go find a good therapist that isn't a woke idiot and fucking sit down with them in an office. I hate that shit. It's the only thing I fucking agree with Not So Erudite on. It's the only agreement that we have, that doing psychotherapy and then just being wink, wink, it's not psychotherapy though, is unethical. Good morning, good night. Stay safe if you're in the UK. She loves Dr. K? I thought she was vehemently against him because of practicing psychotherapy, specifically with Reckful. I did 4 different interviews with Reckful that were basically psychotherapy to a camera and to an audience. What happens if you claim to be a medium channeling the spirit of a licensed therapist? That's pretty good. I like that. Wish there was more thought and less Scourge versus Troll in Discord. Yeah, I mean, it just depends on the day. But I'll see you guys. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'll see you guys either Wednesday or Thursday if I can. But if you're in the Discord, you'll know a couple hours ahead of time. I'll post it. Or if you're subscribed to the channel and you got that notification bell on, you'll know as well. But not always. So Discord is the better option because you'll always know. But I appreciate you guys. I will see you soon.